Hello everybody and welcome to the Nürburgring for the second qualifier race of the weekend. Delighted that you can join us for a daytime race in stark contrast to yesterday's event where we ran into the darkness. The Nürburgring in slightly better conditions today as the rain has cleared to a certain extent, but certainly a decision to be made regarding the tyres over the next 4 hours in use, because certain parts of this famous asphalt, this ribbon of racetrack that runs through the Eiffel region, is affected by the areas of dampness which are always a bit stubborn to clear, including into the trees down into the foxhole. So I'm sure discussions are still very much alight and amongst the mechanics, the engineering crew and the drivers as to which tyres to put each of these cars on. And the cars that took part in top qualifying earlier this morning are now lined up in their order. We noted at the time here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels that the 911 Grello Porsche could not take part in that session. It did not get out of the pit lane in sufficient time. So I'm hoping that 911 will be there for Patrick Pilet and Kevin Estre, but a lot of work to do during the opening stint to try and clear as many of the 17 cars in front of it as possible. My name's Johnny Palmer. I'm joined again by Peter Snowden. We had a 4-hour race, a thoroughly entertaining one yesterday afternoon/evening that ran just beyond the hour of sunset. This is a more accustomed time, if you like, but still an hour later than a standard NLS race, due for a 1 p.m. start through till 5 o'clock. And knitted together, these serve as part of the qualifier races. Let's pause though for the national anthem. And as the national anthem draws to a close, we get confirmation that indeed Grello is present, but it's taken up the 17th spot on the grid. He says, scrolling down through the various sheets, 15th, 16th, yes, 17th position in the leading group for Kevin Estre and for Patrick Pilet. So, Peter Snowden, the challenge is now on. It's almost a guessing game for us. How many places will that Porsche have gained at the end of the first lap, I wonder?
Well, absolutely no disrespect to Patrick Pilet, but it depends who's at the wheel. If Kevin Estre is at the wheel of the side, he is known, and this is where I'm going with this, he's known for being slightly adventurous and making up his own rules and lines, whatever, completely fairly on those first laps. He is well known for it, and there's various bits of footage out there on different platforms available to him evidencing exactly that. So it'd be interesting to see who was in that car. They may opt for a... it's a strategy, isn't it?
It is a certain K Estre, I'm being told, to start that car. So,
well, in which case, Kevin, don't disappoint, please. I mean, otherwise we'll have to have a chat at Le Mans and say, look, come on, we're picking you up here. You've got to fill the position. You've got to do it. We will see. We will see. It's damp, but I would be surprised if he didn't have a few manoeuvres there. Don't forget, though, it's not like he's starting from the back of a whole of the race and got through slower category cars. He's starting with his peers.
Exactly.
So they're all going to, and of course they get that first clear lap, because that's the advantage he'll want to make most of. I'm going to say 5 cars on the first lap. There you go.
5?
That's, put my money down. 5 cars on the first lap.
That's quite a conservative effort, estimate, I should say.
Well, okay.
I was going to go 12.
Well,
more than half of
my
them.
My first guess was going to be, well, yeah, Pete. Okay, we'll go halfway between then. P10 by the end of the first lap.
All right. So he will have
7 cars.
Yeah, I think I misspoke at the start. There are 17 SP9s, so if you reckon he's going to be up to 10th, he will have cleared 6 cars, won't he?
Sorry, yes.
To have got, okay, 6. Any advance on 6, folks? We would welcome your predictions at this point.
Albeit stop at the red light going out.
Yeah. All right, well, let's find out. We're going to have an answer in the next 25 minutes or so. Well, more like half an hour, actually.
I don't suppose for a minute that Kevin Estre or anybody associated with them was listening to us, but if they were, I can imagine them sitting in the car going, "You guys, just leave me alone. Let me do my job."
I think that they're almost keeping a book within Manti if they're listening to us, and why wouldn't they be, here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're live from the Global Broadcast Centre, bringing you once again coverage of this NLS race, which is also, for this weekend and yesterday, but only yesterday and today, an ADAC 24h Nürburgring qualifier race as well.
The other thing I was going to add, Johnny, that you said, and the track is completely dry as they're coming on the formation lap there, that slightly different conditions today. You said, I was going to add the caveat of for now. And my GPS tracker and radar tells me that rain is due effectively at the time of the start of the race start.
Oh, okay.
So that does make it just a little bit of fun, doesn't it?
That's either very good timing for some or particularly bad timing for others. But, you know, there's a radar or a weather forecasting system that is available to all. It really just depends on which source you're going to and whether you believe it or not. But there will be different types of report because it's so difficult to predict the weather, particularly in this venue, and also a short drive up the road to Spa as well. Both places have a reputation for having their own climate and ignoring various forecasts. Let me give you some starting drivers because, well, first of all, if you weren't around for top qualifying, we had a standard qualifying this morning which ran for 90 minutes. Then all the SP9s that had gone through that standard qualifying were entered into the top qualifying session, which is a different format. It's not everyone out on the racetrack together. Top qualifying is done in lone qualifying. So a car can go out onto the racetrack on its own, set off in 10-second intervals, and you get 2 goes at it. Some
almost shootout format, isn't it?
Yeah. I was about to say single lap qualifying, and it's actually not single lap qualifying. It's double lap qualifying because each car gets 2 laps, whilst the second group is now being waved away, courtesy of the green flag. But it was fascinating to me that the team that eventually took pole position actually gave up their first flying lap, and that was because they were on the wrong tyres, the Get Speed Mercedes. So Get Speed choosing wets, realising at the start of their first flying lap that they would need to switch to inters, and the decision was totally justified by the pace shown by Fabian Schiller, who set the time in the number 14 Mercedes. But it will be Lukas Stolz who will start that car just as he did yesterday. Second on the top qualifying grid, the number 16 Scherer Sport PHX Porsche, and this is the car that won yesterday. And interestingly, they put Patrick Niederhauser in for the opening stint, whereas Lawrence Vanthoor started yesterday's race. They have inverted their driver lineup, so we can look forward to Vanthoor in the closing stages instead. So it'll be Stolz versus Niederhauser. The second row, a great qualifying for the 27 Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini, which after normal qualifying was down in 7th, but it was a great lap from Daniel Juncadella, the Spaniard, to put that car into 3rd, and he'll now hand the car over to Christian Engelhardt for the opening stint. The 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche will be started by Nico Menzel, who was also the qualifying driver. 48 qualifying in 5th after a good lap from Gabriele Piana pretty late on in the session. He was one of the few runners to actually improve with their second lap. That is a Pro-Am car, though, for its driver lineup, so it'll be Dan Arrow, the Dutchman, to do the opening stint. Piana probably being left till the closing stages. Next up, it was the 17 Mercedes for Get Speed, and that was the car qualified by Adam Christodoulou. Car 17 will have actually Christodoulou to start that car from 6th. 7th place, the Falcon Motorsports 33 Porsche, which was qualified by Alessio Picariello, and he will start. 8th place, the 84 Easterland Racing Team Audi, and that was qualified by Max Hoffer, and car 84 will also have Max Hoffer to start. 9th place, Jutta Racing's number 8 Audi. Frank Stippler did the time, and Frank Stippler will start. And in 10th place, the 34 Falkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, which was qualified by Christian Krognes, but it'll be Mattia Drudi, the Italian, to do the opening stint in Aston Martin number 10. And because the timing sheet goes all the way down to 11th place for top qualifying, let me give you the 54 Porsche as well, which is the entry from Dynamic GT with their 911 GT3R, qualified by Bastian Boos, but it will be started by Luke Hartog. Yes, so Luke Hartog, the Dutchman, in car 54 for at least the opening hour. And you would have thought that the pace just generally will be increased compared to the opening stint yesterday. Bear in mind, I looked at the timing screen at one point thinking, oh, we're probably 8 or 9 laps into this race, and we were about 5 laps in because the pace was so slow in horrendous conditions. They are a bit better today. The track's still, though, damp in quite a lot of crucial places, Snowy.
Yes, and as I say, that's going to, looks like it's going to change, I feel, during this. And it might change in both directions as well. It might, a little bit of rain comes in and across and disappears off out again. It rained heavily yesterday. Did lighten up towards the end of the race, in terms of rain coming down, but obviously not the light. It got darker and darker and darker, and really was quite dramatic by the last sort of 40 minutes of it. But it's a nice dry track at the moment. I would say probably a slick track, slick tyre option. We saw, as you mentioned this morning, in that top qualifying for the SB9 cars, was all the SB9 cars were in that one. There was other classes available, but some people started on wets and came to intermediates, and some went from intermediates even down to hand-cut slick. So it was a bit undecided. And of course, that's part of the problem with this place. You've got such a long lap in length that the driver can know pretty well straight away what you're going to do. But you've got to get all the way back. You've still got another, 7-8 minutes before you can come back and do it. You've got plenty of time to radio and get the crew ready. Yeah, that's one advantage of it. But it can also then change back the other way.
Yep. Or
you can suddenly, what feels great on Hatzenbach area, Horijken, the beginning of the Nordschleife lap, might suddenly get around to Horak, I don't know, Fort or whatever, the higher parts, and say, oh, hang on a minute. Such is the scale of the circuit, it can be totally different weather on different parts. So you could be coming through Galvenkopf onto the Dottinger Hohe, and it's pouring down with rain, and you've requested to go down to a lesser tyre in terms of grip, and cancel that.
I mean, any normal track around Europe might be 3, 4, 5 kilometres. So you're heading past the pits every, let's say, 2 minutes.
Let's say a couple of minutes, yeah, exactly.
So if conditions change suddenly, you're never really that far away from being able to reach salvation, as in the pit lane, and get in to change the tyres. The problem is, when you've committed onto Hatzenbach, that is then it for the next 8, 9, 10, 11 minutes, depending on what category you're in. And that's why the decisions are so crucial. And we've seen some crazy ends to the Ring 24 hours, where if you make a decision in that final pit stop and it's the right one, everyone else has no time to react because they've already sent their cars out. And it's going to be another 8 minutes until they see them again, if they see them again, because it could go very, very wrong.
It's quite bizarre to think that, isn't it? Yeah. 24 hours of racing, all the hard slog and everything that involves to get to that point. And in the last hour, you can decide the race on strategy against somebody else. 23 hours of hard racing, it's all down to that last pit stop strategy. There's so many variables here, and it's no matter what happens at the Nürburgring. I think our colleague Bruce Jones has sort of coined this phrase a few years ago. There's only one winner ever. It's the Nordschleife.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The track decides. The track ultimately will work out precisely who she wants to win on any particular day. So it's the second of 2 N24 qualifier races live here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Hopefully you're in sound and vision with me and Peter Snowden.
It's the biggest race of the year.
third group is already on
where
to
excitement
its
meets
rolling lap.
courage,
And bear in mind that at 2-minute intervals, the first
and
group, the second
adrenaline
group, the
meets
third
passion.
group are sent away. The first group...
Every ounce of dedication focused on this one event. A week of festival frenzy for thousands of spectators. A week narrowing down towards the toughest challenge for hundreds of competitors. Driven by the pursuit of one ultimate goal. To accomplish what only the chosen few have ever achieved. So, it all comes down to this.
Es geht los! Es geht rein in die grüne Hülle! 24 Stunden Motorsport!
And it's so much more than just a race. With lots to explore. When darkness falls, the campsites ignite the party spirit of the motorsport enthusiasts. By sunrise, the fate of the race hangs in the balance. These are the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
You've got a nice little deal in a Pro-Am team as well. Porsche number 44, which is from the Falcon crew. They qualified pretty well they finished 5th yesterday, I should say, and in top qualifying the car will start from 4th place. And what I've been impressed with is once the stint started to settle down for Nico Menzel, he actually showed very good speed. And we also saw some good stints for Dorian Boccolacci, who we mustn't forget, Boccolacci, together with Menzel, has been an NLS winner already this year. The Falcon cars have gone well at certain points, Snowy.
Well, they certainly did in the first two races. NLS 1, they had a 1-2. Nothing to complain about there. You can't get a better result. I think in the second race they were 1 and 3, which is, almost as good. But then honours switched over to Manthey Racing, appeared for round 3 a couple of weeks ago. They hadn't taken part in the first 2 rounds. That doesn't take anything away from Falcon's success, but Manthey returned with the famous 911 Grello in round 3, and Julie won it, and have been a bit of a star, certainly in terms of pace, on round 4 yesterday. I know it's not actually, but let's call it the 4th race yesterday. I say in terms of pace because they didn't take overall honours. Shearer Sport PHX did with their Porsche, which is new to them this year, running that car. They've run Porsches in Cup 2 class and Cup 3. They're very familiar with the brand, but a different category of that car. So it's the first time they've run. This is the first season that Shearer Sport PHX have run a Porsche 911 GT3. And Julie, 3 races in, 4 races in, they've won a round. So, as you said a couple of times yesterday, the product, Porsche 911 GT3, clearly a very, very good car at the moment on its sweet spot. 3 different teams have won each of the races this year. Can it change today? Don't forget, those first 2 races were completely dry. Yesterday, sorry, the first 3 rounds were completely dry. Yesterday's race, absolutely not. Yeah. We've got mixed conditions for the start of this race today. So who can see? I've just got a feeling is it time, but is another brand going to take the honours, or are we going to go to halfway through the season, which effectively this is going to be the 5th round of 10, with an all Porsche clean sweep?
There's a slightly different timing system utilised in this particular race, the same for yesterday as well, but it's different from how NLS is timed, as in we're back to 9 individual sectors around the racetrack, and some of those are particularly long, like Sector 7, running from the end of Klostertal all the way through to the exit of Galgenkopf. So that includes Steilstrecke, the Caracciolo Carousel, Hoher Acht, and then Brunchen and Flansgarten and the Stefan Bellof S, the Schwabenschwanz. That's all Sector 7. No wonder it takes cars. Yesterday we were seeing kind of 3 minutes to do that 7th sector, whereas then 8 and 9 are pretty short because you've got one half of the Dottinger Hoor as Sector 8, and then the other half, including the run to the line, as Sector 9. And the other reminder that we are using the full Grand Prix circuit, as we will be doing next month. So 25.3 kilometres in total and 9 individual sectors. But that is very useful when we're trying to monitor precisely how fast certain cars are. The other thing I quite like about the timing system being utilised for this weekend is that the order of cars are being changed at each sector point rather than just at the line. So if we get an overtake partway around the lap, normally in an NLS race, that's not represented on the timing screen until all of those cars get to the end of the lap. But it should adjust partway round each of the 25-kilometre circuits, which is just less for my brain to have to digest, in truth. So very, very welcome addition. And Luca Stoltz in that grumbling, deep-registered V8. It's not grumbling. Well, it's grumbling because it's having to go so slowly behind the Cupra pace car right now.
The thing's cavitating. It's struggling. It'll be lurching in the gears because it doesn't want to go that slowly. It's not what it's designed to do.
No.
It wants to be unleashed.
So a reminder that Lucas Stoltz starts this race, Patrick Niederhauser in the 16 Porsche second, and they will start to form up in their 2x2 grid formation in just a tick. Fascinating to see how Christian Engelhardt might get on in the Red Bull backed and Red Bull liveried Lamborghini Huracan that starts from the inside of the second row. Nico Menzel in the 44 Porsche from Falcon Motorsports on the outside. And then Dan Arrow and Adam Christodoulou, 48 and 17 Porsche and Mercedes, followed by Alessio Picariello and Max Hoffer. And we've got starting drivers much further down the order as well, who we can refer to through the course of this opening lap. But how much progress is Kevin Estre going to make on the Grand Prix track alone, perhaps at first, because that's your best overtaking opportunity, actually, to try and barge your way by safely and fairly. But the Grand Prix track, in nature, rather promotes good racing, and then it becomes single-file stuff on Hatzenbach. If he can get a good run on a few down towards Arenberg, that might be an opportunity to go side-by-side into that hard-braking, pretty tight right-hander just before the plummet down into the foxhole. But that 911 Grello Porsche is totally out of position, considering it was the fastest car this morning by 8.5 seconds in normal qualifying. This is set up perfectly.
Well, you saw me regress to my early racing days there, when at the sight of our long shot camera back down the dot, those 17 SP9 GT3 cars, all line astern, weaving the tyres, and I did do that, rubbed my hands, and went, yes, and I forgot to mute, sorry, so Johnny caught me doing that. We're ready, because it still excites me when I see those cars. I think this is it. They've got this clear lap, they've got uncertain conditions. You've got a car that's the fastest by 8.5 seconds, did you just say, at the back of this group.
Yep.
With Kevin Estre, a man who's known for taking some extraordinary but clever risks on opening laps around here. What's not to like? NLS 5, it's not. It's the 5th round of our NLS series. They're arriving at Tiergarten, about to take the start. And we're talking about Kevin Estre as if he's the one that's only going to do it. Of course, there's 16 cars in front of him that are also going to be vying for positions in a cold, damp track. We are so lucky to be here, Johnny.
And it's not necessarily all going to be Porsche's way. There's a Mercedes on the front row. There's a Lamborghini on the second row. There's another Mercedes on the third row. And I think Audi have locked out entirely the fourth row. So once again, Porsche maybe have the numerical advantage. They certainly have the results so far to back up the possibility of making it 5 on the bounce. But motor racing doesn't allow you that dominance for too long. So is this another Porsche win, or are we going to get an intriguing script heading for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring next month? Already the Ferrari's going to head into pit road, as is Grello. So 911 not happy with that set of tyres. Everybody else, though, sees the lights turn to green. We're racing again, but the 911 car will not be part of this lead pack. And we've all lost all of our bets now as far as how many places Estra's going to make up, because he's going to make up 0. It will be side by side into the Haug hook, and around the outside will try to go Patrick Niederhauser. That will deliver him into the apex for the inside, but actually Lucas Stoltz didn't allow the Porsche alongside, gets good drive off turn 2, and the yellow and blue Mercedes will remain the race leader. They are changing tyres.
Slicks going on to Grello.
Slicks from Inters.
Inters coming off, Slicks going on. Kevin Estra's obviously felt that. I said it was a slick to start, certainly on the Grand Prix track. It's how long it remains for. So Kevin Estra using all his experience there to come in and say, right, thanks for supporting all our bets there, Kevin. And how many places we're going to make up? And he obviously did listen to us and said, actually, boys, I'm going to go on to Slicks, and said at the end of the first lap, as did the Ferrari. I'm guessing the Ferrari did exactly the same in its change of tyre. When you can see that he's completely dry now, but it's still the Mercedes out at the front. I will say,
Estra's already picked up one place, though, because he's just overtaken the Ferrari in the pit lane. It was away first.
I told he was dynamic at these things, didn't I? Exactly. So there you go. So he's got one place. Yes.
He's ahead of the Ferrari, which pitted on at the end of the, well, not the opening lap. This is the opening lap. Those two cars diving for pit road is now fully sideways is Nico Menzel, and surely he's going to be a sitting duck as the Dan Arrow car tries to get up the inside, but that doesn't quite work for the Arrow-driven gold Porsche, and now Dan Arrow under pressure from the second of the Falcon machines. That's being driven by Alessio Picariello, and Picariello slots into 4th position. Lucas Stoltz slightly off the natural racing line. That was probably deliberate rather than just a slight misbrake. Very, very wide on the approach, I noticed, for Patrick Niederhauser onto the left-hand kink that takes you onto the Hatson back properly.
Dan Arrow had a moment there, then Christodoulou in the number 6 Mercedes had a little look down the inside as well to take advantage of that. Every opportunity, every half metre, centimetre of track, you've got to shot millimetre, and the slightest holdback there for Dan Arrow because of the Falcon thing. He had to back out of it, fair enough. And Christodoulou said, hang on, that's an opportunity for me, and tried to get down the inside there. So he just nearly been taken out by one Porsche, back out of it, nearly get taken by the Mercedes behind it.
Absolute disaster, I reckon, for the pole sitter in start Group 2, though. The Mullner Motorsport car cannot keep pace with the pace car, and it's had to pull out of line.
It was slow off the line, that was. I noticed that, that Muller car.
So I'm assuming that's the same Muller car that was at the front yesterday. Yeah, the Tim Scheerbart, David Jahn and Arne Hofmeister car was easily fastest in qualifying this morning, the 921. But there's going to be a gap now where the pole-sitting car in start Group 2 should be, and therefore the new car out front is going to be the K. Kramer 910 Porsche of Michele Di Martino and Christopher Bruck. So 910 becomes the leader ahead of 901, which is the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport entry. Still 10 red lights showing on the gantry. They will change to green now, and there are 2 other cars, 3 cars make that, diving into the pit lane, realising they're on the wrong tyres.
Hyundai came in and a Super all came into the pits there, but I did mention just before that on the formation lap there was a possibility of a little bit of rain at the start of this race. That rain has appeared, albeit light at the moment, on the Dottingham, which has affected this start Group 3 most of all. They've got all their wipers going because of that. So that's going to be interesting for those guys that come in. The Ferrari and the Grello of Kevin Estra came in and got on to Slicks on that intermediate tyre. Is that going to pay dividends or not now? They've dropped obviously their spaces down the order to do that, but is that rain going to come in? They've obviously got better weather reporting systems and radar than I have, or we have here, so I'm going to go with them. But it changes their whole strategy now as to when they pit stop. Estra's got to get advantage of those tyres for as long as possible. If it rains, that's going to be negated all but too quickly. We're going to have to see what's happening. Fascinating stuff. The first, not even 4 minutes. We had 3.5, 4 minutes of the race yet.
Nothing.
We've got 4 hours. Guys, calm down.
Nothing between Michele Di Martino and Fabio Grosser at the sharp end of start Gruppe 2. In fact, they're going to try and go side by side later on in the lap. It is still Di Martino in 910 with the slight advantage over Fabio Grosser's 901 numbered Porsche Cup car. It's a real shame that probably Tim Scheerbart as the starting driver in 921 cannot be part of this. And let's hope that at least that car has made it back to the pit lane. They have left, these two Porsches at the front of start group 2 have left the Gressick family Plus Line Motorsport BMW in their wake, as now right up the curb is Di Martino, and surely they can't go 2 abreast through Sabina Schmidt's curb. Yes, they can. Fabio Grosser to the outside, Grosser to the lead of Cup 2. Can he get it stopped just in time for Hatzenberg back? Yes, he can. So Fabio Grosser in 9:01 is now ahead of Michele Di Martino. Terrific stuff from start group 2. And don't forget that the lead is still being contested very heavily between Lukas Stoltz and Patrick Niederhauser during this opening lap. They are totally together, reaching the end of Sector 6. And Alessio Picariello running third. Christodoulou has got ahead of the 44. Nico Menzel's fallen back considerably there. Menzel was right with his teammate, but Menzel's now down to 8th place in the Falken Motorsports second Porsche. And some jostling of position in behind as well. Unfortunately, my hopes for Christian Engelhardt have not been rewarded in a sense, because Engelhardt starting third on the road. He's all the way back in 10th now in that Lamborghini. Lots more of start group 3 are heading for pit road, again for a tweak on the tyre choice. But we are go for those that are willing to start the race, and the lone Subaru in the entry, which is the Subaru WRX, started today by Tim Schrick, whereas he finished in yesterday's 4-hour race. But Schrick, given the responsibility of beginning the 5th race of the season around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and the WRC, or the WRX, Technica International Subaru, has comfortably got ahead of everybody else within start group 3. Looks like the 323 car, which leads SP3T, is the next car through. That is the Dario and Armando Stanco driven car. Unfortunately, when we have family members with the same surname in the same car, we can't tell which is which on the timing screen. There probably are various other screens that will reveal that to other people at the racetrack and in the garages. But we do know that it's an Audi RS3 LMS with the DSG gearbox, and that is the SP3T leader early stages.
Now we've got a code 120 becoming a 60, becoming a stoppage for, I've got on my GPS, the Utah Racing Audi.
Frank Stippler.
At just Schwedenkreuz, before Arenberg. It's my tracker saying it stopped there. And we did have a glitch on the first lap of one of the other cars. One of the Get-Speed Mercedes said the tracker had stopped, and I just refreshed it, and it's good. But there are intervention vehicles out already, and we can see physically from some little onboard here from the 830 Hyundai Elantra N TCR car with I think it's Bassing at the wheel of this. I think that's right.
Let's just have a look. No, it's Manuel Lauk.
My apologies.
And now, again...
Now, there's barrier damage on the left, so this is going to be approaching where it is. That's where the...
Well, that's not Arenberg, though. That's way before Arenberg, so I'm wondering whether somebody else has gone off at Kiddelbacher Hohe as well. Unless the incident involving Frank Stippler extends through several more corners.
But where's the car? Because there's a lot of barrier damage on the left-hand side and no car in sight anywhere. In fact, to the point where it goes back to green flag racing. So, no, gone back to yellow again. So I wonder if something ricocheted off the barriers on the left-hand side and got itself going. Yes, there it is on the left-hand side. Well, there's something. Yeah, that's the Audi. That's the Utah Audi, number 8. Definitely part there. So whether it's had 2 cracks at the barrier and, you know, tiptoed around it, if you like, and just then hasn't got any further for a broken tail link or something, I'm not sure. We're trying to, I hate to do specutainment, but try and see what's happened to that number 8 car. But it does look like Stippler is out.
Yeah, he is not going to be able to head away from that scene under the car's own steam, sadly. And the recovery vehicle, possibly medical vehicle, with him now. In come the 2 leaders, so they're on the wrong tyres as well. And this is a decision that maybe they're wishing they'd made at the end of the rolling lap, because at the end of the first racing lap, Patrick Niederhauser is in, Lukas Stoltz is into the pits, and that will leave Adam Christodoulou maybe rubbing his hands with glee, similar to Peter Snowden a few moments ago, up to second place. Loic Hartog in the Dynamic GT Porsche number 54, and third place, Dan Arrow in the Pro-Am car. So 48 might well have been entered as a Pro-Am car. At the moment, it's on course for an overall podium. And Dan Arrow's pace, hey, is right with Adam Christodoulou and right with Hartog. So total credit to Dutchman Dan Arrow, who is relatively new, by my reckoning, to Nürburgring Nordschleife racing, but he appears to be right at home with the Black Falcon squad.
Now, the two cars that came in at the end of that first lap, the 911 Grello, Kevin Estre, he went on to slicks, and the Ferrari, which is the realised Kondo Racing Ferrari 296, number 45, that went on to cut slicks. So slight variation in theory on the strategy there.
And what is the feeling for those cars that have just pitted? Because, as I mentioned, Niederhauser came in, Lukas Stolz came in, but also just caught sight of the 44 Porsche of Falcon Motorsports being in pit lane as well, and Falcon having taken off some heavily worn intermediates, or are they full wets? No, probably full wets, actually, the depth of the groove. Yeah, and already that rubber looking very second-hand indeed. It's just too dry in certain places, Snowy.
Well, certainly, yeah, absolutely. You can see how they've chunked there, can't you? So the cameraman just moving in for us, have a quick look at those tyres. Absolutely destroyed those tyres in no time at all. I know it's a longer lap than normal circuits, but so where does this put Kevin Estre? Puts him into 14th now. So he started 17th in that first group. As you say, he made a place, even though they pitted, he made a place in the pits by jumping over the Rinaldi Ferrari. But he's now 17th and sitting pretty. That might have been an absolutely inspired choice by Kevin Estre to go onto those slicks. Can he get away with slicks, though? The Ferrari went on to hand-cut slicks, so a slight variation of that.
So the answer to the quiz question, we said, how many places will he have gained at the end of the first lap? It's actually 9. Because of those pit stoppers as well, and that, I mean, that counts as an overtake in my book. So he started the race in 17th. He's now 8th. A massive gain as during the opening lap, Picariello and Dan Arrow were going totally door handle to door handle, and Nico Menzel, I told you he lost ground. Well, he was fighting then with the 54 Porsche of Loic Hartog, who's now running second. So he's had a blistering opening lap to work his way through various bits of traffic. And unfortunately for the 718 numbered Porsche Cayman, it got a whack on the opening lap at Sabine Schmidt's curve, turning the car left and kind of into the barrier. Although let's hope that the 718 was able to wriggle free with as little damage as possible. 718 numbered car has been started by Griesemann. That is one of the alternatively fueled cars leading its category, which is AT2. So that's either Georg or Bjorn Griesemann, who started 718 Cayman. Meanwhile, the Falcon Motorsport Porsches have found one another on the racetrack, and both of these cars have just made a pit stop. So that's the reason why they're further down the order. No driver changes, but Picariello re-emerges in what is showing at the moment as 11th, with Nico Menzel right on his boot lid in 12th place.
I think we just saw the Ferrari gain a place there as well. That car also went on to change tyres at the end of the first lap as well. I think the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari just picked up another place there. That's the 45, isn't it? Realised Kondo Racing Rinaldi.
Dan Arrow, if you're unfamiliar with what he's done in the past, he has been a GT World Challenge Endurance champion with Winward Racing. That was last year. And actually, Arrow is, I think, kind of a nickname. That's not what part of his surname. His surname is actually, I think it's pronounced Pile, as in P-I-J-L. The I and the J, I'm always told by Dutch friends, is pronounced with a Y in English. So let's go with Dan Pile, but he is known as Dan Arrow. And he's certainly Arrow-like in this opening stint, up to 3rd position. But yes, is new to the Nürburgring, although raced in NLS 1 and 2, possibly with Adrenaline Motorsport in the past, in BMWs in the 240i category. So NLS 2 and NLS 4 he did, what was that, 3 years ago. So he has at least raced on this track before, and you need to have done to be in SP9 to have gained your ring license, but it's been more of a wait to get behind the wheel of one of the thoroughbred race cars, one of the quickest cars around here. And 3rd place, right on the tail of Loic Hartog, his fellow Dutchman, Alan Christodoulou of the UK. leading the way, though. He is into the fairly long Sector 5. And let us assume that those three drivers are pretty happy with their tyre choice, or the team's tyre choice at the start of the race.
Well, just look at Kevin Estre setting purple sectors in Sector 1 and Sector 2 already on that slick shot Manti Grello, and is hunting down the Valkenhorst Motorsport Astra with Söderström in front of him, number 35, and that gap was 20 seconds the last lap. It's getting a visual almost. In fact, I think he might have got past it.
Oh, well, we'll have to wait for the next few minutes to see which order they reach the end of Sector 5, but that should adjust if Estre is ahead of Söderström in his number 35 Valkenhorst Aston Martin. The car note that you can hear in the background is the SP3T second place car for Charles Weerts. Again, some big names in this car, Weerts among them, but Hugo de Wilde sharing this BMW M2 racing car. The M2's due to make their 24-hour debut next month, so that's another reason why the M2 racing crew with their, well, the M2 racing car, I should say, with the FK Performance backing, are taking part in the qualifiers this weekend.
Estre 11 seconds quicker in Sector 5 than Söderström in the Valkenhorst Aston. Now, it is one of the longest sectors on the track at 5.3 kilometres, but all the same, 11 seconds is taken out of that.
And he is now ahead, so he's into 7th.
Yeah, but it says on my GPS, but that isn't always accurate. Sometimes it does that and glitches and catches up and whatever, so that's why I try not to convey it too much too soon. But so he's got a little way to go. So Kevin Estre now is approaching the carousel, and other cars are way ahead of them. So he's got a bit of free air now, so it's going to be probably end of the pit straight before Estre's in position to get another place. That's going to be the Esteland Racing Team Audi R8, number 84, with Hoffer at the wheel at the moment. That's his next bit of prey for Kevin Estre.
There's a slow Aston Martin on the Dottinger Hoor.
The Valkenhorst cars, is that the 30 again?
Well, it's a car that is reaching the end of the lap. It is car number 34, I make it, Mattia Drudi, massively dropping down the order. It's taken him 7.5 minutes to do what is a long sector, Sector 7, but it should...
34?
Car 34, indeed. Mattia Drudi. And that's the quickest. That's the David Pittard car. That's the car we would have expected to have performed well in this. That looked suspiciously from distance like a puncture, maybe. But it's a problem that struck at the start of Sector 7, and he's been nursing that car through the sector that is just before the Dottinger Hoor. BMWs across all sorts of different categories now heading across the line. This is principally a battle for the M240i scrap, a class that is led by Reinhardt in number 680, but Markert in the 650 car in behind. A lot of them being Adrenaline Motorsport run, 650 versus 651, and 651 has Weller at the wheel of it for the opening stint.
Matteo Drudi didn't drive the 34 car at all yesterday, did he? Which is probably why they put him in first today.
I think that's right.
Christian Collins and David Pittard yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. Did Pittard do laps? Because, I mean, they didn't complete that many laps in the end.
No.
Pittard, I know, was interviewed, but I'm struggling to remember whether he was in the car.
Didn't he? We had that issue with it being out of place because it was disqualified. But, yeah, left rear puncture for that number 34 Valkenhorst Aston Martin, Matthias Drudi. So keeping over to the right-hand side of that tyre, flails around to get it back to the pit. So, provided no other damage is done, and you can't drive a car back slow enough to this as a driver, you just think you're absolutely crawling along. And you're still doing damage, because what else it does to cables and wires and connectors and sensors and all sorts in that wheel arch. But you've got to get it back to the pit. It's going to cost time. It's better to cost the time early in the race, and that's the... is that the Mercedes into the pits again, the Get Speed?
Get Speed Mercedes is at the... No, that was the dynamic Porsche, potentially, or was it Mercedes shaped?
Hartog, number third place car.
Well, he's in a Porsche, as I say.
Sorry, yes.
But it's a similar
Porsche. We were right. We got there.
It's a similar livery to some of the Mercedes. In your defence, Adam Christodoulou has now lost the lead to Christian Engelhardt, who's crossed the line at the end of that. Now why is that? Engelhardt, again, lost a whole load of places. From 3rd, he slipped back to, I think it was 10th, maybe 9th or 10th. But now Engelhardt, according to my screen, is ahead of the Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou. So have they chosen slick tyres, which they always knew were going to take a bit of time to come good, but they are right there now.
I'm going to say, if they've opted for slicks at the start, yes, you're not going to get much done in the first couple of laps because it's going to come to you. And that's a tough decision to do that. But if it's played out right, it looks like it has for them at the moment. Car number 1 in position 1. In the 27 number car in position 1.
So terrific patience more than anything else for Christian Engelhardt, sharing with Danny Juncadea, who qualified that car to 3rd fastest in the top qualifying session just before lunchtime today. Marco Mappelli is in that lineup as well. So you've got a good spread of nationalities as well, German, Spain and Italy represented, although Marco Mappelli maybe with a base in Lugano, which is the Italian-speaking part of Switzerland, of course. The problem for the 34 Aston is it's not only done damage to the tyre, but the wheel is damaged. So does that suggest it's either had side-to-side contact with another car, or it's been in the fence somewhere, which has caused the puncture? Because there's quite a lot of damage to the bottom part of the wheel rim, Snowy.
Yeah, heavily damaged, that is. I wouldn't, unless of course the tyres failed, and that's then just rubbed on the ground and damaged it, as it's been back in.
Yeah.
Cause and effect could be that way around. There's no other reference marks on the bodywork to look like it's actually connected with anything barrier-wise. So I would suggest that's just a result of that tyre, the wheel running on the tarmac.
On the ground.
It's not meant to do. It's meant to have the tyre in between.
Yeah, that's how it's been designed. Agreed. Now, Manuel Lauch pressurising a Porsche immediately in front, which is the 3-something Cayman. I didn't quite grab the number of that, and I'm trying to work out from the order that they came across the line whether this is actually potentially a move for position. It might be a Porsche that's going to be lapped actually by the Hyundai because of a tyre change for the Porsche up ahead. Anyway, they are working their way now through Hedvigs Hoa and Hoa Act, and got different cars of all sorts of different categories, including an Aston Martin, which is one of the 7s. So that might
74,
be an
that was
74. So that is an SP10 car. I was going to suggest it might be. Again from Valkenhorst. So 74. Where did that qualify earlier today? A little further down the order. SP10s tend to start in Group 2, and that is Joshua Hansen, the American. Also in that lineup, Jean-Christophe David and Aris Belanian, the Belgian. So they're running in SP10 AM. And Manuel Lauch has managed to clear not only that Aston, but he cleared the Porsche Cayman as well.
Well,
really
he did
not hanging around.
But taking around the outside of taking 2 at one time, and he got a little tap on the door for as a thank you of that. But it's a correction, and it was sorted. But it was brave going around the high, wide, and handsome, as Brian Jones at Brands Hatch used to say. If cars going into Paddock Hill Bend, haven't used that one for a while. But
it's always good to utter that line, I feel.
Probably can't repeat it in the way that he did so stylishly. But yeah, he went round the outside there, Manuel Lauch, and just got a tap from the middle car, as it were, on the way, but he gathered it all up and carried on, and job done. So the 34 Aston remains in the pit box. It's David Pittard is being interviewed, but we know that David Pittard, despite being from Letchworth, England, and his licence suggests, we know he's fluent in German because he lives out in Germany now, and so his interview will be in German. Otherwise, we just try and tune in and listen to that. But so the screen being cleared, there's a lot of dirt and debris over the front of that 34 Aston that would suggest it's been off somewhere already. Nothing much in the radiators there, which hasn't scooped a lot up there. Notice there's a spare bonnet lying up. They had that issue with that bonnet, didn't they? We've been taped up before in qualifying, if you noticed this morning. It's a spare bonnet for that car sitting there, brand new, ready, obviously liveried up, numbers on, correct, whatever, just interchangeable part. But I think it's always cause and effect. You know, has the tyre gone down and caused a problem, or has there been a problem that's caused the tyre to go down?
Yes.
We don't know yet, but I've messaged him, but he doesn't answer now. He's been put off by you, he sees. He's been spooked by this media coverage.
I'll take that. I'll take that credit, if that's the right word, or the exact opposite of credit. Very tight indeed for the pit-stopping cars now. You could be forgiven for thinking that we're dealing with the race lead with the pole-sitting Mercedes and the car that started the race alongside it, number 16 Scherer Sport PHX, then the 44 Porsche. But all of these cars are actually contesting places 5th, 6th and 7th because they had to come in taking early stops to fit different tyres. Still the discussions ongoing at Mühlner Motorsport as well for their 904 car. They're doing an early tyre change as well. We still only have 2 laps completed for Christian Engelhardt. But the pace is so relentless for 5th and 6th and 7th and probably 8th place as well, because Picariello will be right on the tail. Yes, he is right on the tail of Nico Menzel. Now, according to our graphic, looked like Dorian Boccalacci is not necessarily lined up to do any driving in car 44. It's just being shown as Nico Menzel and Dennis Marshall. But time will tell on that. I thought Boccalacci did a pretty good job yesterday, so I'll be surprised if he's been relieved of his duties for Sunday. I'm sure he's part and parcel of the Falcon team for the 24-hour race.
Well, I've messaged David Pittard, and he's very, very speedy in a racing car, less so with his messaging responses. So I would expect, I anticipate a response around about 15:40 p.m. on Wednesday.
Very tight indeed, 3 abreast in fact. This is still for 4th, 5th and 6th, but terrific driving from Niederhauser. He went around the outside of the carousel. So the Mercedes is in the groove, in the concrete strip bit of the carousel, and Niederhauser thought, well, if you're going to go there, I'm going to go high and wide and handsome, perhaps, again in the words of Brian Jones, and it worked for him because perfectly Patrick Niederhauser boxed the Mercedes in with a slower car, and the Mercedes couldn't get out of that inner track. And actually also to benefit was Nico Menzel as well, but they almost all came to blows. Phenomenal driving. Yes, the weather conditions are slightly more amenable today, but the skill level is still totally up there.
Well, totally wasn't just 2 wheels over the curb on the outside, it was half the car over the curb. But that's now, and the back market just got in the way with the Scherer Porsche in front of the tank, put Menzel right on the back of that car, complete with his teammate right behind him. So we've got some amazing onboard footage here. We've got a camera pointing forward, looking at the Scherer car, a camera pointing back, looking at his teammate's car, and it's anybody's Porsche for a corner next.
Stoltz lost 3 places in one corner there, and he just totally got on the wrong side. I don't think it was any fault necessarily. He just took the normal line into the carousel. I'll go for the concrete, and little did he know, oh, hang on a minute, now the Porsche of Niederhauser has been caught out by traffic, and that was perfectly read by Nico Menzel and his teammate behind, Alessio Picariello. Nearly ran in the back of Niederhauser's Porsche in the process, mind you, but he just steered left, probably blinked a few times, and the road was clear. So right foot down, and off we go. And that's now up to 5th place, I make it, for Nico Menzel.
I've got to say, I think Nico Menzel was a bit rude there, because he hadn't even had the invitation, had he? Let alone RSVP. He was through.
Wow. This
fabulous driving.
If you're listening and not watching, then please find a screen that displays the pictures as well, because it's a wonderful sound, that flat 6. But to be within the cockpit, essentially, on our live pictures of Nico Menzel's car, watching all of that unfold, absolutely phenomenal. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but he didn't have the benefit of that.
What a great half lap for Falcon cars.
Falcon now up to 5th and 6th, and ahead of Lucas Stoltz, who's been the huge loser in that. He began the lap in 5th, and he's now 8th. And that's to the benefit of Menzel, Picariello, and I would say Niederhauser to an extent, but then Niederhauser lost 2 places to the two-tone blue Porsches.
I would imagine that Lucas Stoltz was sitting there at the carousel, just as in, what was our Eurovision song entry this year? What the hell just happened? Basically sit there going, excuse me, I'm in the carousel and you're going around the outside. Oh, that won't work. Oh, it has.
Oh, it has, because now
right,
I can't go any faster because there's a Hyundai TCR car in front of me taking its rightful line. Kevin Estra's now 2nd in other news. That's a sort of sidebar. But Kevin Estra, who began the race...
When is Kevin Estra ever a sidebar in anything he drives?
He began the race in the pit lane. Well, he took the rolling lap. By the end of the rolling lap, he'd pulled into the pit lane for a change to slick tyres. And now he is admittedly 18 and a half seconds adrift of Christian Engelhardt's Lamborghini. But he has still made 15 places, I make it. And just one more to go to be in full command of this second qualifier race of the weekend. This is the daytime race. Yesterday we were running into the late afternoon and early evening and pretty much to sunset. But now Kevin Estre and the team will be keeping him up to date as to how he is doing on the sector times compared to Christian Engelhardt's Lamborghini.
You've seen his time, Kevin Estre. 9:04.672.
Compare that to the Lamborghini, which did a 9:12. So in that lap alone, it was 8 seconds gained.
Yeah, with the two Falcon cars, Menzel 9:04.7, Picarello 9:05.4. So it appears that, again, at the moment, right now, Porsche is the car to have.
Yeah, and slick tyres are the tyres to have. Do we know that the Falcon cars are on slicks? Probably not. I would imagine it's...
I hope they are. We're giving those lap times.
9:26, yeah, but the 9:04 and the 9:27 from... oh, sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong line.
Yeah,
I'm looking at Marco Holz's time.
Picarello 9:04, 9:05.
So it's equivalent to Estre.
Exactly. I'm saying, hoping they're on slicks with those times. If they're doing that on non-slicks, then look out.
They're not. They'll be on slicks. It's just me looking at Marco Holz's time, who is in third, but he's going to be swallowed up by these two Falcon Motorsport cars in no time at all. They're 11 seconds adrift of the Hankook competition Porsche right now. But
now, Lucas Stoltz had a little bit of a recovery there for that lap of going to yellows in Holreich and just at the end of the Hatzenbach. But I don't wish to put him into a mental state there at all, but I'm suggesting that he might well have just I certainly would have been sitting in the carousel there, watching the car go around the outside, we're going, that won't work. Oh, it has. You then have to kind of reset and sort of process that. And we've got is it a 310? That's a new M2 competition, isn't it? Off in the gravel. To come back to finish my bit on Lucas Stoltz, he's had a bit of a mental sort of half lap of recalibrate that. He's now got onto the back of the Shearer Sport Porsche, which is also in turn back on the back of the two Falcon cars. So I think this battle will recommence fairly shortly between these four cars. Two Falcon Porsches, one Shearer Porsche, and one Get Speed Mercedes with Lucas Stoltz at the wheel. Somewhat miffed, having gone from 5th to 8th in one lap in a matter of 6-7 corners.
So Charles Weerts in the car in 310 at the moment. He's sharing with Hugo de Wilde, who's a big star as well from Belgium, similar to Charles. And then you've got Michael Brautigam, the German. And these three guys, I wouldn't be surprised, are also trying to obtain ticks on their ring license. FK Performance Motorsport now, did he jump or was he pushed to end up in the gravel at the Goodyear Carer at the bottom of the hill? But that's the very tight hairpin on the Grand Prix circuit, and there's a significant gravel trap there in case you have a big moment. He's actually not gone too far into the gravel, but crucially he's facing the wrong way.
He's tried to get it out under power, you can tell, because it's clearly just swapped ends almost in its own length, hasn't it? Reversed itself into the gravel, and then he's obviously dropped the clutch metaphorically, whatever it is in these modern cars, and selected first and tried to pull it forward, and it's dug itself in and batted it and piled up a whole load of gravel right behind.
So Lucas Stoltz caught on the concrete. There's a slower car in front of him. That's where Niederhauser pounces, and Stoltz still can't get out, although Niederhauser walloped the... Was it a Sirocco? No, it was a BMW. Was it Sirocco?
Sirocco, yeah.
So the Sirocco, we think, it might have been a Cupra actually, just ahead of the Mercedes. And yeah, there was definitely a touch between Niederhauser's Porsche and that slower car that was being lapped. And then through would go Menzel and Picariello in the same movement.
It's Cupra, yeah.
Cupra 471, doing absolutely nothing wrong. It's trying to get through the carousel just like everybody else. There maybe was a touch, or maybe it was just the Cupra steered left at the crucial point, but Lucas Stoltz is totally boxed in.
Yeah, but losing one place is one thing, but 1, 2, and then 3, like, come on, guys.
And then we almost had a humongous incident as Niederhauser couldn't escape another slower car and almost drilling the back of the Niederhauser car, Nico Menzel, but he just jinked to the left at the final possible moment.
I mean, drilling the back of a car is one thing, but drilling the back of your teammate's car.
Well, no, that was the...
Sorry, no, that's a Shearer car.
Yeah.
My apologies, yes.
Yeah, similar paint scheme.
round at this point, yes.
Yeah, but what
that's
it might,
okay then. That makes it fine then.
But what it might have done is that if Menzel had hit Niederhauser, then Picariello in the Team Falcon car could very easily have hit Menzel, and we would have had a 3 Porsche stack just before the Stefan Beloff S. So, I mean, a huge incident.
Not a good Stuttgart, that would have been. But that didn't happen.
No. Disaster
skill as well. A lot of skill and cat-like reactions from all drivers involved there.
Great to see the 34 Aston Martins back in the race. They've put a new rear left tyre on that car and has just done the gentlemanly thing to get out of the way because it's no longer on the lead lap, to allow Menzel and Picariello and Niederhauser and the chasing Lucas Stolz safely through at exactly the same point as all of that was kicking off on the previous lap at the Caracciola Carousel. So Christian Engelhardt still leads, and Christian Engelhardt still has a 17-second lead. So how do the sector's times play out? They're not actually that bad. So Estre, having caught the Lamborghini by, what did I say, 8 seconds on the previous lap, it's going to be nothing like that this time around. Maybe a second or so in the favour of the Frenchman, but Christian Engelhardt has started to pick up the pace. I wonder whether on the previous lap he actually caught a code 60 somewhere, whereas Estre didn't and was able to get through. A similar story for Picariello and Menzel, who both did low 9-minute laps. As now Picariello reaches Flansgarten as the car briefly leaves the ground. And will this explain how the 310 BMW ended up in the gravel? Turning right, it got a big hit, actually. It got a hit from a Sirocco at the Goodyear Carer, and that's what put Charles Weerts in the gravel.
Well, I said it swapped ends in its own length. That's because it was thwacked from behind pretty comprehensively and put into that position in the first place. So presumably there'd be some kind of recourse from the race officials for that.
Unfortunate for Charlie Weerts, but I get the sense that that is part of a much longer game in order maybe to put him into a quicker car in time for N24. And that's not to knock the M2 either, because the M2 will be making its debut at this year's 24-hour race, the BMW M2 Racing entry. Flugplatz, oh, that was a little while ago actually, yellow, but that could well have cleared now. Yes, it has, but there's still something going on around the Arenberg area, which might actually be a car being recovered as Christian Engelhardt crosses the line again and goes even faster, shaving about 15 seconds off the best from Kevin Estre. So surely everyone's going to be capable now of times that are well beneath the 9-minute mark. 8 minutes 50 for this Lamborghini, Snowy.
Quite extraordinary, sudden drop down, so it's really drying out. So my prediction of a bit of rain coming in at the start, we had that little bit of drizzle for effectively the beginning of start group 2 on the Dottinger Hoa at the end of that first lap. So it was there, but hasn't turned out to nothing in the end. Grello, Kevin Estre continues in P2 at the moment. It is, we've said it was a Porsche, bit of a Porsche day at the moment, as in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 7th. However, the all-important top position is held by the Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini Huracan. Engelhardt at the wheel, number 27 car, leads at the moment and is setting a colossal pace. I just hope it's reliable enough to keep it going, because we've seen a few issues with these Lamborghinis. They're not lacking in pace, they're not lacking in emotion and aura and a soundtrack. They're quite phenomenal. They just don't seem to have quite got that solidity, if you like, that reliability that you have with a you know, some of the German brands, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes, that they still do what it says on the tin.
And I'm pretty sure it was that car at the start of last year's NLS season. 2024 began with a double header, NLS 1 on the Saturday, NLS 2 on the Sunday.
Nico Menzel was at 8:46.8. Just to say, by the way, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm quite cool at overtaking, and I can drive fast as well.
But the Lamborghini was trying to or the team were trying to stage manage a close fit. Oh no, they were trying to end the race on one particular lap and say, right, to the driver, slow up. And if you're slow enough on this final tour, you'll see the checkered flag. But he slowed up way too much, and they ended up giving the lead away to the chasing Grello car. So we know that car, in recent memory, has had form to get a good result in a 4-hour race. Let's find out how well it will do in the remaining time. But no doubt about it, all of these lap times are starting to tumble now.
Interesting though, Felipe Fernandez-Laza in the number 45 Realized Condo racing Rinaldi Ferrari 296 from 9th has just pitted, and that was one of the, that was the other car that pitted at the end of the formation lap with Kevin Estre. Kevin Estre switched from whatever tyre he started that formation lap onto a full slick. We know that. And look where he is now, P2. Fernandez-Laza in the Ferrari pitted and went to a hand-cut slick. We know that. Don't know exactly what tyres they started on, but we know what they went on to for sure. That car has now dropped down to, it's in the pit, so it's now 13th already. So I don't know whether there's an issue with that car. I'm surprised it's come back in again so soon.
Lamborghini's best result in the NLS races this year was way back in NLS 1, the final few weekends of March, when that car finished 7th, and the lineup was Jordan Pepper, Mirko Bortolotti and Luca Engstler. So in 27 this weekend, completely different driver lineup. Christian Engelhardt, who drives at the moment, Danny Juncadella, who has been associated with other brands ahead of Lamborghini, also Mercedes in recent years, although he's also racing in the LMP2 category within the ACO rule set this year, and will be heading for Le Mans for the first time in an LMP2 car. And Marco Mappelli, much more familiar with the Italian brand, the Raging Bull. So they've got strength in depth when it gets to the point where they need to change drivers. Meanwhile, Lucas Stoltz, who is still probably in shock after a few laps ago at the Carousel, losing 3 places in 1 and all to Porsche. Lucas Stoltz still circulating in 6th position, and he is also well into the 8-minute marker now, 8-minute 48 last time around for the Mercedes driver, who looked pretty comfortable at the wheel, heading into the double left at Metzgersfeld.
I was just trying to look at a couple of driver stints for the number 45 Ferrari, but my analysis won't launch for some reason, so I can't just do my driver stint at the moment on to how long Felipe Fernandez-Laza has done in that Rinaldi run Realized Ferrari.
We'll get there. Sometimes those extra bits of data take some loading. Got quite a bit to deal with so many cars in the entry and some early pit stops as well. I don't think we ever had any actual driver changes. They were just the starting drivers realizing that tyres were not necessarily the best choice. Frank Stippler, as we know, sadly out of the race after his car stopped, maybe having tagged the barrier at Kiddelbacher Hohe, and then it limped in its damaged state as far down as just about Schwedenkreuz, not fully towards that left-hander. And now Frank Stippler is going to be a spectator, which is a shame for his Pro-Am lineup. I mean, Frank Stippler is one of the guys who doesn't need any more experience around here, but for people like Alexei Veremenko and the driver simply known as Selv, and to a certain extent Elia Earhart, they would have been keen to have done a bit more running ahead of next month's big race. That's the downside, I suppose, of putting your absolute pro in to start with. If there is a mechanical drama partway round, the Pro-Ams and the Ams won't get any amount of time behind the wheel. But that's something they're going to be able to deal with, I'm sure. And there are free practice sessions within the race meeting itself next month, Thursday and Friday, together with the qualifying. So plenty of track time. We've got solid sunshine now on the Grand Prix circuit, which is a rare treat.
Well, it has been this weekend. It hasn't been for the first 3 rounds. It's exactly what we've had. Almost unseasonably bright and sunny for the first 3 rounds. They're normally a little bit almost autumnal in spring, if that makes any sense. Bear with me. My analysis has now come alive again, and I've just got a look at the number 45 Ferrari. This is the Realized Condo Racing 246 with Felipe Fernandez-Laza at the wheel. Perel's taken over from that now, but it only did 4 laps. 5 if you count the formation lap. So they've pitted that car early. It might just be a different strategy at the moment. I don't think there's anything to worry about that. So, but they have swapped drivers on that car.
And the Ferrari was one that pitted right at the start of the race, wasn't it?
Kevin Estre at the end of the formation lap didn't even take the start, as it were.
Yeah. Yeah, so
they've swapped drivers in that car now. So it's now got David Perel.
Okay.
From London in that car.
I think he lives in London. He is originally South African, and you would tell that from a quick conversation because he has the South African lilt, if you like. But yeah, living in the UK these days, but regularly racing with people like Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin in the Spirit of Race Ferrari. So no stranger to Le Mans, but less present, I'm going to say, at this venue. So again, keen to get as many laps in as possible.
Yeah, have a good look at his sector time just to see how he's doing. Obviously the first sector is irrelevant. It's a 2:30, which should be a 40-odd second, because of course that's going out the pit, so that's kind of academic. But then into on the pace into 43, 47, 148, so actually quite quick. So yeah, so no, what I'm pointing out, there's no particular issue with the car as such. So I'm guessing Realised Racing Condo just having a little bit of a different think on strategy there at this point. Probably might be a longer stint now with this car, this particular driver, sorry. We know we can run up to 8 laps in the dry around here, just about pushing it. 5, 6, 5 is a bit short, 6, 7 is the kind of norm, 8 is you're kind of getting onto vapours on the dry here because you're using more throttle, obviously, in the dry. So, and the wet, that changes completely, as we saw yesterday. So I'll be just to keep an eye on that. So a new fastest lap from race leader Engelhardt in the Red Bull team Lamborghini with a 8:31.534, and as I read it, it changes, and a certain Mr. Kevin Estre in second place in the Manthey Porsche pops in slightly quicker with an 8:30.9. To say, yeah, you can have it for a second, but it's not even 15 minutes of fame, 15 seconds of fame for Engelhardt there, and Estre's went, yeah, sorry, I'm having that back.
And Patrick Niederhauser, that time down the Dottinger Hoor, picked up the classic slipstream from Nico Menzel's Falcon Porsche and picked him off quite easily at Antonius Bucher through the little left-hand kink underneath the bridge there. So again, Scherer Sport will split these two Falcon Motorsport Porsches. Picariello up ahead with the teal door mirrors. Then you've got Niederhauser in the blue and white of Scherer Sport, and then it's the red or sort of orangey door mirrors of Nico Menzel's car down to 5th. And have they managed to close at all on the top two? Not really. So yes, the condensing is happening, if anything, between Christian Engelhardt and Kevin Estre, but it is very, very slow progress at, as you've mentioned, half a second, slightly more than half a second in the favour of Kevin Estre. So these 5 cars, at least, are all now on slick tyres. Surely Lucas Stoltz will be as well. Last time around, he's just crossed the line and done an 8:37. So that is about 6 seconds away from Porsche's pace. But although Porsche do not lead this race currently, they're all queuing up in readiness to snatch the lead away from the interloper, who is the Lamborghini Huracan of Christian Engelhardt, because Porsche, with their 911 GT3R, are currently 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th. So it's sort of going with form, this race, just not the race lead. And some of the cameras around Sabine Schmidt's curve are showing evidence of some raindrops again. So does that suggest that the cloud cover is starting to hover above Hatzenbach, where these drivers are going to have to be on high alert once again? They head towards the very twisty approach where there are tyres to drivers left, right past the scene where Nico Menzel straight-lined the grass not quite 24 hours ago, because yesterday's race didn't begin until 5:30 in the afternoon. We're at 12 minutes to 2 local time now, racing through until 5 o'clock this afternoon. And another drama potentially at Flansgarten with the yellows out. And you have discovered?
Yeah, just a translation from Frank Stipper's interview, obviously in his native tongue in German, but just a quick talk. The Pirelli Porsche was sideways at Flugplatz, and the Aston went alongside. The Pirelli Porsche sent the Aston into the grass, and both lost momentum. The Aston ended up in the middle of the track at Schwedenkreuz, and I was on the outside line. I don't know if he didn't see me or was trying to block me. In any case, he sent me into the wet grass, and then the weekend was over. quote-unquote Frank Stifler.
Right. The Aston went alongside, so was that the 34 Aston, which then had the damage on the rear left and the tyre that went down? I did wonder whether the wheel rim damage was evidence of maybe a connection with the wall, or perhaps more likely a fellow car. Unfortunately, not got any footage of that to be able to describe to you. The Pirelli Porsche, by the way, is the 54 car, which, I mean, it's still in the race and is doing quite well in the hands of Loic Hartog.
That's a dynamic car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so by the sounds of things, if that was involved, it got away scot-free. So maybe it was having its own moment, and then it's the ripple behind, isn't it?
Sometimes, collateral, isn't it? Exactly. Yes. It's the worst kind of accident. It's somebody else's accident. Yeah, you get caught up in it, you mind your own business.
Hartog peers in the mirror and goes, "Sorry, guys." There's all sorts of carnage is kicking off.
Foot down and do the vanish.
See you later.
Yeah. Lol. So,
yeah.
about the weather.
Not his emojis, does Loic. Anyway, go on.
Well, I hope so, yes. It does now. So, yes, it's going to get sunnier and less rain, but later. It is due to have 80% rain, kind of nowish.
Okay. Say that very quietly.
Exactly. Just thought I'd throw it into the mix there, you know. If there's enough going on, you've got it bright and sunny, come on.
Well, on the Grand Prix track, it's a beautiful day, and there is a certain amount of sunshine in other areas too, but it did appear that Hats and Back was starting to get maybe a little greasy. Yellows being displayed because of a slow car coming out of Bergwerk, so that is going to compromise your run onto Kesselchen-Klostertal, this high-speed incline, where although the track's far from straight, the kinks aren't enough for you really to, certainly you're not going to be braking, and probably just keep your foot, not your fat,
well, your fat foot. Your fat foot to the floor. You're absolutely right.
I was going to say foot.
I knew where you were going.
I was going to say foot.
I'm your wingman, don't worry.
Foot flat to the boards was the expression I was desperately clinging on for. Didn't quite get there. But yeah, it's important to just allow the science to take over and the car to be glued to the road surface through Kesselchen-Klostertal. But at the moment, you can't go as fast as you would like through there because of the yellows at the start of it, out of Bergwerk. There's also repair work happening just after the Stefan Beloff S. And this is the truck and trailer treatment on the right-hand side as Armco is being ripped out and replaced, and it might be because that BMW just after it has been in the wall and taken off a couple of those horizontal slats.
It's definitely a BMW compact now, isn't it?
I see what you did there.
I love your line though, truck and trailer, what was it?
I don't know. It was good, wasn't it?
Truck and trailer team or something like that.
No, it was another TR, yeah. But sometimes those things come out and then you instantly forget them.
Flows.
Engelhardt leading, 14 seconds from Kevin Estra's Porsche, but it's a Lamborghini out front from 4 Porsche 911 GT3Rs. And the Lucas Stoltz Mercedes is in 6th place, ahead of Marco Holzer's Hankook competition Porsche. And now up towards the Vidal chicane, we'll go scrapping Cup 2 Porsches. Remember, Mühlner Motorsport had a horrendous start to this race. They'd taken pole position, and then the 921 car just couldn't get in the race. Well, that's all flipped around now.
I was just looking at that, yes.
How has Tim Scherbach got ahead of those jostling Porsches that we were enjoying for their opening lap? Fabio Grosser and Michele Di Martino were miles ahead. And now, all of a sudden, the Mühlner Motorsport car's back in the lead. They've all pitted once. So maybe that was just realising the tyres were not in a good shape. But I mean, to be honest, that 921 car looked like it was about to just retire there on the spot at the end of the rolling lap. But the blue and white car, back to the fore. And seemingly legitimately so. I mean, if it's had a sneaky pit stop, as in pitting at the end of a Grand Prix lap, that would have been taken away from them by the timekeepers, who are normally spot on that. But anyway, Tim Scherbach leads, but only by 0.3 of a second over Fabio Grosser's 901 car. Michele Di Martino is about 4 seconds back. And we have a stonking fight in Cup 2 to enjoy for the remaining 3 hours and 5 minutes? But I can't necessarily answer that on the face of things. Probably
it seems like we've had more than nearly an hour of this race already. It feels like we're about sort of halfway through. We're not. We're only a quarter distance.
Yeah.
Quite extraordinary.
Yeah.
Almost opposite as you said yesterday, when it was so much slower, significantly slower pace because of the rain. And you looked at me, hang on, we've only done 4 or 5 laps or whatever at that point, because they take a lot longer. Just doesn't feel the same. But maybe it's just me.
No, I agree. Different races, different feelings of time. As now Christian Engelhardt's come into the pits. So he's happy to do 6 laps and then stop. So now Kevin Estre leads the race from the back of the starting Group 1 grid. And Estre says, well, if you pit now, I'll stay out for another lap, do 7. But I do think he will be at the end of this particular lap for, if not tyres, then definitely some fuel. Because for an opening stint, it's 7 generally as the maximum, 8 laps when we get to the middle part of the race and don't have to worry about a rolling lap. In Cup 3, the 940 Cayman, remember Cup 3 is exclusively reserved for 718 Caymans, but it's the 940 car of Oscar Sandberg who leads, 25th overall for Oscar, who is, well, labelled as German. I have a feeling Sandberg had a Scandinavian background, but I will check that before fully committing. He's driving with David Griesner and Nico Silva, and Sandberg ahead of Heiko Eichenberg in the 959 car. So the Caymans very close to one another, actually. Eichenberg is always present in Oscar Sandberg's mirrors, but they have got a decent lead then over the 3rd placed car in Cup 3, which is 941 being started by Leo Messenger of Latvia. So again, the NLS, together with the Nürburgring 24-hour qualifying races, drawing all sorts of talent from all corners of the world, it seems. Now pressure still being applied on Patrick Niederhauser for 4th position. Let's just double check on that. Oh, of course we had a pit stopper, didn't we? So that's now become actually 2nd. So Niederhauser 2nd in the blue and white Scherer Sport Porsche, being tracked all the way by Alessio Picariello, as the Christian Engelhardt Lamborghini, as mentioned, is in the pit lane for its first fuel stop. But impressive speed so far from the Lamborghini. As you say, there's a bit of a question mark regarding just general reliability, perhaps, and whether it can sustain this pace over the full 4 hours.
Well, they've never lacked pace, have they, these Lamborghinis? And they say the soundtrack is just magic. Just whether they can get to the end of the race and maintain it all the way through, it just needs that. And they seem to have bad luck.
Yeah.
You see with the Conrad Racing ones, even had exactly the same, didn't they? Track surface still dry. The rain hasn't arrived at the moment. There's a change of driver in the number 27 leading car, as it was when it came in. That's Marco Mappelli at the wheel of that car, is now taken to the Huracan and takes us back out onto the track and down to the GP circuit to start his first session in that car, and I think they'll probably run that a good 5-6 laps now, I think, through there at least. So that's technically our lead car. Down into 11th at the moment, is it not? Yes, Mappelli. So our 12th position car, the Equipe Vitesse R8 Audi, also pits. Let's get Klaassen at the wheel.
To answer the question I'd set myself, Oscar Sandberg is indeed from Scandinavia. He's Norwegian, but now based in Germany, so actually running on a German racing license. And Sandberg leads the Cup 3 division. Oh, beautiful. There's a turbo whistle there as one or two of the...
wastegate as well, wasn't it?
That was wastegate.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that wasn't a Porsche sound, was it? They don't have... They wouldn't have a wastegate on a non-turbocharged car, so that sounded more like the Subaru that was heading down Hatton back. 3 Porsches together, though, snaking their way. And the Lamborghini is back in the race. This is also a non-turbocharged power plant, the 5.2-litre V10, same engine pretty much that is found in all of the Audi R8s still. And that Lamborghini rejoining after a reasonably lengthy pit stop, but it wouldn't have been the longest possible because it had done 6 laps in the race. Estra's will be longer than that. And I have the Lamborghini rejoining in 11th place, but no longer with Christian Engelhardt at the wheel. They've switched over to Marco Mappelli. So Mappelli in the black and white Red Bull car.
Waiting for quite a long, what appears to be a long stop. Maybe it's just my feelings for the number 50 Vitesse, the Keep Vitesse Audi that had Arno Klaassen at the wheel. I'm to wait to see who's going to go out, who's going to replace that driver change.
2 o'clock on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're live from the Nürburgring Nordschleife for day 2 of the ADAC 24h Nürburgring Qualifiers. And I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. We have had 1 hour then. 1 hour of racing at the Nürburgring for Sunday's action. This the afternoon race of the weekend after running from 5:30 yesterday evenings all the way through till 9:30 and into full darkness. This hopefully won't include any darkness, although the clouds are gathering at certain points of the racetrack as we have 3 more hours of this one to untangle itself in a sense, because yes, we've got Kevin Estre in a comfortable 21-second lead, but he was trying to chase down a Lamborghini Huracan which has pitted a lap before his car and therefore can be marginally quicker in the pit lane than Estre, who will stop at the end of this next lap. So that should still mean that the Lamborghini will be ahead come the end of this lap after Estre sits in the pit lane for 2.5–3 minutes and waits for that clock to tick by. And the other question is, do they take Estre out at this point and put Patrick Pilet in? I'm going to say they won't, and they'll put Estre in for at least 1 more stint, maybe split it in half. Although Estre got well over half the race yesterday because he was doing so well in the wet weather conditions. He might have done about 2.5 hours of the race in the end before Pilet took over and brought it home to a great result, but not the win, because that in the end went to Patrick Niederhauser and to Laurens Vanthoor. And an interesting bit of strategy regarding the Scherer Sport PHX Porsche, in that they plugged Laurens Vanthoor in for the opening half and a bit more yesterday, but today he's been held back for hours 3 and 4 maybe, and Patrick Niederhauser's doing a cracking job driving from the start in number 16. They were both very worthy of a race win yesterday. They were 2.5 minutes clear of everybody else, just showing how efficient and how clinical they were in the trying conditions yesterday.
I was looking at that Keep Vitesse Audi pit stop, which I thought was a bit longer than I thought it should have been. It was actually a 57-second pit stop for them to change. They've unplugged Arno Klaassen out of it and put the Swedish driver Erik Åström into it. And there are 2 other drivers to go into that car at some point in this race. Was it Michael Heinrich and Lorenzo Rocco de Torrepadula might be driving that car later. But actually 57 seconds is quite a while.
Yeah.
It just seemed to stay on my commentary screen for a while, just a gut feeling. So I don't think there's any problem, but it's back out again now. It's currently running in 14th overall to the car at 50 Audi.
So that is a combination of generally AM drivers. It is entered as an SP9 AM car, and Michael Heinrich is rated within the FIA driver grading system as bronze. De Torrepadula is, let's just have a look, also bronze.
That would be a bronze, yeah.
Arno Klaassen is...
So
Klassen's also a bronze.
Has done 6 laps and just crosses the line again. It's gone to a 7th. Got to remember how much fuel he had at the start, remember, because did a formation lap and came straight in.
Good point, good point. So they filled it up there and then probably as well.
Yeah.
So he came in
to get 8-lap run out of it.
Yes. Well, yeah, he came in at the end of the formation lap, didn't he? So, yeah, you top up the fuel. There wouldn't have been a great deal of space in the fuel tank, but
every bit counts. Yeah, well, you've got it's free fuel on a pit stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always fuel. Fuel first.
And to complete the lineup, I don't know what rating Erik Ullström is. He may be silver. I mean, you're allowed in an SP9 AM lineup for Equipe Vitesse. They've already got 3 bronzes, as in Michael Heimrich and Di Torrepadula and Arno Klassen, and Erik Ullström could afford to be silver for that still to be an SP9 AM combination. But Kevin Estre onto an 8th lap. This is a rare thing at the start of an NLS type race. This is not an NLS race by title, but nevertheless is part of the NLS Championship. And Estre onto lap 8 within the stint. Even more laps, therefore, compared to the Lamborghini, as now getting a very good run out of the Goodyear Carer was the Mercedes of Lukas Stolz, and he was actually tapping on the rear of that car in front of him, Nico Menzel. Had to go to the grass in the end. Let's hope it's not done too much damage to the front of the Mercedes or the rear of the Porsche. Now dive-bombing Menzel for a second time into the right-hander.
Not over yet, is it?
Goodness me. So Stolz, you get the sense, is getting a tad frustrated now, feeling like he's got a quicker car possibly than Nico Menzel's, but he's got to find his way through.
Well, it's job done now, because the better opportunity, or the better opportunities, are on the GP circuit, because there's wider and there's slightly bigger safety nets there, if you like. Running a little bit deep there, Lukas Stolz. So that front end of that Mercedes again have a little bit of an issue. Just a little twitch and a little snap of understeer for Lukas Stolz as he goes into Sabine Schmitz. Hasn't cost him much in time, but taken away any opportunity to do anything. We now get on to the Hatson back section, the beginning of the Nordschleife, where it's less easy to overtake because you just haven't got that room. If it goes wrong, you haven't got any margin for error. Yep. Down here, you've got to be absolutely precise and clear and get the job done.
Max Hoffman
does get his once revenge for the carousel earlier, doesn't he, as well?
True, when 3 Porsches got ahead of him in one fell swoop.
This is not funny.
Max Hofer, Marco Holzer had both pitted at the end of their 7th lap. So Hofer in the Easterland Racing Audi, and the Hankook competition Porsche, number 55, has also come down pit road. That will be for fuel, but they may well do tyres at the same time as well. Full throttle for Lukas Stolz before he has to just blend out of it. Maybe a dab of the brakes for Schwedenkreuz. There was an opening lap spin, which was sort of assisted for car number 718 at Sabine Schmitz curve, the 718 Cayman. And that car, thankfully, not too badly damaged for it to not continue, although it has dropped to 80th position overall for the Griesemann family. This is actually a Manthey Run Porsche, and running in the AT2 division. So it's an e-fuels car, as it's known, and very similar to the Cup 3 machines, but the way that it is powered puts it into a different category. I think the only AT2 car in the entry this weekend. Yes, that is confirmed. The only car that it is racing against. But there'll be plenty of other cars out there with a similar speed that the Griesemans have identified as a good yardstick for its progress both today and yesterday. Running with a black front bumper, I notice, which may not be its original. Oh, and I suppose, actually, yeah, that will be, as a result, a remnant of the contact that it made with the barrier on the inside of Sabine Schmitz curve at the end of the, well, no, partway round the first lap. So it might well have dived into the pit lane after that, and they probably fitted a new bumper, which is not in the green like the rest of the front half of that car. 911, leading partway round the 8th lap for Grello and Kevin Estre, 19 seconds to the good. Niederhauser has made a stop. Remember, Patrick Niederhauser and others all came in together around about the time that Lukas Stolz made a stop as well. So that should...
44 going slowly?
It's...
Menzel, it is.
44 going slowly.
Yes. Yeah, so that's one of the Falcon cars. That's Nico Menzel got a serious problem. Bringing that Falcon car back around, it's still online, still, but we're keeping offline, actually, quite rightly. But it's some kind of issue there for Nico Menzel. That's a great shame.
Well, still
a long way to go as well.
Yeah, he's just heading for Bergwerk, I think, or having come out of... No, this is Bergwerk coming up.
Coming up now, yeah, exactly. So half a lap to go.
Pretty much. Bergwerk leads into Kesselchen and Klostertal, and then you'll get to Stylestrecker and the Carousel. But
intelligent thinking all the time of that car struggling to bring it back, but immediately he's taking it off the, using off the racing line, so he's no hindrance to anybody else straight away. Get moved over to the right-hand side for Bergwerk to let other cars come through. Obviously, white flag being waved for a slow-moving vehicle on track. In this case, it's Nico Menzel's number 44 Falcon Motorsports Porsche 911 GT3. Sadly, and of course now he's got to be careful on, as we said, one of the fastest parts of the circuit. You've got to pick where do you want to be and keeping out of everybody else's way, because he wants to get that car back to the pits, obviously, in case there's anything they can do to resolve it. We've got the 84 Audi pointing the wrong way on the track. Is that one of the GT4 cars?
No, that looks like an SP9.
It is an SP9. It's got an issue. The front right wheel is not in contact with the ground. Is that Hatzenbach? It is. It's the beginning of... yes.
So thankfully, the car has been driven just off the racing line now. It's all being covered by double waved yellows. This is the Easterland Racing Team car.
There's going to be a problem with the left rear of that car, I think, because it's it's connected to the barriers there. Always connected on the left-hand side and then the right-hand side as well, which would suggest it's diametrically opposed. The front right wheel was up in the air, I noticed, which is, there's the damage on the front left, on the rear left already. Impact on the barriers. So that's going to be some barrier repairs. It's managed to clatter off both sides of the barriers in very quick succession going down the Hatzenbach. And this is the 84 Easterland Racing, you say?
Yeah.
Audi. One of the SP9 cars, and that's going no further. So it's a yellow flag for the moment. That's going to become a code 60 almost instantly, I would suggest. That car's going to need recovering.
It's an outlap for Simon Reicher. So we're all of the...
is.
He's out of the race. And there's another Audi off now. This is the Keep Vitesse one. But just to finish the point about the Easterland car, were all the wheels bolted on that car correctly? Has something failed? As now the Keep Vitesse car of Eric Ullstrom is trying to reverse out of the gravel at the Goodyear Carer.
He's only on that's, I think he's just done a lap, hasn't he? Because he just changed places, hadn't he? From who's in that car? Oh no, Klaassen, I just said. Yeah, Eric Ullstrom, the Swedish driver, who can't find a category rating for him, by the way.
No.
Even though I've looked at FIA rankings as well, there's not a listing for him. So not a lap for Audi R8s at the moment.
Sadly not.
Synchronised rotations.
One on the Grand Prix track, one just after it. And that's going to be not necessarily a lengthy recovery, but it's not going to see the 84 car back into the race. As Grello tried to pit and then found a Cayman going so slowly on the pit entry road. It's got its own problem, in fairness.
Yeah. Doing nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong. White Marshall doing exactly the right thing. White flags being waved, slow-moving car on the track, but all the same, no matter how much indication you're given correctly by the officials there, and that car's doing nothing wrong, it's still just not what you're expecting, and you're diving into the pitch and you're focused there. You've done that extra lap. You're bringing Grello in the pit, the race leader, effectively, and you're diving in, and all of a sudden there's a Cayman that's just slow in front of you, and you've got to process it. And I've got to say that was some reaction to dive around that
by Kevin Estre.
By Kevin Estre, and that would have got his heart rate. I'd love to go and do an interview with him now and just say, how was that, mate?
But you wouldn't know had we not caught that incident with our own eyes. To see Kevin Estre now just casually stepping out of his Grello car and handing it over, interestingly, to Patrick Pilet. So they didn't do this in yesterday's race. Pilet had to wait much, much longer to get his time behind the wheel. But Kevin and Patrick are having quite a long chat about current conditions, and the nature of this longer pit stop after 8 laps allows for that. Everything is all very carefully done.
Totally different steering column position there for Pilet. He's a bit shorter than Kevin Estre, who's very tall and lanky in build anyway, is Estre. But it's still a manual column adaptation on the car, like a road car. It's a lever underneath you, and you pull the whole thing out, and it locks it on again. It's one of the bits we were saying yesterday about, you know, are they road based? Well, certain elements are. You know, that's very much like the road car. I'm surprised it's not electric on a Porsche, actually. It probably isn't on a race. We don't want it electric on a race car.
I noticed there was an electric rod just coming out over the left shoulder to deliver the seat belt, so that Patrick doesn't have to lean back.
That's more of a Mercedes thing, actually.
Oh, yeah, okay. That wasn't happening.
You can tell what world that Johnny works in, can't you? With all the cars he drives.
Naturally. Actually, no, that was the mechanics and Kevin Estre and Patrick Pilet helping with the 6-point harness, not just a shoulder seat belt.
Yeah, I think we'll be on inertia rear on one of these, yes.
But yeah, it was interesting that both on the extension and the rake, that had to be adjusted. Kevin Estre now being interviewed by one of our German colleagues in the garage. It can tell from his face that he's had a pretty intense stint there, and longer than normal. 8 laps rather than the 7 that he might have expected at the start of the race. But you cannot afford to let the attention drop at all, because at the point where you think, oh, I'm virtually in the pits here, I can just stroke it home. There was a Cayman virtually stopped in the pit lane. It wasn't even the entry road, it was still on the race track. And there is a blend line there, which you're not technically supposed to cross once you've committed, but I think he'll get away with that because it was basically a stock car that he needed to drive around.
All these rules are there for safety, and that was a safety issue. What else is he going to do? He's got to go around it. You know, he went over the blend line. You know, Bahoo, move on. It hasn't caused anybody else a problem. In fact, he's avoided a problem.
Yeah, it would have been Porsche on Porsche. A collision,
it would have been messy
into Mark, and it would have surely eliminated the 911 on the spot. And they've not had the best of days to this point by missing the pit lane window into top qualifying, so didn't take part in that session at all. But they now, having come in from the race lead, are getting more into a dominant position. Just the 2 drivers allocated to Grello for this weekend, and Patrick Pilet eager to catch up on lost time because he didn't compete in the Nürburgring 24-hour race in 2024. Was there in 2023, mind you. And welcome back to the top table, I suppose, in Porsche land, the Manthey prepared EMA car. This is the car that so many fans come to the Nürburgring Nordschleife to see, and they buy the model of varying scales in the shops around. Still no better news for Nico Menzel. I'm going to suggest this is a puncture on the 44 car. There just seems to be a bit more vibrating now, possibly from the rear, and you can actually hear it. Yeah, he's at Brunchen. One of those rear tyres no longer, I'm going to say inflated, but I don't think it's at all resembling a tyre anymore. It's probably just a strip of rubber. And where did it happen? Adenauer forced. Hit the curb a little on the left there. Does it just let go on the way towards Metzgersfeld? Still the speed is good, and then he hits the brakes into Metzgersfeld, the first of 2 left-handers, and that's the point where he all of a sudden loses power, well, not loses power, but the ability to lay the power down on the road. And easy as you like, through goes Lukas Stolz. So something sounds like it's either flapping from the rear or... No, I think that does sound like tyre noise. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's not good, is it? It's still got a fair portion of the lap to go as well, because it's at Flansgarten now.
And in contrast, this is the other Falcon Motorsport Porsche being driven still by Alessio Picariello. You're sure they didn't do a driver change in their stop? That is correct. So Picariello on board for stint 2, now in the lead, ahead of Lukas Stolz and ahead of Luke Hartog in the dynamic Porsche. And we now know from Frank Stippler's reports that the dynamic Porsche, the one on the Pirelli tyre, was the one that sort of kick-started his incident with Mattia Drudi's number 34 Aston Martin. They all kicked off behind Luke Hartog. And having sort of semi-caused that incident, Hartog just drove off into the distance. Busy at the carousel. I was concerned that there might be some stopped cars on the run towards the carousel, but no, they are still moving. And this is the red Audi S3, did I identify this as yesterday? Yeah, 480, which runs second in its category for front-wheel drive T2 cars. And we've had another very good lap from Fabio Grosser who is the fastest car now in Cup 2, the category for one-make Porsche Carrera Cup cars. And 9:01 has got back ahead of Tim Scheerbart by a massive 0.4 of a second. So they're still totally together, the leaders in Cup 2. They're 12th and 13th. Fabio Grossa marginally ahead of Tim Scheerbart from Ulmer.
In fairness, in Cup 2, 4/10 is quite a lot.
Yeah.
Normally at 4/10 there's a car in between.
Or more than one, sometimes. Crazy racing in Cup 2. Michele Di Martino more distant than he would like, about 10 seconds adrift for K. Kramer Racing, but that's by no means decided either. Speak of the Devils, they do just appear, in fact, behind the Hankook Porsche of Stephen Show. So Show is 11th, and then in behind them you've got Grosser 12th overall, but leading Cup 2, and 13th is Tim Scheerbart in the blue and white, flashing the lights. That was more to warn the BMW that Scheerbart wanted to get through in the same sequence. So these guys have been racing for an hour and 20 minutes. Bear in mind that the Mulner Motorsport car kind of couldn't take the race start with everybody else because it had a major problem on the Dottinger Hoor, was losing places hand over fist in that dummy grid. And then somehow Scheerbart got back to the front of Cup 2, but he is now second behind the Grosser car, that black and red machine, and they're both having to get straight on the brakes because we're into a code 60, and Scheerbart nearly didn't stop in time, but he avoided the back of Grosser's car.
Had to jink to the left to make sure that he didn't actually tag him, didn't he?
He did.
This is where the barrier repairs are going on for that R8 that clattered both sides. I'm guessing that car's now been removed already. No, it's still there. That's the 84 R8 we were talking about a bit earlier. So Marshall's doing their extraordinary work there with the flatbed on the side of the track, and the system they have now, they have this is why it's so efficient. They have a T-bar on the flatbed on the hydraulic, reaches out over the car, as you see on our cars on the road that are picked up and got a parking clamp or ticket or whatever. But what the race cars have is very cleverly, they have access panels in the roof with little hooks, and they're positioned perfectly that the car balances. Obviously, fuel will make a bit of a difference, but a front or rear engine car is going to have a different balance point. But basically, you can pick it up, the car will just balance there and pop it onto the flatbed for ease. So you're not having marshals having to bend down and connect tow ropes and drag a car, which of course could be damaged. In most situations, you hope the roof is still intact. So yes, it's usually corners that have been damaged of a car. So if a car's immobile, it just gets rounded. It's a great piece of design of all these race cars, and it's a requirement of them. So that the marshal just official will go in, pick it up, bosh, it's on its way, it's out the way, we can carry on with racing.
Yeah, and the way they're positioning in the roof is so crucial to the balance of the car once it's lifted. You know, marginally closer to the front, it might start to tip in the wrong direction. So it's all been carefully weighted.
Well, that's what I think. It takes something like a Porsche, for example, that's predominantly a rear-engine car with a massive fuel tank at the front. Does that fuel load make make a difference?
Yeah, it's a good point.
To that balance point.
This is the point in the broadcast where I will choose not to mention the time where one of our close colleagues had nearly had their road car lifted in the same way for being parked in the wrong place.
Was that at the Nürburgring by any chance?
I think it might have been at the Nürburgring, yes.
How is
that chappie?
Yes, exactly.
It's been a while since I've seen him, but I do believe that he may be back involved with our Nürburgring 24-hour coverage this year. We shall wait and see. Always full of a tale or two. The person that shall remain nameless. As Alessio Picariello has come into the pit lane from the race lead. So too Luca Stolz. So the Porsche of Picariello and the Mercedes of Stolz in for fuel and tyres. And that will leave Luke Hartog for the Dynamic GT squad, number 54, continuing around. And I'm just going to check the last time that Luke was in the pits. It won't be any more than 8 laps ago. It was 7 laps. So this should be his final route around the Nürburgring Nordschleife before that car needs to come in for, I was going to say a slurp of fuel, but quite a bit more than that. 651 BMW also pitting. And the 651 is part of the 240i battle. 4th place it has fallen to now because of this pit stop for 650, or 651 I said, didn't I? So that is Weller driving that car, battling for much of the stint with the 650. Lucas Stoltz is out, though, of the Mercedes number 14. And he will be handing that car over for the rest of its run to either Maxime Martin and Fabian Schiller. If they go with the same sequence, I would expect Martin in for this stint and maybe the next, and then the qualifying driver, Fabian Schiller, into the finish. But if you'd asked me to guess the order of the top 3 SP9s with an hour and 25 minutes to go, I wouldn't necessarily have guessed 54 dynamic Porsche, the 17 Mercedes, Ralph Aron currently at the wheel of that, and a Lamborghini Huracan running 3rd, car number 27. But we are in amongst a little bit of different approaches from a strategic point of view. And Porsche still hold a lot of the cards here. I think realistically, they're still racing that Lamborghini Huracan of Marco Mappelli, which was expertly driven in its opening stint by Christian Engelhardt. And arguably, the quickest driver is still yet to come in that car, in the form of Danny Juncadella.
I would concur with that, no disrespect to the 2 drivers you mentioned before.
Now, Mercedes getting the jump on the Porsche, but down at the bottom of the hill into the hairpin. The Porsche, which is being driven by Julian Andlauer.
I said he'd get revenge for Carousel, didn't I? He's sat and waited like 2 of them now.
Yes. Well, Stoltz out, but no doubt watching all of that unfold from the garage will have been Maxime Martin, and the yellow and blue Mercedes getting the jump on Julian Andlauer, who, remember, the last time he was at the wheel of this car, unfortunately he was losing control of it. But there's now, oh, we knew about the drama for the 44 Porsche, of course. This is the first time I actually had a chance to see the car from the outside, and to confirm to you, it is definitely a puncture. It's a rear left puncture for Nico Menzel, and he has now reached the end of the Dottinger Ruhr. This will be hugely testing his patience, and let's hope everyone is paying close attention to the flags, because he's going so much slower than everybody else piling their way into Tiergarten.
But he's done a fantastic job of that, because the car was vibrating, which you picked up on just hearing the sound of it. We could hear it's now, the bodywork is almost completely intact. The tyre hasn't, the carcass has failed from the inside sidewall, so the carcass has moved out to the left-hand side, which is the danger of that, then flails around and does all that bodywork damage, and it's still not completely disintegrated, which is where the damage occurs. So I would say that absolute credit to Nico Menzel here for bringing that car back so steadily, but you need the patience of a saint to do that. As he gets into that blend line now on the right-hand side where we saw the Cayman, where Kevin Estre had his moment there, just starts now, just at the beginning, basically where you turn right for the, you don't use the GP circuit, you use just the Nordschleife for the old circuit as it was. So Nico Menzel brings the number 44 Falcon Motorsports Porsche into the pit lane. It's definitely an injured car, that one, isn't it?
I would agree. Or an injured tyre, if nothing else, but he's done well to not extend that damage further into the wheel arch. Around the outside at Kittelbacher Ruhr of an intervention vehicle, and then a lorry, which is staying nice and close to the inside line.
It wouldn't be the Nürburgring if you didn't have a lorry on the track.
On the apex at Kittelbacher Ruhr and Flugplatz, no, exactly. But I still, even though I'm used to these races and have been for several years now, that still just worries the heck out of me, and is a surprise constantly, but not to these drivers.
I don't think anyone likes it.
Maybe not. Maybe not. But anyway, Maxime Martin and Julian Andlauer take it in their stride. The sunshine has reached the Fuchs Aura now as well. Down the hill. Looks still to be quite a bit of almost quick dry on the left-hand side of the approach to the Fuchs hole. And the Mercedes almost didn't turn in at the opportune point at Adenauer Forst, but then totally does. Thankfully, the road surface far more predictable today, as the work will commence on the 44 Porsche.
It's just inspection time at the moment. Confirmation when that wheel came off that you could see it was the inner sidewall failure. And Now they're taking tyres away. They had tyres out on the front left. They're taking them away again. I wonder if the cars have to be rotated on the dollies and taken into the garage for some work, because they're still inspecting the left rear. And I said that Nico Men's done a great job there, but it's the inner sidewall, the outer bit we couldn't see. Yeah, they're going onto the dollies. That car is having to have even further reparations in the garage, in its box, unfortunately. So whilst he's done a great job, there's still got a tyre carcass going around at, let's say, 30-40 miles an hour. It's still going around in that cavity of the wheel arch, and it just never know what it might have damaged. Plus vibrations can just bring things apart, whatever. So it's safety critical component, suspension. Got to have a look at it.
Yeah, and much better to do that in the garage rather than disrupting other people's pit stops, because remember, with north of 100 cars entered into this weekend's race meeting, you're sharing garages with sometimes 3, 4, 5 other cars in the most extreme. It was 97 cars that took part in provisional qualifying this morning, or the session known as qualifying, and then we had top qualifying after that for the SP9 runners, regardless of their driver makeup, Pro-Am and Am. So Nico Menzel making it back after a lap time that will have seemed like it took all day, but it was crucial to try and keep the car in one piece. Just looking down to see how long that in lap was. Well, with the including the time into the pit lane, it was 23, almost 24 minutes to complete that, and it took him 11 minutes alone in the very long sector 7, which is pretty much where the puncture happened at Metzgersfeld, didn't it? So that's in sector 5 in actual fact, and then such a long way back, but there's no way around that. Tim Scheerbart's going to pit in his Müllner Motorsport Porsche from Cup 2. That will leave Fabio Grosser for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport in the lead in 9:01. And he is 13 seconds clear of Michele Di Martino. And up to third in Cup 2 is Robin Cherzanovsky in his Porsche, entered by actually an unknown team. The gap that's normally reserved on the entry list for the team name is not there. Well, the gap is there, and there's no text plugging it. But 919 is a quick car. That used to be, or Robin Cherzanovsky used to run for a team known as the Klick Versicherung squad, but I assume that has changed in more recent years. Kittelbacher Hohr still affected by yellows. Well, that's where that flatbed and loaded vehicle were heading through. And we're also hearing about a new code 60 at Exmuller as well, but that might be because the recovery vehicles have found their way there. And the current race leader for Dynamic GT Porsche, Luke Hartog, has now headed into the pit lane at the end of 8 laps. So Hartog in, Ralph Aron staying out to become the new race leader. So another new race leader. That's the car that was being driven by Adam Christodoulou. So he did actually lead in the early stages. But Mercedes, number 17, at the end of 10 laps, leads what should be called NLS 5, but in actual fact is not. It's the ADAC 24h Nürburgring Qualifier Race 2. And now in the hands of Estonian racer Ralph Aron. Rolls off the tongue beautifully, doesn't it?
Doesn't it just? I was just thinking that, yes.
So Mercedes, Lamborghini, and then probably Porsche with Patrick Niederhauser. And Niederhauser is ahead of these two cars, Maxime Martin and Julien Andlauer, who are currently 7th and 8th. That might become 6th and 7th if they're able to pass Hartog before he rejoins. And that assumes that Dynamic aren't going to do a driver change. But there are 2 other highly talented drivers to get on board the Pirelli Porsche, as it was expressed by Frank Stippler. So Joel Sturm and Bastian Boos are the other 2 drivers that are expected behind the wheel of that car, as once again on the braking, Alessio, as Julien Andlauer, I should say, heads past the scene of his incident yesterday, can get close, but not quite close enough to Maxime Martin's Mercedes, and they head across the line entirely as one, separated by probably no more than about 2 car lengths. 8.5 seconds, though, the advantage for Ralph Aron over Marco Mappelli. Ex-Muller is now clear. The Dottinger Hoor, the odd yellow flag down that, but that's as recovery vehicles again head down at a reduced speed to bring back some broken cars and possibly injured cars to their position towards the end of the lap. So 8.5 seconds is the advantage over Ralph Aron over Marco Mappelli, with Patrick Niederhauser and David Perel in the Ferrari now into the top 4 places. Cup 3, Heiko Eichenberg leads in 9:59, which is the class entirely flooded by 718 Caymans, has to be by regulation. And SP8T does offer us a bit more variety. It's the Team Bilstein BMW M4 GT4, and SP8T cars are, a lot of them are actually related to GT4 cars, but for whatever reason can't run in SP10, which is the official GT4 class, and therefore SP8T is the next category that they'll start to focus on. Nick Wustenhagen trying to reel in then the number 150 car, which at the moment is being driven by Steve Brown. And they had a good race yesterday. Steve Brown fighting with, well, not fighting with, hopefully definitely driving in the same direction of Jimmy Broadbent and Mikael Charudin and Manuel Metzger in that lineup. So we have a stopped Audi S3 on the Dottinger Hoor.
480, isn't it?
It is. And that is the reason, the whole reason why the Dottinger Hoor is now affected by yellow flags. An awkward position for that car to be stopped. But I suppose the benefit of the Dottinger Hoor is that you have very good line of sight from quite a distance out, not only of the incident, but also of the various marshal posts that are down that long straight. And 480.
That's the hasn't even got a team name. It's just, it's got entries. So who's in it at the moment? It's 2 nets, so either Jürgen or Joachim or Christophe Dupre. I think I'm going to go Dupre. I bet it isn't.
It's not, I'm afraid. It's one of the 2 nets. One of the 2 nets, but I can't tell you which.
Net zero.
It means that your guess was net zero.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Just say, Snowy, you're wrong. I mean, I appreciate you have to rattle that out a good few times in every broadcast, but yeah.
No, not well. About equal as me, I think, this weekend.
I think you're being too kind.
Well, the Mercedes at Adenauer Forst tried to take a slightly different line there. Maxime Martin just trying to test out whether a racing line is possible all the way around the racetrack. Surely just the general ambient temperature now has taken the majority of the moisture away from Adenauer Forst, and then the next couple of left-handers at Metzgersfeld. But Maxime able to pull away very slightly from the 33 car. There's another issue here on the Dottinger Hoor, though, Snowy. One of the Toyota Supras. Well, maybe that was just slow. I was convinced that that car was suffering from a rear left puncture, but I think it's just slow through the yellows, in actual fact. There is a Cupra that can't pick up the pace, though. Or maybe it just did, and that's the speed differential.
Yeah, the speed differential, because there were green flags. Other cars read that, didn't overtake, and then just went past it on the green, which they're perfectly entitled to do. It'll then go back to yellow for a minute whilst they go past that Audi that's being pulled in, and then obviously back to green again. And for those that if you're not quite familiar with it, you get a yellow flag. It's for is a warning for safety and slow down, or be prepared to slow down. Is more to the point. It's a warning. It may then become. I think I'm correct in saying we no longer. It used to be a single yellow flag. I don't think we have single yellow flags anymore. I think it's a double straight away, or certainly waved. You used to have stationary and that kind of stuff. But it's your first warning to say be prepared to, as in there's an incident that might be involving. With our code 60s we have here in NLS, where we don't have a safety car, code 60 is a pink board with a 60-kilometre marker on it. and you have to slow down in that zone by that board to 60k. It's dead simple.
Yeah.
And if there isn't, there are draconian penalties for it, because it's safety of track workers, marshals and officials. Never mind somebody maybe getting out of a car, whatever, but primarily, sorry, it's not for the drivers. It's not all about the drivers always. It's about the workers on track dealing with the situation that the driver's involved in or has potentially caused. But you may not, it may go from, if it's evolving and you've got your marshal post further back, and there are hundreds of them here at the Nürburgring, you may have a yellow that becomes a code 120, or you get a chance to go be warned, down to 120k, down to 60k, and you go through. We don't have safety cars. It always continues to run, which is why Johnny and I find this extraordinary situation where you have a lorry on track. It might be a flatbed picking a car. We saw the 84 Audi at Hatzenbach that clattered off both sides of the barrier. We were describing that with the T-bar, picking it up in its balance points and putting it on its flatbed. It can be brought back in. That's fine, it gets it out of the way, but it's still got to be brought in somewhere, and there are gaps in the Armco and access roads. They get it out of the way as quick as possible. But whilst it's still there, you've got to get past it, which is why we have this safety. And you will even have sometimes, if there's a lot going on, if a car, that Audi, clattered off both sides of the barriers, quite often it's one side, so the marshal will have to work on there. They put quick dry down to pick up any fluids, soak up any fluids, get on with the barriers. You then have a lorry, a Unimog, with a trailer on the back with great long lengths of Armco and buckets of nuts and bolts, so I don't think I exaggerate much on that. And the marshals have come out to do that, but that also has got to get to the scene whilst it's there. So you'll quite often have marshals guiding all the traffic under code 60 to the other side of the track, saying, you stay that side, and you get aware of it. But when that section ends, you just have to have a green flag. Yeah. You can't go until the green flag. And I was in a situation once years ago when I saw a race which I was, only too well, in the days of circuit commentating at Croft.
Just hold that thought, because the Porsche's got ahead of the Mercedes, and I wanted to know how that was done. It's a no, it's not a role reversal. This time the Mercedes is overtaken. Yeah. With it being on the high side, and the Porsche goes through the concrete groove, and despite there being a slower car in front of the Porsche, it squeezed through the gap. These are different drivers compared to earlier on. Remember, Lucas Stoltz was rather red-faced through the carousel, where he was picked off by Patrick Niederhauser, Nico Menzel and Alessio Picariello, where we're now talking about the same Mercedes, but this time driven by Maxime Martin, and the same Porsche, but this time driven by Julian Andlauer, and Andlauer's overtaken the Mercedes again. Mercedes must be thinking, what do we have to do through the carousel?
What have you got here? So basically, yeah, carousel, tick. Mercedes, tick. Inside, outside line, tick. Porsche, it doesn't matter away, well, really, I can go around you, and you, under you, over you, it doesn't really matter. It does seem at the moment, I know we're waxing a little bit lyrical about the Porsches this weekend, but it is quite extraordinary what they seem to be able to do there. As you said, both of the same cars, both driven by teammates now, in opposing views, one on the outside, one on the low side of the carousel. The Porsche being the car that's got through each occasion.
Yeah. You can carry on with your story now about green flags and yellow flags. And
it was just very, very simple. I was saying that technically there should be a green flag. Croft in the north of England. I was commentating on a national event there once, an Aston race, and there was a section out at the back going down to Tower through, I've forgotten what the first, you've got Clairvaux and the bit around the back there coming through a little chicane, and there was no green flag at the end of the session, and it was a last section, and it was the last lap of the race.
Ooh.
The race leader slowed up quite correctly through the section, through the yellow flag. Second place man sat behind him. It was his local circuit, by the way. And they came out of that. As far as the second place man was concerned, the section was no longer yellow flagged, and he took it as, I'm going to go. The leader took the view of, there is no green flag, so I'm not going to pick up the pace yet. Mm-hmm. So he let the guy come through, and it doesn't matter. And it went to the end of the lap, he sat behind it, it doesn't matter, he's going to get disqualified. It went to the stewards, and they just said, sorry, it doesn't have to have a green flag.
Right.
And it was so galling, because but one took the opportunity, as we've seen so many times a day on the bits there, carousel in particular. One went, no, those aren't the rules. And it's like, yeah, but on those, I would suggest normally, and certainly at this level of international racing, you need to wait for the green flag. But it's a little insight into a driver's mind of, well, there's nothing happening. There is no yellow flag. Go back to the old days when we used to go racing. What was We used to have, when we did the ARDS licenses years ago, which I've issued many of over the years, and allowed people out there. How did that ever allowed to happen? You used to have, obviously, a union flag, which they still have at Goodwood Revival back in the UK, but you have a red light, and then it went to a green light. And it always used to be one of the things we'd say, where's that competitive advantage? When does a motor race start? When the red lights go out.
Yes.
I don't wait for the greens to come on. When the red lights go out, it became such a thing in the end, they dispensed with the green lights. We don't have green, you have green lights now, but you don't anymore. They have reds and out they go. That's it.
So actually the lack of a yellow or the lack of a red means no problem, just race.
Just go.
Yeah.
Just get on with it. Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, yellow flags, remember, yes, it's a little bit about speed, but crucially it's about no overtaking. I mean, that's what a yellow flag means, is do not overtake anybody until either the yellows stop waving your direction or you see a green. Code 60, code 120 that we sometimes have around this place, that is where speeds are definitely interrogated to make sure that you're not breaching a speed limit that is put in place whilst the circuit is repaired, the barriers are put back in place, and sometimes a car is needing to be retrieved.
We saw this 2 rounds ago where, I can't remember who the particular offender was, but somebody was caught at virtually double the speed of a code 60. But I think it was more, I think it was 121 on 24k, so over double the speed.
Yeah.
What was the view on that? Okay, nothing happened in that particular situation, thank goodness. I think it was from a 120 to a 60, so they misjudged it. They were still doing a bit over the 120. But because it was such an infringement, what happened? Disqualified from the race. So all that effort in that weekend is null and void, and 3 points added to your licence. And it's a warning of, don't do that again. No matter what, that driver is going to think next time, crikey, that was a costly mistake.
Lessons need to be learned. And as we talk about flags and code 60s, as suspected, Marco Mappelli has got back to the front within his Lamborghini Huracan. So car 27 now has a 30-second lead over Patrick Niederhauser's number 16 Scherer Sport PHX Porsche. So when the 16 Porsche pitted, there wasn't a driver change done there, unlike the Grello car, number 911, which is still very much in the hunt. 4th position for Patrick Pilet. And it is lapping about the same time as the Ferrari up ahead. So currently the top 3, Lamborghini, Porsche and Ferrari, the more unlikely marks, having a good race and a 5th Nürburgring Nordschleife race of the season. These are the 2 ADAC 24h Nürburgring qualifiers, one yesterday afternoon and evening, one this afternoon, starting at 1 p.m. and through till 5 local. But they also carry points for the main Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. So points on offer for what is effectively NLS 4 yesterday and this NLS 5. We've worked that out because the next time we go back to the NLS Championship, we're on to NLS 6. Without them actually being called 4 and 5. So, you know,
I'd say
we could do
myself, but we're good, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. There's no flies on us.
18.
And that will be after this very special Nürburgring or the NLS-Light race, which is not part of the NLS Championship, purely because the SP9s and the SP10s are actually not invited to that. It's a chance for all the other categories to have their time in the limelight. Robin Cherzanovsky's just pitted from the lead of Cup 2, the all 911 GT3 Cup class, and that should mean that Fidel Leib will become the new race leader, assuming that Fidel is close enough to take that race lead and that he doesn't pit at the end of his 11th lap. So that's the 929 K Kramer Racing Porsche, then Arne Hofmeister in the Mühlner Motorsport 921, and then it is the 925 Cup 2 car. 925 has Christopher Allen currently driving it in an all-American lineup. So you've got Chris Allen, you've got Robert Mao and John Miller in their Pro Cup 2 lineup in a Huber Racing Porsche. And actually Fidel Leib will not have chance to take the lead of Cup 2 because he's also going to come into pit lane for a second visit to get some fuel on board that car. Maxime Martin left to kick himself a little bit. Let's hope not too violently, otherwise he'll not be able to push the pedals in the right place. But that is mightily frustrating, because to be he wasn't really balked. He found his way to the high line on the carousel, and I suppose leaving the door open, the more natural concrete line, this is a chance to reel some of that time back again. Traffic giveth and it taketh away, and certainly through that little collection of BMWs, ground was gained by the Mercedes on the Porsche up front. Well, not entirely up front. That's still a battle for 5th and 6th, remember. It is a Lamborghini that leads, and Marco Mappelli will burst back onto the Grand Prix track with a dominant lead, Snowy. It's back up to 30 seconds now for the Raging Bull.
Yeah, with yesterday's winner, the Shearer Sport, was it yesterday's winner? Yes, Niederhauser in the Mantor was 2 rounds ago, in second place, and it's a bit of an Italian resurgence at the moment. At this point of the race, I'll just add that just to make sure. With coming up to what 2 hours 10 minutes to go, is we've got the Realized Condo Racing Ferrari with David Perel at the wheel in 3rd place. So Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari at the top, which I wouldn't have predicted I was going to say that at any point today. After qualifying this morning. It is, however, not quite half distance.
No, true.
And things do tend to evolve.
Yeah, and the nice
mostly
thing...
involving Porsches quite well.
True, they have a knack of coming out with a good result.
Not suggesting that nothing else is capable or whatever, that just seems to be the way it happens, as you say. I think they have a knack is exactly the right phrase. So good.
Thanks.
You're very good at saying what I mean.
Well, that's why we work so well together, you see.
Is that what it is?
Yes. You're ferreting around for the right words, and I can just throw them in your direction.
I can ferret. Amongst the best.
So I've heard.
I'm a good ferreter.
Now, back up the hill from the Goodyear Carer goes the number 16 Porsche of Scherer Sport PHX, still in the hands of Patrick Niederhauser. 27 seconds adrift of the Marco Mappelli Lamborghini, but the next question is, when did they last pit? And 3 laps prior to Niederhauser's stop came Marco Mappelli's, so he's already completed 6 laps on this stint. That means this one and one more, and he'll have to come in, and then the pendulum will swing back in the direction of Scherer Sport PHX for a short period of time. So that's the nice thing about this. I was going to say the untidy nature of this sports car race. We get this quite a lot. So many different teams, so many different potential approaches, not least the Grello route, which is pit at the end of the rolling lap, and then you can automatically do an 8-lap stint at the start of the normal race, and generally everybody else doesn't choose to do that, and instead does 7 laps. With the rolling lap, of course, counting to the fuel mileage. But Estre didn't need to worry about that. He came in to change tyres. They just filled in that little bit of the fuel tank that was available to them. And after 8 laps, he handed over to his teammate Patrick Pilet, who is now up to 3rd position. And that's a spot that both these 2 cars are dreaming of at this stage, because they're 4th and 5th. Julian Andlauer and the Mercedes of Maxime Martin, but Martin gets again rather close to the Frenchman as they head over the public road. There's a bridge there which carries the racetrack over the public road, and then they go on to Hatzenbach. And I'm pleased to say that today there are quite a lot of spectators wandering around that pretty narrow path. But the great thing about that path, and we have personal experience of this, that it's nice and high and provides really good views down onto the race track and the racing cars to see some phenomenal racing speeds, considering how twisty and turny Hatzenbach is.
We've shared an alcoholic beverage with our colleague Bruce on the outside of there.
We actually have, yeah. I don't think we're giving anything away there.
On one of the N24s a couple of years ago, in the sunlight, with the mad campers with their various accoutrements they build. Hot tubs, dry ice, rock bands, you name it. You think I'm joking?
I know you're not joking. Now you're wondering probably why the 718 Porsche's suddenly gone right way before it should have done in the pit lane. Well, the alternatively fueled cars get fueled in a different location, don't they? In this little lay-by almost.
Even an alternative fuel location.
Yeah. Is that what the signs say outside?
Did like how everything's green. Helmet's green, there's green stripes on the overalls, there's green bands, there's the car's green. It's a clue to alternative fuels, isn't it?
Yes. Although the front bumper is a bit confusing, because that was torn off the car at the start of the race after this car was pitched sideways after a bit of contact.
I also noticed, by the way, from the in-car camera looking forward to the refueler on his crash helmet, which is white, I was looking at the logos on it thinking it's going to be some kind of advertising. It's not. It says fuel reset, and then pulls his visor down. That covers up fuel reset. It says ignition cycle.
Clever.
Literally, that's exactly what it says. As in, it's right in front of you, driver. This is the process you need to go through. You mentioned audience participation earlier on. Ian McCarthy has come back to us after his sterling effort yesterday. We were talking about Porsche and how well they're doing in all this series, etc., etc. And he's asked the question. I don't suppose we'd get, this is on odds of how far Kevin Estre would get up the order at the start of the race, having started at the very back of his group, 17th, of course, and he pitted on the formation lap. I don't suppose we'd get great odds on a Porsche winning the N24 this year, would we?
Not great odds,
Not great odds, no. What do you reckon?
It seems very likely at the moment. What do I reckon? 2 to 1?
Oh, not that. That's good odds.
Very good odds. Evens then.
Yeah, I'm going to say.
All right. Now, we've spoken about adult beverages, but actually the food is quite adult around here as well, you might suggest. They're not playing games with the size of steaks that are being cooked on the banks. And a very nice lunch indeed at, well, it's quite a late lunch actually, at 5 to 3 in the afternoon.
That's our looking down over the Hudson back in. So I think it's fair to say that the stakes are quite high.
Oh,
come on!
That was a good one.
Yeah. That's here all weekend.
That's your best of the weekend. Here all weekend, which is another 2 hours actually, and a bit.
It's only 2 hours of pain, folks.
Well, we're almost at half distance. The BMW Compact that slapped the wall, and rather heavily, because the Armco markings are evident down the 275 flanks. But that was the one that came a cropper after the Stefan Beloff S and just before Schwalbenschwanz, where I gave that quite good line that I then instantly forgot about a truck and a trailer and something or other. Anyway, it was fine in the moment. But sadly, for those guys racing the little BMW...
It was a truck and trailer train, wasn't it? Which is kind of like planes, cars, planes, automobiles, isn't it? Type
Probably, yeah, that'll do. So 275 BMW is being repaired with a hope to get some running in before the end of the race, let's hope.
Oh, now they've just gone just a little bit of video. We've got some, I think it looked like a Renault with lots of damage there. I was just going to say, we've got, for the first time in quite a while, we've had a full course green. I think that is about to change, unless that was a replay, which I don't think it was it?
Well, there's also concern for the 97 Porsche, which is the SP7 entry. Does look like that car's got back up to speed now. But you're concerned about, what type of car did you just say it was?
Well, it looked like a Megane or something, but it's, I've just found it. It is 827. It's a Lincoln Co.
Lincoln Co.
Yeah.
03. Lincoln Co.
TCR car number 827. I think that's off. I think at after Carousel heading up towards Hoa Act, and it's on the grass, looking pretty heavily damaged. So I'm guessing there might be well, it's a code 120 at the moment. I can't believe that isn't. Oh, and there's 470 up there as well. That's also off. There was certainly one of them that looked pretty heavily damaged. 470 is a Cupra. That's the Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport Cupra from the VT2 front class. So I wonder if the two have had a little coming together there. I'm absolutely convinced that's going to evolve into a Code 60, which of course, as I've said it won't happen. That's how I know how my commentary works. Yeah. There are green flags immediately after that at post 149. 470 is by that on the grass, which is the car I just saw in the glimpse in the background of a camera car going past damaged. Unless I got it out of the way quicker, but it looked like it had clattered off some barrier stuff, so I thought there had been some barrier repairs. We will see if this evolves or not. Yeah, the code 120 is now being extended as I speak, and I can't see it not becoming a 60. Please let me sound like I'm good and know what I'm doing.
Lincoln Co., if you're unfamiliar with that particular brand, are Swedish based, Sweden-based, but co-owned by a couple of giant Chinese automobile manufacturers. And Lynk & Co did produce this TCR car that went rather well in the World TCR Championship, which actually used to hold races here, Nordschleife. So the World Touring, what used to be known as the World Touring Car Championship, then became WTCR and held, would you believe, I think they were 3 or 4 lap championship races, but that would still be easily, you know, a half-hour, 40-minute race. And when they occurred on the Nordschleife during the same weekend as the Nürburgring 24 hours, that's when Martin Haven would come and call those races, and then would be part of our team here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels to join in with the N24 coverage as well. So it is a minute to 3 o'clock local time, and enjoying this race thoroughly. Lamborghini Huracan lead by 21.5 seconds over Patrick Niederhauser's Porsche. So SP9's getting slightly more spread around, but lots of different strategies being utilised right now at the Nürburgring qualifier races. It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden looking after matters on lap 14. And at 1 o'clock on the dot, this race began then in wet weather conditions. We really were very surprised by a pit-stopping Grello car from the back of the order, because remember, Patrick Pilet and Kevin Estra's car did not take part in top qualifying. We were all guessing how many places Kevin Estra might be able to make up on the opening lap. Well, he would actually negate his whole position even more, because he would come into the pit lane. That might have meant that he was out of a bit of carnage that might have kicked off, in fairness, at the Haug hook. But the main reason for stopping was to get onto a better tyre, a slick tyre as it turned out, and then he would make really good progress through the order. Has led this race. Now Patrick Pilet is in command of the 911, but we've had lots of different race leaders, including Mercedes, when Adam Christodoulou was at the wheel of the number 17 car. That's now being driven by Canadian racer Michael Grenier. Lamborghini have led the other Mercedes. Lukas Stolz has had some time in the top 3. Patrick Niederhauser, together with his forthcoming teammate Laurens Vanthoor, who were winners yesterday. Well, they've been toying with the race lead as well. We've had some spellbinding moments into the Caracciolo Carousel, where in each of them, the number 14 Mercedes has lost out, either the inside track or the outside track, Snowy. It just seems to have been on a loser for those 2 key moments in the race.
It still makes me wince that moment with the 2 Falcon cars where they get the job done on Lukas Stolz, wasn't it?
Yes.
In the time, Get Speed Mercedes at the time on the outside of the carousel, and then almost collected one another, still missed it, and then a few laps later, the Adenauer Picarello car did exactly the same on the inside of the carousel.
So into hour 3 we go for the 5th race of the season around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This is the second of 2 ADAC 24-hour Nürburgring qualifier races. And Marco Mappelli, in the unfancied Red Bull team apt Lamborghini Huracan, is leading after 13 laps completed. This is lap 14. He's about halfway around that currently, and has in his back pocket 20 seconds over Patrick Niederhauser. But I am expecting the Lamborghini to pit at the end of this lap, and when it does, the chasing Porsche is going to be close enough to take the race lead back again. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility to get a repeat winner this weekend, as in car number 16. Niederhauser just waiting in the wings, and it really depends on, you know, we have to hit the fast forward button to work out who's going to be in the best possible position once that checkered flag comes out. And remember, the checkered flag waits for the race leader. So even though we'll get to the 4-hour marker, it might be that the race leader is still halfway round its current lap. So the checkered flag will wait until the leader arrives on the start-finish line, and then it will wave. So that could be 4 or 5 or 6 minutes after we reach the 4-hour marker. It wasn't always like that, and in fact the 24 hours used to finish bang on 24 hours being completed. So the checkered flag just comes out and greets the first car that is exiting Tiergarten at the time. Not, of course, making that the winner, but just locking everybody in position as soon as those 24 hours have been completed. So that always has to be thought about from a strategic point of view as well. Speed limited out of the carousel. Well, first of all, yellow flags, so that's then no overtaking. But yes, then the limiter button is pressed by Maxime Martin, but he is quite a bit closer to Julian Andlauer's sort of mid-blue, royal blue, but then the teal blue on the front of this Falken Motorsport Porsche. Remember, Falken Motorsport are an event sponsor as well, so regardless of the individual tyres that any car is on, Falken is always present.
Yeah, that is that Lincoln Co car, but there's the other one that I said was heavily damaged. There we go. That's the, what was the 874 I said it was? I'm sure it was. Sorry, 827 is the Lincoln Co. The other car is the... Oh, the screen just started to close at that point.
It was very difficult to work out precisely what kind of car shape that is.
Because it is so misshapen after its impact.
It's a bit mullered.
Yes.
But let's hope the two drivers involved are okay. That is obviously the bottom line, the priority.
But it's no longer on my GPS, so...
Well, the Lincoln Co. is in that very long 3-minute and plus sector, so we're looking for another car that is in a similar vein, but it could be all manner of different cars. We will get to the bottom of that eventually. I wonder whether maybe the Nürburgring live ticker might be able to give us some news on how that's going, but I'll have to load that, so bear with me. Lamborghini and Marco Mappelli on the Dottinger Hohe, now at Antonius Bucher, and heading for Tiergarten for the 14th time, and I'd guesstimate quite confidently that this will be an in-lap for Marco Mappelli. He'll dart to the right-hand side and straight in at high speed into pit road, but manages to get down to, let's hope, 60 kilometres per hour.
The other car was the 470 Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport Cupra. That is now looking far shorter wheelbase than it had when it started the race.
Yeah. So car number 470, the other one involved on the exit of the carousel. They tend to call that stretch of racetrack Hedvigshohe.
Apparently at Hohe, the 470's been is rolled.
Has it? Well, to be honest, the amount of bodywork damage that has been is evident on that. It doesn't come as a great surprise. As now snaking its way through the Haug Hook is the 921 Mühlner Motorsport Cup 2 Porsche, driving that Arne Hofmeister, and Hofmeister back to the race lead in Cup 2 with 901 busy doing the chasing. What's the gap between the two? Well, we're still waiting for 901 to cross the line to get that officially, but it is Oleksiy Kikireshko who drives that, Ukrainian racer from Kyiv, and he races with Patrick Grutter and Fabio Grosser. So it's the Grosser car, which is actually, that's a Cup 2 AM lineup. So this far in the race, for an AM lineup to be fighting it out with the pros is mightily impressive. But this might be the phase where Hofmeister is able to get a significant lead over that chasing car of Kikireshko.
So Marco Mappelli has pitted the Lamborghini, which puts Patrick Niederhauser in the Schura Sport Porsche back at the head of the field for now. I've got to report that number 30 Valkenhorst, which is the number 30, which is the Valkenhorst, one of the Valkenhorst Aston Martins, is in the pits with a front right flat, but my GPS has him at Foxhole at the moment. That report was only a minute ago, so that wouldn't quite add up. So I'm not sure whether that's a ticker issue or not, or whether it's a correct report.
Niederhauser's Porsche neatly down the inside of the Audi S3. The S3 that runs in the front-on-tree VT2 class. And car number 480 running 6th within that. Wonder where the class leader in the front-wheel drive VT2 cars is. Well, it's one of the Hyundai Motor Company cars. 467 is the best placed of the front-wheel drive VT2s. 467. I'm not sure whether they're all Elantras, the Hyundais that have been entered. We have had i20s in these races in the past. 467. I'll get there eventually. There it is. So it is. It's an i30N for Michael Bora and current driver Gerrit Holthaus, I should say. But now, still inseparable, the Porsche and Mercedes combination of Julian Adenauer and Maxime Martin. Remember, they were totally together during the opening stints with different drivers as well. So in the Mercedes for the first stint, Luca Stolz, and in the equivalent, or in the same Porsche, number 33, it was Adenauer's teammate Alessio Picariello, who didn't get any running in at all, sadly, yesterday because of Adenauer's incident at Tiergarten. And the car was too badly damaged on safety grounds. It was eventually retired. David Pittard's in the number 34 Aston Martin, and he's just gone across the line to set that Aston's best time of the race, but we're still talking 12.5 minutes or so. So a bit of time for that car to find. They may just be going through a tick list of checks in readiness for the big race next month now, rather than pushing like crazy. That was, well, it must have been an outlap actually, so I beg your pardon. I think we might be able to see something slightly better from Pittard next time around. So yeah, he had a pit stop that was maybe 3.5 minutes or so, and at the end of that lap, down in 87th place, but they've not had a very good start to this race at all. Involved in possibly an incident not of their own making. After the 54 dynamic Porsche had a moment, then Frank Stippler had nowhere to go, and the Aston, I think, ran into the side of the Audi, number 8, and both were heavily damaged. The Audi couldn't continue, the Aston did, but with a rear left puncture.
Talking of Astons, that's an update on the right front flat for the Valkenart number 30 car. That was 8 minutes out of sync. There was an update there, so it had a puncture, but it was 8 minutes ago. So virtually a lap, which I said the two didn't tally up. Now we know. Always good to be clear as mud.
So by far the closest gap within the top 10 of these cars, Porsche to Mercedes. We've got 1, 2, 3 HGVs now on the racetrack, and now a rescue unit heading out onto the circuit as well at Breitscheid. Never ceases to astound me, this racing circuit, which is it's an evolving thing constantly, and there are almost higher priorities at times than racing, and all of the drivers need to appreciate that. It's a privilege to race around here, but it's not a right to. So you have to realise your position in the pecking order, and when the yellow flags are withdrawn, the green flags are shown, let's hope. That's an indication to say, yep, you're clear again, heading up the hill through Kesselchen and Klostertal, and this bit is finally back to full speed, which is so good, especially when you've got a car to run so close to up the hill. In fact, the Mercedes is getting a very good toe on the Porsche. There's going to be nowhere through at Klostertal itself. Had the Porsche not been there, the Mercedes had still more MPH to give, I felt.
Yeah, but back markers again, the Porsche had to use the extreme right-hand side. There's a little bit of curve there that you can use on the, or a little bit of concrete, sort of grasscrete on the right-hand side of the track there. The Porsche was able to use, but the Mercedes, when I say pushing, I don't mean physically, but putting that pressure on him. Here we come to the carousel again, which is, they'll be relieved to see it is yellow flagged at the moment, so neither can take advantage of that. We know the Mercedes versus Porsche battles at the carousel has been lost 2-0 so far this race. the Mercedes absolutely on the back of the Porsche, the Falcon car, as we go into that. It was yellow flag through the carousel, becomes 120 to 60 to K. There's a bit of damage. There's another Porsche on the right-hand side there now that doesn't look like any barrier damage, but it's certainly stopped on the right-hand side. I can't see which one it is. As I mentioned before, we've got those coned off areas, whilst that the two damaged cars, that heavily damaged car that we said about the, was it 670 I said that had been had rolled?
It was one of the Cupras, was it not?
Cupra. I think it was 670.
Let's have a look to see if I can identify that again. 470.
470, my apologies.
470, yeah. And the 827 Lincoln Co. TCR. So, obviously concern for the driver of that 470 car, which is Christoph Schmitz, and he shares the Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport Cupra Leon with Tobias Young and Marcel Unlant. Meanwhile, still nothing between the Porsche and the Mercedes, heading for Flansgarten, and I wonder how close to the front of this order they will be able to get as more and more cars pit in front of them. Andlauer third, Maxime Martin is in fourth, Ben Bunagel's going well in the 48 Black Falcon team Porsche. He's 90 seconds back from Maxime Martin's rear wing, but for Bunagel to have been, he's been a star in Cup 2 over recent years, and now being taken with Black Falcon into the SP9 category and showing some good speed in that 48 car that Dan Arrow started. Mustafa Mehmet Kaya also part of the lineup there, together with Gabriele Piana, who is generally the quickest of that quartet. Piana put it into top qualifying earlier this morning. Just a gentle pinch of the apex there, and this is a very good run, isn't it, Snowy?
Now he's going to get a run here down the Dottinger Hoe. He's going to pull up behind. He's going to try and get the side drive. Surely going to pull that slightly to the right-hand side and just pull the air off the rear wing of that Porsche. There it is, right on line. Takes the side drive, takes the air off the Porsche and just breezes past. Standard manoeuvre there for the Mercedes.
Hasn't got it done yet, though. Who's going to lift first? Into Tiergarten, it is the Mercedes who got ahead, but they were still side by side under the bridge at Antonius Bucher. Are both going to pit at the end of this lap is the next question. No, neither of them will do. So this has become the race lead now, because the Mercedes will whip across the line to take the race lead. That is because Patrick Niederhauser is in the pit lane and Patrick Pilet is in the pit lane. So you're now focused on the race lead, Mercedes versus Porsche. How hook it is, right and left. Lumi rank numbers updating themselves. So 001 now flashing in the top left corner of Maxime Martin's windscreen as we stare at the car down at turn number 3. Just gone, in fact, 3:15 in the afternoon, and a much brighter day than it was yesterday. But now they're taking chunks out of one another, heading for the Vidal chicane. So not giving this up.
It's not over, is it?
Not giving this up is Julian Andlauer. He says, I want the inside line into the Vidal chicane, and surely he's got there.
He's got the job done. He's just muscled his way by without, you said taking chunks out of there, not actually physically, but just got the job done. Snuck it up the inside. As you said earlier about a car ahead, he was ahead. The Mercedes had to acquiesce to that and let the Porsche through, so back again.
I should make the point, actually, that was the start of the previous lap. I was wondering how they got to that part of the Grand Prix track so quickly. So they are still in the same order as we reported at the start-finish line. That was the start of the previous lap, that in the end the Mercedes was able to get ahead at the Dottinger Hoe, and that Mercedes is carrying more speed than the Porsche. It was showing that up the hill at Kesselchen and Klostertal. And I'm now not hugely surprised to see Maxime Martin in a better phase of the race than Julian Andlauer. Andlauer's job, I think, by Falcon Motorsports was probably from his engineer, just hold this Mercedes up as much as you can, because I don't, they're probably suggesting we're not going to be as quick as this were it to wriggle free. And that's precisely what's happened, but only by 1.2 seconds as Patrick Niederhauser Patrick Pilet and Ben Boonagel are all hitting on the end of lap 15. And we have an hour and 41 minutes to go in the second ADAC 24-hour Nürburgring qualifier race of this weekend. The double header ahead of next month's N24 itself. And was there a driver change
I think
there?
it's Van Tor.
Yes.
I'm sure Van Tor. Time screen hasn't updated yet. It's still saying it's in the pit, where the car is very clearly out on the track and heading down towards the bottom part of the GP circuit already. But I think that was a driver change from Niederhaus to Van Tor.
Correct, it was. But I think my screen is maybe updating slightly more readily than yours. But
of course it would be, wouldn't it?
I do have, yeah. Well, you know, you got to have friends in high places. I wonder whether, actually, from this particular seat in the Global Broadcast Centre, the Wi-Fi strength might be slightly higher than yours.
We're sitting 2 feet apart.
Yeah, I know, but hey, I've got direct line of sight.
Yeah. There's a hierarchy. I understand.
I've always tried to suggest that to you. Ben Boonagel's not yet rejoined. There was a driver change in 911 though as well, with Patrick Pilet at the end of one stint, handing over to his co-driver who began the race. So Kevin Estre is going to do stint 1 and stint 3. And therefore, by that logic, I would expect Pilet in at the end, unless Estre is keen to run all the way to the flag. I suppose it depends how close that scrap for the race lead is. And if Estre's in a real rich vein of form with an hour to go, they might just choose to keep him in so that the final pit stop is not overcomplicated. Patrick Niederhauser, happy with his work, I'm sure. But that car no longer has him at the controls. It's his Belgian teammate Laurens Van Tor. But the race lead is in the hands of another Belgian, Maxime Martin, former Aston Martin factory driver, now at home with another front-engine car, the Mercedes-AMG. Maxime Martin actually came from a Porsche background in one-make racing and was very swift indeed in Porsche Carrera Cup France and Benelux, and I think he became a Super Cup driver as well, but has lent his hand to all sorts of GT3 machinery. It doesn't matter really where the engine is or the balance of the car. Maxime Martin appears perfectly at home in anything.
I had an option there to pay the upgrade to get the latest information on the screen, but I thought I'd go for the cheap option, just move a bit closer to you, Johnny, as you've got superior Wi-Fi over there.
I wonder why you were virtually on my lap.
Sorry about the personal space invasion, but it just saves money, mate. Sorry, it's a commercial decision.
Okay, fine.
Nothing personal.
I can still just about breathe. 0.4 of a second is all of a sudden an interval flash between the top two positions. I don't think it is quite as quick as that. But once more, this lead margin is going to fluctuate depending on who and where Maxime Martin is catching. Elbow properly in the air there as he's doing the, well, I mean, you have to do the 10-to-2 positioning of your hands on the wheel because it's not a wheel. Instead,
it's a yoke, isn't it?
That's the word that you always use and I instantly forget. I must think about eggs. Yeah. But yes, the
think excellent, yeah.
The Batmobile style steering wheel, the yoke, which means that as you're pitching it into the very sharp corners, you have to, well, you're very disciplined, I would say, a typical disciplined approach to hand positioning, and it's efficient as well, particularly because the paddles are attached to the back of that yoke, so they are just matching your hand position all the time.
Which I find it really odd on some of the road cars that have paddles now
they don't
manufacturers have
with the wheel
philosophy. Some don't move with the wheel, so they give them a much longer curved paddle, so that when you have got that lock on the road, which is different to the track anyway, you can still change gear should you wish to be in manual mode, or manual is operation of the paddles on a paddle shift gearbox, opposed to doing it for you semi-automatic.
Yeah.
But I always find it really odd. It is quite extraordinary how you do. Yeah, those wheels look so complicated, and you just jump into it and you just don't even think about it. It's not a steering wheel. You say it is a yoke. It's a very bespoke bit of design kit with various buttons and operations on. It's all there, and you just don't think about it. You just get in the car and drive it. You don't move it a great deal. There's very small lock to lock. If you've you've got your hands at the top of the wheel, there's something wrong normally, unless it's an absolute hairpin, maybe. Yeah, probably a bit at the hairpin, a little bit over, but otherwise, probably not around the Nordschleife much.
Yeah, but if you then have to sort of input a whole load of opposite lock, I suppose it is due to the distance from the lock to the lot, whereas in a conventional car, you know, it'd be 2 or 3 turns, wouldn't it, from one to the other?
Yeah.
So, you know, there's always footage of, in historic racing, somebody grabbing at the wheel at all angles, trying to arrest a slide. And
well, that's because they're racing on crossbars. It's like driving on wet glass all the time. And that's in the dry, in optimum conditions. When it's wet, it's just hilarious. It's like trying to run across slippery rocks on the beach. It just doesn't work. You just keep going. You've got no footing. You just keep and hope for the best. You know?
I love it.
As long as it's on the black stuff, not the green stuff, you've got half a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same for everybody else, so it's fine.
Fairly basic in terms of identifying which is the grippy bit, but that's the fun of the fair, I suppose. 175 Aston Martin heading back onto the Grand Prix circuit is the SP10 class leader, Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. So we talked a lot through the course of the last 2 days about Astons being run by Valkenhorst, and not a huge amount about the Pro Sport versions, but 175 has at the wheel Himmels. I'm just trying to grab a first name for you for 175. I'll get there eventually. But heading down the hill now towards the hairpin, it is Yannick Himmels, who shares with Marek Bachmann, who's a long-time runner with Pro Sport Racing, and Michel Albers. So SP10, I think, has a fair bit of variation within it. It's led by an Aston Martin. There's then a BMW M4 in second in that category. Toyota GR Supra third from Toyo Tyres. And then back to Aston Martin, but this time the Valkenhorst variety in fourth place. So just the 4 SP10 cars competing today. And Mühlner Motorsport, well, 2 similarly liveried Porsches, but very different, as in a Carrera Cup car and a Cayman about to find one another on the racetrack. So 921 with Arne Hofmeister at the wheel, catching up with their Cayman, which may well be Grinbergas at the wheel of 939. Mühlner have actually a couple of Cup 2 cars here this weekend, the other one being the 904, and then 939, and yes, it's 3 in total. So 939, I wonder, is that Gustav Grinbergas, who used to take active part in things like the European Le Mans Series in the past? Or is it just a similar surname? 939, Cup 3. I'll get there again in a moment or two. What's happening at the head of the order? Well, Maxime Martin continues to lead by 5.6 seconds over Julian Andlauer's Falken Motorsport Porsche, and Joel Sturm took over the Dynamic GT Porsche. That's the yellow and black Pirelli car, which initially was in the hands of car 54, was being driven by Loic Hartog. Bastien Boost still to come then in the closing stages.
Those closing stages being just an hour and 30 minutes away, or 1 hour 32 to be precise. I was surprised to see, and it's good to see because it's variety, it's a spice of life and all that. But I was surprised to see that we've had a fluctuating at the top. Mercedes, Lamborghini, Mercedes. They even had a Ferrari in the top 3 at one point. Porsche not quite getting it all their own way. And the other thing that surprised me as well is that for the weather forecast for today, that predicted earlier, it was going to be 70% chance of rain this morning. It was damp and mizzly, as they say, sort of mist and drizzle sort of mixture. I actually wonder where that word came from. And increasing to 85%. Well, that just goes to show that weather forecasters and me reporting weather forecasters do not know what I'm talking about, because it's been quite the opposite. It's now dried out beautifully. It's not been quite as golden bright as we've had for the first 3 rounds of NLS. We know this isn't NLS 5, it's the 5th race. So we had NLS 1, NLS 2, NLS 3, and then race 4, race 5, and then we'll go to NLS 6. you work it out.
Yeah, still just about getting the order correct, even though there's different numbering systems, but it does kind of make sense. That is indeed Gustas Grinbergus in the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche 718 Cayman that has just been overtaken then by Arne Hofmeister. Good to have the Lithuanian maybe heading for some more Nordschleife racing, having made his home in LMP3 action in both the Michelin Le Mans Cup and the European Le Mans Series a handful of years back. Now, BMW going strongly, the GT tyres entry into Tiergarten, and GT Tyre Motorsport heading another alternative fuels section. So that's going to turn right, yeah, quite early on into the lay-by, where alternatively fueled cars are alternatively fueled. So that was the 146 coming down road and into its special stopping position. 146 being driven right now by Beitzke-Visser. So that is an all-female lineup as well for Patricia Stalitzana, Janina Schaal, Fabienne Volvend and Beitzke-Visser, who has driven single-seaters to quite a high level. Used to be in the W Series, possibly has done some F1 Academy racing as well. And the Dutch woman may be about to get out of that car and hand over to a fellow member of the GT Tyre Motorsport crew. We will find out in just a tick. Andlauer, as predicted by me, not really able to keep up with the pace of Maxime Martin. So that's why it was important for the Falken Motorsport pilot to try and keep the yellow and blue Mercedes behind for as long as possible. As far as their strategy is concerned, are they matching one another? The 14 car pitted 7 laps ago. The 33 Falken Motorsport car pitted 7 laps ago. So I reckon at the end of this lap, Snowy, our 2 leaders are going to pit as one. They're in that long sector 7 section at the moment, which takes about 3.5 minutes to do.
Yeah, it's 7.3k, isn't it, almost?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's useful to know. Yeah, right. So easily the longest, followed by sector 5, which is 5 and a bit.
5.3, yeah. But sector 7 is from effectively that bit we keep talking about going up to the carousel. So, like I say, it's bookended. So basically got Kesselchen, Klosterneuvel, bookended by Bergwerk and Carousel. Halfway between there is where it changes from sector 6 to sector 7. That 7 then, so it's a very fast part into that sector that carries you all the way through Carousel, Hoheacht, Wipperman, Esbach, Brunchen, Flansgarden, Schwalbentanz. Shall I continue? Yes, there's one more, Galpenkopf. And then it ends on that bit coming onto the Dottinger Höhe Straight. So it's a hugely important section there, and there's some serious commitment corners through there.
There are. And I don't know the history of why that is all one sector, because I would imagine for a team you'd want to know where you're gaining and losing time, being able to drill down much more into the data there, because you've got all sorts of different corners. The carousel you'd want as one sector ideally.
I'm not familiar with, but I'm sure I can ask the people that will know, but I'm sure that bespoke software for applications on cars breaks it down further.
Yeah.
You're going to have a lot more of a, as you say, it's just too big a sector. I mean, 7.2k, that's bigger than some circuits' entire lap, and it's one section here. You know?
Yeah. It might be just down to, you know, being able to install timing loops in the right places. You don't want too much gradient, I suppose, and that's precisely what the track is doing in so much elevation change.
It goes to the highest part. All right.
Yeah.
It's named. It's the highest part of the circuit, and then starts dropping back down again at Galpenkopf, which is chamfered anyway. It's an angled corner there, which is why it's absolutely critical. Also, it's absolutely critical to get the speed out of Galpenkopf from Schwalbentanz first onto the Dottinger Höhe, but also not fall off the edge of it, which is uncensored. And again, there's absolutely nothing at the side of the track there on the left-hand side of Galpenkopf as you come down to complete the lap and go into that sector 8. I mean, sector 8 is a really easy bit. It's 1.4 meters long, and it is basically the start of the Dottinger Höhe to, guess what, the end of the Dottinger Höhe. It does include Tiergarten, with a little twitty bit at the end, but it's the complete opposite of the sector before it, is my point.
So sector 4, as now, here's the jostling for the race lead. So forget about where the sectors are. We know precisely where the leaders are, and they are both going to be in the pit lane at the end of this run down the Dottinger Hohe. So it's very important to be leading, to have clear line of sight, I suppose, into pit lane. So now the Porsche's back ahead of the Mercedes, getting that classic run down the Dottinger Hohe. Nice and close and underneath the rear wing, but now they'll both jig to the right because that is the end of another 8-lap stint, and Martin gets so close to the back end of Julian Adenauer. And now it's over to all the mechanics, because this is not necessarily a straight fight on pit lane, because they're both going to have to spend exactly the same time in the pits. It's governed by the stopwatch. But you cannot afford to have a misstep here, or indeed send the car out too, well, first of all, too early and get the car out a second the wrong way, so much so that you're going to have to come back in to serve that extra second. But you don't want to take too long either, because you could easily lose a place.
Well, definite driver change for Julian Adenauer. I've seen that's already taken place, but also from the onboard footage facing back of Maxime Martin in the Mercedes there, coming in second place into the pits there. He was loosening the belts on his 6-point harness, as you're permitted to do once you're in the pit lane. You can't undo, but you can certainly loosen the belts off a little bit there. You must not undo them. It can be an infringement of the rules, obviously for safety reasons. But once you're doing 60k into the pit lane, it always amazes me when they come into the pit lane there. Obviously, they've reduced down to the 60k speed limit. But it's one car's got to say, you're coming in together, you're going to slow down together and proceed at the same pace. But it did look there remarkably like Maxime Martin was going to collect the back of Julian Adenauer, which mercifully he didn't do. So that's going to be a change from number 33, which is currently our race leader, the Falcon number 33 Porsche. That's going to have Alessio Piccarello take over that car. And I just remain to see, there are only the 2 drivers in that car, Falcon opting for a 2-driver lineup. The Mercedes number 14 in second place, the Team Get Speed car. That is going to be, got 3 drivers, Maxime Martin, Fabian Schiller and Lucas Stoltz. I'm guessing it's going to be Fabian Schiller getting into that car, because I think Martin and Stoltz have had their stint this run, but we will find out very shortly. Tear-off windscreen being taken off we see about tear-off visors on open-wheeler single-seater cars for the driver's visors, but they have tear-off windscreens on these GT3 cars. If you're not sure what I mean by that, it's obviously you've got your glass screen or plexiglass, whatever it's actually made of, but you have a coating over, which is why sometimes when you see these in-car footage looking out through the windscreen, you'll see lots of bubbles. Looks like it's been shot. Looks like a James Bond car. It isn't. It's just bubbles in the tear-offs. So there's layers and layers of plastic, obviously clear plastic, goes without saying, on top of the screen there, allow for detritus, all sorts of them. You know, the amount of debris that comes up onto a windscreen of a car in a race like this is quite extraordinary. So they can just tear one of those off. Obviously the drivers can't do that, as you would advise on an open wheeler car. That's a pit lane job for the crew, as Johnny said a moment ago. When they come back in to the pit lane, it's down to the crew now. And then they have the lollipop man stands out with literally a circle at the end of a stick. It looks like a lollipop stick, and you have on that different messages on either side. Oh, that was a very close release. Now that was in Formula One sense, that would be called what I'd call an unsafe release. So it says Lawrence Van Tor. It was jumped into the sorry, that's the Schiller-Sport, that's the leading car. My apologies. It's Schiller and Piccarello. So it was Fabian Schiller has taken over the number 14 Mercedes. I was right about that. And Alessio Piccarello in the Falcon Porsche. As that went out, the 2 nearly collected one another in the outer lane of the pits, and that was extremely close. So I don't think there was any contact, but the Mercedes now just having a little bit of weaving on the track, almost just checking, he's not warming tyres, just checking everything's okay though. I'm suggesting there might have been some contact there. But it was, I don't think there was, but it was extremely close, and closer than either driver or pit crew would have liked on that release. I would say that was an unsafe release. Maxime Martin being interviewed at the moment.
In English. So let's just listen. So a smile from Maxime Martin. I dived out of the Global Broadcast Centre. So what has kicked off post those 2 pit stops then?
Well, just a driver change for both cars. So Fabian Schiller jumps into the Mercedes, and Alessio Piccarello jumped into the Porsche. But as they came out of the pits, it was a very, very close call. I'm sure that there'll be a replay of that very shortly, but it was a lot closer than others would have liked.
Okay. Well, I told you it was going to be nip and tuck, and in a way, you're handing the responsibility of getting those cars serviced to the mechanics and the people with the stopwatches in a huge amount of trust then heading in their direction about when the cars are released. But you don't want to give up the track position that has been so hardly fought for the last 25 kilometres.
Which is the key point. I forgot to say that because of that, the two were swapped around. Because it was the Mercedes that nearly went into the back, we thought. Not. It just looked at it coming into the pit lane, as you commented, into that pit stop, which I then covered, of coming into the pit lane, almost collecting the Falcon car. They're both slowing down to the correct speed on the correct line, but it still looked like, oh, that's close. Is there going to be a lock-up? And it has happened. We've seen that, where somebody actually over-slows accidentally, just a little bit over-cautious, brings the car down to, you know, 5 or so K under the limit required, and the car behind doesn't, and clatters into it, and then you've got all sorts of problems there. But this has swapped the 2 rounds. So it was the Falcon Porsche that came in ahead of the Get Speed Mercedes. Now out on track, it's the other way round.
So these cars have descended to a certain extent to 6th and 7th. They're still incredibly fast cars and could be in the shake-up at the end of this, but it seems strange to have been talking about these 2 cars as the race leaders, and now they've re-emerged in 6th and 7th places. Fabian Schiller taking over from Maxime Martin, but the other car's changed drivers as well. Yeah. So Alessio Picariello taking over from Julian Andlau, which I'm sure you mentioned at the time. BMW damaged into Tiergarten on the front right, front left as well. Looks like that has been squeezed, the pincer movement perhaps, and they may well be wanting to replace the bumper there.
Polish out that one.
Yeah, easy. I'm not sure the steering's necessarily straight on the front right corner, but that's all right.
Squinting its min.
You can adjust, can't you? It's crabbing. We'll just drive around it then. Just put a bit of steering lock in down all the straights.
Never race for rally, 3-month warranty. Away you go.
Down the hill in front of quite a big crowd at Breitscheid goes the scrap that was for the race lead. It's now for just outside the top 5. That is because Laurens Vanthoor leads the race by 5.5 seconds over the dynamic GT Porsche. Vanthoor, remember, is Porsche mounted. Then Joel Sturm, who used to race in the World Endurance Championship in the Manthey Porsche cars. Remember, the LM GT3 cars. So Joel, mightily experienced in the one-make category, Carrera Cup, and now more and more so piloting a GT3 911. Michael Grenier is at the wheel of the number 17 Mercedes. That's the black and white that was started by Adam Christodoulou, and since then we've had a stint, I think just a single stint, from Estonian racer Ralph Aron. Danny Juncadella in the Lamborghini Huracan slipping to 4th place, but that's probably the car that can go furthest into the next stint. And are we at a stage yet where teams are thinking about back-timing their route to the checkered flag? Well, in another 7.5 minutes, remember that the pit stops are going to fluctuate, or that their amounts are going to change according to how far out from the checkered flag we are. That happens in the final 70 minutes. Normally, your minimum pit stop reference time is derived from how many laps you've just done in a stint. But when we get to 1 hour and 10 minutes to go, then it's all about the time that remains in today's race, as the barrier repair work is continuing at Hedvigshoor and the approach to Hohe Acht itself. 2 laps in for Vanthoor.
Sorry.
No, that was my fault.
No, not at all. When we get to that point, I have got the table in front of us when we need it.
That crucial bit of paperwork, because, yeah, it will adjust the closer we get to the end of the race, which is billed for 5 o'clock, but could easily extend to 8 or 9 minutes past 5 before everybody is safely home. where would you prefer to be this far away from the checkered flag? As the chasing car or the Mercedes, which, when it's able to stretch its legs, does seem to have a bit more speed over the Porsche, which is unusual considering the dominance that Porsche have had so far in all of the NLS races. But I wonder whether Get Speed have done a bit of work to the 14 overnight in chatting with Fabian Schiller and Maxime Martin and Lucas Stolz, just to say, right, how can we make this even more of a rocket ship and try and take the race to Porsche? And at the moment, when it's in clearer air, it seems to be working.
I think you made an absolutely great observation there, Johnny, that on the straight, that Mercedes just appears to have that little edge on, I'm going to say, sheer grunt from that big 6.3-litre V8. It seems to have, but over an entire lap, I think the Porsche's got the edge completely in that sense. And it's interesting, and that's where you can and cannot make up differences. The Porsche just seems a little bit more agile, a little bit more nimble, certainly in those more technical sections. The Mercedes relatively, and I'm talking fractionally, just seems a little bit lumbering, a little bit steady. You've got to be really careful. We saw that really highlighted yesterday in the rain, with the Mercedes having real struggles with all these drivers of that same car, struggling with that front end. Nobody went off, nobody had well, they did have moments, but it was twitches where it's just like, turn you, I can't say what you want to say on air, turn your car, kind of thing. And honestly, that's so frustrating inside, because it's, I mean, some drivers like, most drivers like oversteer, understeer. I can never understand a driver that likes understeer. None of them are my friends. Why would you want a car to understeer? It's just oversteer and control it. That's old school, isn't it?
No, well,
that's going to set social media alight.
Maybe it will. If you're a fan of understeer, then feel free to ping a post in the direction of Peter Snowden, and you can have it out on social media tonight. There's only one way to settle this: fight.
I was going back to sector time, just very quickly, just made me laugh. I'd forgotten this, of course. We just talked so much about the length of sector time. Of course, we've got the completely shortest one. Sector 4 is a walloping, are you ready for this? 696 metres.
Is that the 10 or 11 second one?
Yeah, why? Why again, I'm not doubting anything. Why do we have a sector that short?
I don't know.
However,
anyway, back to the matter in hand.
More dramatic things going on track here. There's a front end of a Porsche that is currently logged between some bits of barrier, and that is is that the 999?
It is, yes.
That's one of the Caymans, isn't it?
Well, that's taken a very similar route to the Easterland Racing Audi, it seems. I don't know whether it's been in the wall.
A very similar route to the scrapyard.
I don't know whether it's been in the wall on the left first, like the Audi did, and that's then popped it over to the other side. Now, I think it has just made connection with the barrier on driver's right, but it's been a big thump.
BSL Racing, yeah.
It's actually ripped the front right wheel off, I think I'm right in saying, or if it's still in part of the car, then it's pushed it well within the wheel arch. And the 999 car surely is going to go no further. That is a Cup 3 competitor.
It's not going to go much further without a wheel, is it? Let's face it.
No.
You can limp it back, but that's definitely limp.
It's Mark Arn who is at the wheel of that car, sharing with Marcel Zimmermann and Philippe Fromenwieler. And Mark Arn, well, first of all, I had to check that Mark's okay in that car, because that will have suddenly been a big lose, perhaps, and he won't have maybe had much time to brace himself, because the barrier is a couple of meters away from the edge of the racetrack. And therefore, the latter bit of Hatson back will be affected by yellows and probably a code 60. And yet again, the recovery crews are going to have to head back to a very similar scene. It feels like only, well, within the last hour when they were dealing with the 84 car, but this racing for longer distances does have a tendency to kind of elongate or compress time. It's very difficult to judge precisely when stuff has happened, but the 84 car had its moment. That was a Simon Riker incident, wasn't it, on Simon's outlap? So an hour and just under 12 minutes still to go. Oh, just getting news about car 14, the Mercedes, and there's the potential that its pit stop was too short, possibly 0.3 of a second too short, but that's enough and therefore it's under investigation. The yellow and blue Mercedes, which is within touching distance of Julian Andlauer's number 33 Porsche, but is that number 14 car either going to have to come back in to serve the extra time, or as it's exactly what happened in the NLS race earlier on in the year, they add 35 seconds plus the 0.3 for the time it's got to make up at the end of the race.
Destroys the race for them.
Completely. I mean, there is still one pit stop that each of these cars will have to do. You'll never make the finish from this point on, especially in dry conditions. But it's not a question of making that time up in the next pit stop. They'll have to come in and do a deliberate pit stop to do that extra time, is my understanding. Has to be independent of a standard fuel stop. So, I mean, that's if it goes the wrong way, and it generally is not under investigation unless there's, I was going to say, there's no smoke without fire. There has to be pretty hard evidence that that time was too short. And yes, it's showing at 0.3 of a second potentially too short, which is just horrendous news. But I did say at the time, they're looking to lose as little time as possible in the pit lane, and there's always the risk that you send the car too early. 14, failure to comply with minimum pit stop time. Replacement penalty is 33 seconds. So is that just going to be added to the race time at the end rather than served in race? Stand by your beds on that.
I think at this stage of the race, I think there was something that's in the last hour which we're outside of at the moment, because it's 1 hour and 9 minutes to go. So I'm intrigued as to why it's a 33-second penalty, because it's a 0.3 infringement, and I thought it would be a 30 or a 35-second penalty plus the infringement.
Yeah, replacement penalty, 33 seconds confirmed. Generally, if it's anything less than a second, that's rounded up to being a second. So they'll just be told you were a second short, and you're going to have to serve that.
20.3, that's 7/10 of a second being added on to it. So it's double, triple it, isn't it? I'm just intrigued as to, I'm not doubting that that's what it says, that's race control, that's a ticket, I get that, but it's how they've arrived at 33 seconds. So our 999 driver standing
Mark Arn
to the car, Mark Arn, completely clear of the car and perfectly okay.
Good.
The most important bit and the best sight to see.
Yeah, but unfortunately he's now looking back at a rather dishevelled 999 car in the UK. That would be the emergency number. Thankfully not.
I was going to go there, but didn't. But well, okay. I trust you, man. This is where you are. This is where you're inspirational. Leadership. Love it.
Thankfully, no need for an ambulance, but he may need the police on scene, because if there was another car involved, then blame will need to be apportioned potentially. Or it might be that Mark Arn just fesses up and says, nah, entirely my error. But we didn't catch sight of exactly what happened whilst that car made connection with the barrier, but it's gone in pretty heavily.
So that penalty for the Fabian Schiller number 14 Mercedes, currently running 5th, that's going to, my estimation, that's going to put it into 8th place. Yeah,
as things stand. And it could get even worse than that. I mean, if Picariello can find a way by.
14 unsafe release under investigation. I said that, and that's the same car. Remember, I said that. So they did got a 0.3 infringement, which has become a 33-second penalty. And I did say, you just popped out for that second, but that's what you also took with the recap. It was it looked like an unsafe release.
Yep.
And that 0.3 of a second might just have caused that problem.
Yep. Well, they've unsafely released it potentially. I mean, this is all alleged at this stage, no decision made. But in an effort to get that Mercedes back in front of the Porsche, they've tried to flex the rule of the minimum reference time, which we know now has been breached. And did they also unsafely release the car, which is a separate offence, by the way, and it will carry its own penalty. So they're already having to soak up 33 extra seconds. It could get even worse yet for Get Speed. Obviously, we're focusing on this because these are the two closest cars within the top 10 positions, but they are not either one of them the race leader. That's still Laurens Vanthoor in his Scherer Sport PHX Porsche, who completes another lap, does not pit, and that is because we're not expecting that car in for another 4 laps, I make it.
as if he hasn't got enough to contend with at the moment. Fabian Schiller having a massive moment coming out of the carousel there, where it goes from being angled and levels out, which is always, you know, unstable and destabilises the car a bit. But he had a whole front end moment there, which I'd love to have seen the onboard of that as he tried to catch that. And it's just, you can imagine the radio team saying we've got the 33-second penalty for a 0.3 second short pit stop. I'm sure that's been communicated to him already. Like, guys, you've got to be joking. Then the car's trying to fight him on the carousel, and also they're having the unsafe release for that car under investigation. And as you said a few minutes ago, Johnny, rarely is the phrase under investigation. It's not usually, well, it doesn't, or sometimes you get no further action, gets NFA'd, but they tend to be a smaller minority of under investigations, don't they, the outcomes?
Yeah, I think the speeding offences and the being too quick in a pit stop offences, as in being going from pit in to pit out too quickly and underneath the reference time, generally are cut and dried. You know, in a racing incident where there's a collision between two cars, that can be looked at in lots of different ways, and that's why stewards will, on the whole, review evidence from both sides of the argument. They'll get driver representatives in, either the drivers themselves or team managers, and to put across precisely how they saw the incident, and that is explained in front of everybody to have an open discussion. But if it's a speed gun that's picked up a car going too quickly in a pit stop, then generally that's all the evidence you require. And the same when you're fighting the clock. You're either too quick or you're not too quick, and that are the two possibilities. So Laurens Vanthoor leads by just under 40 seconds over Danny Juncadea's 27 Lamborghini. So Danny now being plugged into the Italian car. He took over during the last stop from Marco Mappelli. Christian Engelhardt started this car, and still a good opportunity for Lamborghini to get a great result today. In terms of their pit stop cycle, they're going to be making their final stop in 3 laps time, whereas the Scherer-Sport Porsche, it'll be 4 laps time. Therefore, the Porsche stop can be quicker than the Lamborghinis. It's later in the race, it's closer to the checkered flag, therefore it can be a quicker stop, according to the regulations. But we're waiting for news on what might be the case for that supposed unsafe release, and how far down potentially the 14 car might drop. Fabian Schiller was very, very happy with his work in top qualifying. He pipped all the Porsches to the post and to pole position in virtually his last opportunity to do so. And the 14 car has looked quick for a lot of today as well, but just being a bit too greedy maybe in the pit stop, wanting to stay ahead of the Porsche, might be the undoing of the Get Speed crew with their number 14 Mercedes.
Well, whatever it was, it'll be post-race now, because it's too far into the race to do it, absorb it in a pit stop. So it's definitely post-race, which is that galling thing we had with the Vulcan Horse Aston a couple of rounds ago, where it actually won on the road, but had exactly that. It had a 2-second too short pit stop. We've got a 35-second cumulative 37-second penalty.
So it was 3 seconds resulting in 35 total.
No, it was a 35-second penalty plus the 2-second infringement became a 37 seconds added to their time. Okay. Which is why I say I can't get my head around how they've worked out the 33-second for this car. I'm not saying they're wrong, I just don't know the formula how they've got there, because it's 0.3 of a second. I
just wonder whether the base penalty for a drive-through is 32 seconds. The 14 Mercedes was a second too quick, so you add an extra second on, resulting in 33 seconds. And you just talked about 3 seconds short, or was it 2?
2 seconds.
Oh, it was 2, so that doesn't actually work out, does it? Because it's still not got to 35, and you just mentioned 37. Anyway, there will be a regulation written specifically about that, and that will have been explained to the team as well. it remains to be seen whether there's going to be extra time, though, because it could easily be another half minute if there's been an unsafe release. I would imagine that an unsafe release penalty is going to be about 30 seconds as well, if not more. So the cars will cross the line, and there could be a scenario where Mercedes number 14 is slapped with an extra minute to its race time, which will be hugely damaging for its forthcoming press releases, I would suggest, considering Fabian Schiller is currently 5th and leading the Ferrari of Axel Jeffries now in his Realize Kondo Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari 296.
Axel Jeffries raced the Conrad Lamborghini before, didn't he?
He did, yep. But I think he's raced Ferraris as well in ACO rules racing, so he's used to that too. I suppose a similar layout in terms of where the engine sits within the car, right behind the driving position. So Axel Jeffries, his most recent action, yes, was in the FIA World Endurance Championship, actually when he was racing Aston Martins. So he can race Astons, he can race Ferraris, he can race Lamborghinis, and was an ELMS champion in actual fact last year with the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. That was a championship that he was able to share with Andrea Caldarelli and Hiroshi Hamaguchi on that occasion in the first year of LMGT3 action within ELMS. You weren't able to actually race a Lamborghini at Le Mans prior to these LMGT3 rules coming in, because Lamborghini never built a GTE car. That has changed since, of course. Now, Scherer Sport PHX working lap 20. They are still 4 laps in to this current stint. So the question is, Picariello and Schiller, when they pitted together, they pitted at 15:37, but I don't think that's there's going to be way too much time, in fact, to reach the end on this single load of fuel. So an hour and 23 minutes, that's way too much for a GT3 car to go without one more visit to the pit lane. But it's probably going to have to be a very quick splash for the Mercedes and the Porsche, and the Porsche is now back ahead of the Mercedes. So remember, the Mercedes was released perhaps unsafely. That's still being looked at, right into the path of Porsche number 33. Well, the 33 car of Picariello is now the correct side of Fabian Schiller. And that is a little bit of the team saying, well, we've maybe made a mistake and let's give that place back again. It's too late to avoid a penalty. Certainly the 33 penalty that is going to 33 second penalty, which is heading in their direction.
Yeah, but try and head off the second penalty, potential second penalty, if you can.
True.
Showing remorse.
Well, yeah, basically. I mean, it's a good message to be displaying, especially ahead of the big race next month, I suppose. We will take our medicine. It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden taking you through the final of 2 ADAC 24h Nürburgring qualifier races, with a Porsche, surprise, surprise, leading. But they've not had it all their own way, and that's not necessarily the way things will finish, because Daniel Juncadella is finding good speed in the Red Bull team apt Lamborghini Huracan. But a moment or two ago, at the end of their latest stint, the Mercedes of number 14, Fabian Schiller at the time, was released by the team, but right into the path of the number 33 Porsche of Alessio Picariello. Picariello shaking his head. He had to get well off the throttle there, and that's always the giveaway too. It's kind of a rule on the public road. If you've made a maneuver, which means that somebody else using the public road has to adjust and has to brake or get off the throttle, then it's generally not a great movement into, let's say, a junction or similar. Because you know, it wasn't your right of way, and it certainly wasn't the Mercedes right of way there, despite Fabian Schiller being given the signal clearly in either his ears or by the lollipop man to go, go, go. But surely they'd left it too short. And the crucial thing for them is they'd left it too short on the clock, first of all. So they've already been slapped by a penalty, or with a penalty, by 0.3 of a second, which turns into a 33-second penalty. And are they going to get an additional one now, Peter Snowden, for an unsafe release?
It's double jeopardy, isn't it? Because that 0.3 of a second has caused the unsafe release, quite literally. So it's just compounded the whole situation. 0.3 of a second later, which is the correct time, on the nose, it would have been tucking behind. It would have been almost close behind the rear of it. It wasn't. It was right out in front of it. And it was. I'll be surprised if they don't get an unsafe release on that penalty.
Now, I was wondering how Picariello had got back in front of the Mercedes, and it happened at Schwedenkreuz. They were side by side. It was again started by a bit of slow traffic to the high side, and in fairness, Schiller got off the throttle there and just allowed the Porsche
well, he
around.
had to, but that also slightly undoes, and forgive me, the idea of it being letting him pass a position back, a bit of remorse, because it's actually just been outdone, outdriven. So it's not looking brilliant for Get Speed at the moment.
Well, I actually think the Mercedes ideally wanted to stay ahead of the Porsche in a vain hope of building a 33-second gap so that the penalty wouldn't adjust its position, but any chance of that is gone now as well. Amazing how a race can suddenly spiral out of your control. How about the fight for second and third, though, between Juncker Deher and Kevin Estre, because they are neck and neck, nose to tail on Hatzenbach, now at Hochheichen, and in fact the Frenchman's going to almost draw level with the rear wheels of the Spaniard. Juncker Deher doesn't want to allow the Porsche up alongside, and they're driving literally between back markers now, one to the left, one to the right. As now we focus on...
Brilliant use of back markers by Juncker Deher there. He used that to his advantage that Kevin Estre could not take an advantage and get that little run, as we've seen so many times earlier in this race today. That was actually very, very thinking and intelligent driving from Juncker Deher in the Lamborghini.
And amazing heads-up driving from the back markers too, to know that there were actually two SB9 cars that wanted to squeeze through a gap that they had made. So that was coming out of Hochheichen and on towards Flugplatz and Kittelbacher Hohe. But that is totally up for grabs now. Second and third positions, and playing nicely into the hands of Laurens Vanthoor. He won't know a great deal about it because it's happening 40-odd seconds behind him. But they will be slowing one another up now. Juncker Deher in the Lambo and the Porsche, Grello Porsche of Kevin Estre, not going as fast as they would be in clear air, and really gifting potentially the race win to the Vanthoor-Niederhauser combination, just like yesterday evening in the first of these two races. Now Fabian Schiller wanting to get by some of these back markers, but he couldn't do it in a hurry. There's still that ribbon of almost quick dry which has been laid through the course of the weekend to soak up a spillage, and it's a sort of no-go area at the bottom of the foxhole.
Yeah, it's all on the left-hand side, isn't it? But they're all keeping clear of it. Just quite often you see people go over and get rid of it and get it dispersed, but fastidiously people have avoided that for the duration of this race. It's perhaps not the right line through there anyway.
So what do you reckon? Who's going to be in front for the second place fight at the end of this lap? Because Estre is properly pressurising Juncker Deher, but he can take it in his years in the DTM Championship.
I think Dottinger Ho is going to be the decider, if I'm honest, as is often the case. You almost don't want to get on the Dottinger Ho head because you're probably going to get drafted anyway. And that Porsche is still, it might not be as mighty. We've said the Mercedes look quicker on a straight line, Porsche over a lap, but how quick is the Porsche compared to the Lamborghini? That's what we need to see as they come down the Dottinger Ho.
One of the FK Performance BMW pilots about to clamber in to the 187 M4. So it is Majatovic who's just brought the SP8T race leader in fact. So the class leading turbocharged SP8 entry. And there were some Impressive names within this car yesterday. The lineup remained the same, so Ranko Majatovic will get out. Probably Nick Wustenhagen's already been in that car, I think, so this might be Tobias Wahl now who will take over, and hopefully for them stay out front in SB8T. They're still ahead of the Sharudin-driven Team Bilstein BMW and the Gressick Plus Line Motorsport M4. So that has become a BMW benefit for the podium positions in 8T, M4, GT4 and 3 of them. Still slow on hats and back for, it's cruel to call them the also-rans, but...
the BSL car, the 999. Hats and back, that's the issue, yes.
Yeah, but I was about to say it's cruel to call...
Sorry.
It's cruel to call the Ferrari of Thomas Neubauer an also-ran, but he is down in 9th. And then you've got the 34 Aston Martin, and again, it's a question of how might they have finished had they had a perfect race. But 34 is in 88th place now with Mattia Drudi back at the wheel of that car. He was driving it, remember, when they suffered that rear left puncture after contact, probably with Frank Stippler's Audi on the opening lap. And not the best preparation ahead of next month's big one, but they'll come back fighting. Will family Valkenhorst, running a whole load of Aston Martins, having switched brand from actually a German manufacturer, Valkenhorst running BMWs for many, many years, and now invested in the British squad, or the British mark. So Vantor, Junkerdea, 42 seconds at the start of this lap. And Vantor now on the Dottinger Hoor. This should not be an in-lap for the Belgian racer. It'll be 6 of what should be 8 laps about to be completed. We're far more fascinated about who is ahead between Junkerdea and Estra, and then will the places change on the Dottinger Hoor. So through goes Estra. He's already ahead. Estra is ahead of Junkerdea by 4 seconds in actual fact. So an evidence of it onto the Dottinger Hoor. So the Porsche's made the pass. No answer, it seems, to the Lamborghini Huracan, or the Lamborghini Huracan had no a chance of a return argument once Estra was through, and it's now become a Porsche 1-2. Who would have thought it after their dominance in NLS already this year? So 911, the KUS sponsored Grello car with good rotation. Not going to pit at the end of this lap. I think everybody else is going to need at least one more stop to make it through the final 48 and a bit minutes. And of those leading cars, Vantor, well actually Vantor and Estra, I make it, will come in on the same lap after 2 more tours. So this will be lap 7 within the stint. They'll be able to do 1 more after that, and then down pit lane, where we will have, what, only about half an hour to go until the checkered flag, whereas Danny Junkerdea has just started his in-lap now for the Lamborghini. But the problem is, even on lighter fuel, the Lamborghini's not able to take the fight to that second-placed Porsche. The one manufacturer who might have been able to win today's race has kind of shot themselves in the foot, as in the Mercedes, number 14, with 1 penalty already being assessed, and the other one is still being worked out. But it might be double bubble for penalties, both in terms of time spent in pit lane and a potential unsafe release.
Putting my ever optimistic and positive hat on, but that unsafe release is under investigation. I think they might have decided it by now if it was going to happen. So I'm guessing it may not. But isn't it interesting that we're in the 5th race of the season? 4 races run by Porsche, the 5th race being a 1-2 Porsche at the moment with 46 minutes to go. It's not done, except that. However, it's looking strong. The 2 occasions that another manufacturer's had the opportunity to potentially win that and take that total victory off Porsche, Aston Valkenhorst, round 2, and this race, Mercedes, have both been undone by short pit stops. and the ensuing penalty.
Pushing too hard, knowing that the gap is almost too great. I mean, the desperation at Get Speed appeared to me to be get the car out in front of the Porsche at all odds, and that sadly has overtaken their ability to stick to the rules. It's so tempting, isn't it, to think, here comes the Porsche, here comes the Porsche, just send him now.
It's what Pittard said, sorry, wrote to me in a message, because he didn't actually phone me on that particular topic, regarding qualifying yesterday, was that they'd overboosted the car, which is why it wasn't on the front brake. It should have been on P2 for the first race yesterday. It wasn't there, we didn't know why. It's because they had an overboost.
Okay.
Just try, all these teams are always looking for every little advantage, a tenth, a thousandth here, there, everywhere, even down to in their pit stops doing it quick enough, and etc., etc. And just that little bit, and sometimes you just push the boundary a little bit too much, and it's not intentional, it's not cheating, you're not setting out to do that, you're working on such fine parameters, such fine limits and margins all the time, that it's so easy just to slip up there. I mean, who'd have said that 0.3 of a second would make a difference? But look at what it's done. It did put it out in front of the Porsche, very nearly into the side of the Porsche, to be fair, and the penalty that have come of that, because it all has to be safe. You know, you forget, we get so used to it, you just forget how competitive it is all the time. You can't take your eye off the ball.
I just think seeing the Porsche come down pit lane, its garage is quite a bit further up pit lane, so you know the spotters for Get Speed will have been saying it's moving, it's in the fast lane, it's 3 garages away, it's 2 garages away, right, just send Fabian back in the race now. But the worst of both worlds have collided. It's an unsafe release because Picariello had to get off the throttle very briefly, and they've sent it 0.3 of a second too early, and you get a penalty for, well, at the moment it's just one of those offences, but it might be for both.
Now, I'm not suggesting that they've panicked, but it is easy to react to the situation and not think as clearly as perhaps you would ordinarily. We've seen that time and time again. If you ever follow Formula One, Pete Bonington, Hamilton's engineer, if you listen to him, or Max Verstappen's, they're all, no matter what the situation is that we're screaming out about the television or something's going on, they remain ultra calm. That's what they're employed for. We saw it at Ferrari at Le Mans a couple of years ago when Ferrari came back, that car in the 499P, and that penultimate pit stop, was it, or was it even the last pit stop, where that car wouldn't restart again. You know, and there was a whole story about to unfold, not winning the Mans 24-hour, but the backstory of it's 100 years, it's been 50 years since they've taken part in one. They've come back, they've built a car, in 3 months it's suddenly winning races, never won one yet, but it's winning Le Mans or leading Le Mans. Everything's there, and the car wouldn't restart. And I remember standing there in the pit lane at the time and watching the engineer and listening to him, and you could just hear absolutely cold, considered, methodical, take it through, like, no, stop, turn it off, reset, and just literally go through the process. But it wasn't quick, do this, do that. There was no panic. And then when it was like, and press start, and it just fired up. And the relief, and there's a huge roar from the pits as the car went out, and it went on to win. But which is great, completes the story. But it's that calmness, that's what you need. And that, you said that, just get him out, and it's into, and nobody saw that, did he? Nobody saw that. Look away, look away.
That was fine.
That's fine.
It's all fine.
Nothing happened. Yeah.
Except the stop clock never lies.
Nor does the camera.
Yeah, and that too. The fact that both cars were
no
carrying
further
cameras.
action for unsafe relief for number 14 on the ticker. So I did say it's been taken too long. It's come away with it. So I suspect a little bit of that is, to be honest, the penalty that's been added on for that 0.3 is it's scuppered the race for them anyway. So where's the point adding rubbing salt into the wound, isn't it?
Yeah. And well, I actually don't think they've taken into consideration the order of the cars now. And that was a completely fair pass too. It wasn't that Fabian Schiller was giving him the position. He got caught in traffic at Schwedenkreuz. Picariello got a much better run on him, and then they were 2 abreast in a fair fight. So unsafe release, that's going to be waved away. but the 33-second penalty that will be added at the end of the race this afternoon still stands for being 0.3 of a second beneath the prescribed pit stop time, as per the regulations, at the end of an 8-lap stint. We are nearing the end of an 8-lap stint now for Junkerdea's 27 Lamborghini. He is yet to arrive on the Dottinger Hohe. Alessio Picariello is further back than that, but at least he has now cleared Fabian Schiller and opened up almost a 5-second advantage over the German behind. So Picariello heading now for the Stefan Bellof S. And then the Schwabenschwanz further away into the distance, the Kleiner Carousel. All of this section now back up to full speed after there was a BMW that hit the wall pretty hard, and for quite a while one of the large yellow ADAC lorries was there with its trailer replacing all of that Armco barrier, but that has now been waved to green, which is a full relief for those that enjoy that section of the racetrack, Galgenkopf, which pings you out onto the Dottinger Hohe, and then the run to the line. So Picariello, I reckon, won't be, or no, he won't need a pit stop at the end of this one, because remember, he pitted very recently with Fabian Schiller's Mercedes. We keep talking about it. Kevin Estre running in second position. This will be the end of lap 7 on this particular stint, whereas the race leader also can do one more lap before both of the leading Porsches will come in, not quite together because they're separated still by 45 seconds or so. It's come down a little bit to 43. But as I thought, Danny Juncadella does bring his Lamborghini into the pit lane, and this will be for the final time. So Juncadella in, and a shorter stop than he might have experienced earlier on in the race, because we've now only got 40 minutes to go until the final segment. This is Marek Bockman, by the way, who is in the number 175 SP10 Aston Martin. So the car that he shares at Pro Sport with Yannick Himmels, Marek Bockman and Michel Albers are the three drivers in the SP10 class leading Pro Sport Aston Martin. So BMW in charge of SP8T. In TCR, the Hyundai of Krista Jørns has been having a cracking spell. So to have a TCR car up as high as 16th overall is very impressive. Harley Horton's been plugged into the race-leading Cup 3 car for the closing stages, just as he was yesterday. The 20-year-old from just outside Manchester in the UK, and 9:59, 40-odd seconds to the good now of the Joe Dexnis-driven Porsche, which is a Cup 2 runner, third in Cup 2. But we have reached the phase now, Snowy, where we're reaching the final stops for the SP9 runners, and the first of those final stops is Danny Juncadella, who's going to lose a bit more time. I was kind of hopeful for that Lamborghini Huracan to finish third, but that looks a tough task from here. However, as I say, the cars in front of it, 4 of them, have all got to stop one more time, but for a shorter period of time.
Yeah, so if you were to stop now with 37 minutes left on the clock, you'd require a 126-second stop. So, minute and a half, effectively. Not quite, just under.
No,
sorry. I'm thinking 126.
I know, I always make that mistake.
Yeah, sorry, no, that would be 90 seconds, wouldn't it? Yes. Yeah, so... Yeah.
So it's 60, and then 40, yes, and then another... So it's just over 2 minutes, in actual fact.
It's 2 minutes 6, isn't it?
Yeah. So a 2 minminute stop there or thereabouts?
It's base 60, isn't it? Not base 10, yes.
Correct. You catch on very quickly. Yeah, I always try. I have to write those down. I mean, often seconds are put together for pit stops, but I always have to write down exactly how many minutes that is as well, because my brain can't work it all out in the time required. So Laurens Vanthoor, car number 16. Good for what? Good for this lap, but no further. The same is the case for Kevin Estra's yellow and green Porsche. Alessio Picariello's Falcon Motorsports Porsche, I reckon, might be able to squeeze another one out of that. No, more than that. In fact, it's only 4 laps into its stint. But you're not going to be able to do more than 8. So both Picariello's Porsche and Fabian Schiller's Mercedes will have to stop one more time. But maybe only with 20 minutes still to go on the race clock. So perhaps Picariello and Schiller have a better shout, considering that Picariello is only a minute down on Vanthoor, and the Falcon Motorsport Porsche can pit closer, much closer to the end of the race. So we might have our podium finishers, particularly when you incorporate the get speed penalty, which will be an additional 30 seconds. So we might know who's going to finish on the podium, and perhaps predictably they're all Porsches, but they're not necessarily going to finish in that order. 16 ahead of 911 ahead of 33. They're all Porsches, but in what order will they stand on the podium later this afternoon? Pro Sport Aston Martin back in the race. A chance to mention the 97 SP7 Porsche, which with its flared wheel arches really does look the business around the Nordschleife. SP7 used to be the go-to class for Porsche Cup cars. This is the Julian Rey, who is the current driver, and Julian sharing with Valentin Lachenmeyer and Mark Trompeter, and they drive the 97 car. It's always looked good, that, for both days. I hope they've got their entry secured for next month's big one. SP7, not as many cars in that class as there used to be, but nevertheless, it's still a going concern. There are 5 SP7 cars. It's better when you stand up sometimes, isn't it, Slurry?
Yeah, cramp. Yes,
yeah.
Getting cramps in it. It's too dangerous. You did mention earlier that I was sitting too close to you. Walk careful. You've got your capable
Oh dear. That could have been very disastrous.
There. That would have been quite entertaining, wouldn't it?
It would.
It would be a relief for the listeners, though, wouldn't it?
I would have demolished the Global Broadcast Centre and taken us both off air immediately. Which a lot of our audience will be screaming, yes, yes, do that now.
Yes, what's stopping you? Why are you still talking? Stop telling us about it and get on with it. So where's our race lead at the moment, which is obviously our 16 Shearer Sport car. Vanthoor at the wheel of that. That's coming up to Wipperman at the moment. So I'm just going to see. Do you think this car's coming in on this lap? So is that what you were discussing a few moments ago?
Yes, it will be.
I think, yeah.
And Estra will be as well.
Okay.
But bear in mind there's 42 seconds between them.
Yeah.
So this can be a relatively comfortable stop. Still going to be a pit stop of 2 minutes or that sort of ballpark. So we should still have a lead change, and most likely swinging in the direction of Alessio Picariello. But before that, Toyota and BMW are at close quarters. The 175 Aston Martin from Pro Sport still topping the positions within SP10. And the 175 Aston Martin has completed 20 laps, as it's not exactly fighting with the number 170 Supra, because it has 3.5 minutes of an advantage over that 170 car, which is now swinging right and left at the Haug hook. Much closer in behind, because the 67 BMW is contesting those final places then on the SP10 podium. And the AV Racing by Black Falcon M4 with that Supra in its sights heading down the hill on the Grand Prix circuit.
So our race leader, Vanthoor, is on the Dottinger Höhe. In fact, he's almost halfway down the Dottinger Höhe. So we're expecting that car to dive into the pits on this lap for its that will be its final refuel, will not be 32, just under 32 minutes to go of this 5th round of NLS races here at Nürburgring in 2025. Second race of our N24 qualifiers this weekend, all on RS1 today, RS3 yesterday, RS1 today.
In comes Laurens Vanthoor. He'll stay on board because we've already had a couple of stints from Patrick Niederhauser. I like how they've been switching the responsibility of the drivers as well. So both get a chance of a race start across 2 days. Both get a chance to put the times in late on in the piece as well. I was going to mention about half an hour or so ago is that this is one of the few chances where you can do an NLS race and then realise mistakes that you might have made with the setup, immediately rectify them by doing some tweaks overnight and come back fighting with a stronger car the following day. Normally, there are weeks between each of the NLS races. So I think that's potentially what Mercedes did with their Get Speed number 14 car. They realised where the car might be lacking in terms of maybe its straight line speed, perhaps trimmed it out a little bit to try and take the fight to Porsche. But it's worked to a certain extent, but unfortunately this penalty now for being too quick in the pit lane is massively going to go against them. Arriving on the scene, Kevin Estre. Now, are they going to keep Kevin in the car? I can't see Patrick Pilet ready to take over, and it simplifies the pit stop. There will be a change of tyres, mind you.
Would have been done by now, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So Pilet's done a single stint and no more. Lots of dust from the brake pads is suddenly unlocked as the front left wheel is removed, and all that powder sprinkles everywhere onto the apron. And very carefully and considered, the new slick tyres have been selected from the garage. They're being bolted on, and as I thought, Alessio Picariello becomes our new race leader, number 33 at the bottom of the hill. But the 33 car is also in need of one final fuel stop.
It's a pit stop, doesn't it?
But it's going to be in a few laps' time, and therefore it's going to be quicker than these pit stops.
Exactly. So if we look at that, so if it was now with 29 minutes to go, so it's going to be at least 28, isn't it? So with 28 minutes to go, that would be a 101-second pit stop.
Well, I reckon
that's what, 1 minute 41, isn't it?
Picariello's just done his 6th lap, and what kind of pace are we doing at the moment? 9 minutes generally, so yeah. 9:18. So in about another 18 minutes, let's say that's 10 to the hour, 10 to 5. There might be as few as 10 minutes still to go. So look at 10 minutes and how long you have to.
Okay, so take thank you, Johnny. So we take now 28 minutes. Yeah, that's still a 101. If you're saying 10 minutes to go, yeah. That reduces to 53 seconds.
Yeah.
1 minute 41 to 53 seconds.
And the advantage that Vanthoor has, sorry, that Picariello has over a rejoining Vanthoor is 47 seconds. So 53 seconds in the pit lane, 47 seconds. It's probably still not going to be quite enough. But it's going to be really tight.
Okay, it's going to be tight. It's going to be close.
Yeah. And that assumes that the racetrack is green, of course, and it's not at this stage. So the lap times are still considerably slower than they might be if the whole of the racetrack was clear. Picariello's the race leader. Fabian Schiller back up to 2nd place, but remember, there's a 33-second penalty that will be heading his way at the checkered flag. Vanthoor re-emerging in 3rd spot, with Kevin Estre still 40 seconds back. It was about 42 seconds as both Vanthoor and Estre pitted together. Or it was actually, yeah, it was the same drivers. Neither Scherer Sport or Manthey did driver changes. And it remains at about 40 seconds. So, would you prefer to be in the driving seat of Vanthoor at this stage, or of Alessio Picariello? Fabian Schiller you can kind of wipe out of the equation. And I still think we're looking at a Porsche 1-2-3.
Porsche podium, aren't we?
Porsche podium, but in what order are we thinking?
I was going to say yes.
Yeah. And that's the intriguing thing about this.
Any Porsche you like, which colour?
It then becomes about bragging rights between Scherer, between Falcon, between Manthey in the weeks between now and the 24 hours, isn't it? Oh yeah, we won the last NLS race though. So
yeah,
we're
bragging rights, isn't it? Yeah, you say it's just we mentioned at the very beginning of this weekend, didn't we, that it's qualifiers, not qualifying. It is it's a rehearsal on various levels, different elements, and 2 4-hour races thrown in, and a top qualifying for fun for the 24-hour race in 3 weekends' time. Of course, we've got Le Mans before that, the weekend before, and Spa just after it. So busy times for anybody involved in sports car racing, whether you be marshals, crew, team, mechanics, strategists, all drivers. Drivers at least thought of. Most easily changed component on a race car is the driver.
I'm not sure that's true. That might be a little bit of a complex that all the drivers.
True. Trust me.
It might be a little bit of a complex that all drivers have, that they're the least important part of the whole mechanism.
No, I chose my words carefully. The most easily changed component on a race car is the driver.
Yes. Okay. I understand. 275's just done the SP3's best lap of the race. That is the Ravenel Motorsport BMW 318. Of course, now when I check, it might be the only SP3 entry in the race. There are lots of 3Ts, but it does appear to be, yes, the only SP3, but at least it's still heading around. It's one of the older shaped BMWs, the E36 version of the 318 Ti. And that car has Mark Müller at the wheel, sharing with Mika Koenig. Back into the slower section of the track, down towards Breitscheid. So after Verseifen, ex-Müller. And that is because of a hatchback car in the wall to driver's left.
Not a Hatzenback, a hatchback.
No. Yeah.
Well, a hatchback, a Hatzenback, do you?
Oh, I don't know. I quite enjoy that. But no, we're further round.
We've mentioned a few times about one of the great things about this, the ring permit and the license and the variations of speed differentials of cars there. But look at, excuse me, we're looking at the 830 onboard of the Hyundai at the moment. As it kept to one side of the track, and Vantore Ingrella just shot past at unabated speed. I was like, oh, where did that come from? Well, out of the sunlight. But as they did that, he then gets to the code 6 or the yellow flag. And the Hyundai has to then pull up right behind the Grello. And it really highlighted what it's like for those speed differentials for the 2 different categories of cars. And they follow it all the way through. And the Hyundai is sitting on the back, like we see SP9 GT3 cars, almost dodging on the back of the Grello, as if to say, I could have a go at this, I could have a go at this. And then it goes to green, and the back of the Porsche squats, and it's gone. You're like, oh, okay, there's your difference. Bit of fun at the same time, though. But
the right intention was there.
Absolutely.
I mean,
never give up.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility to have some aspiring SP9 cars, SP9 drivers in cars like the Cupras and Renault Clios of old. I mean, Matthias Besch became famous for being an LMP1 racer who did a bit of occasional Renault Clio racing around the Nordschleife, and you just think you're just loving road motorsport regardless of the level and regardless of what sort of CC we're talking about. The performance level doesn't really matter once you've got your brain synced up to what the car can and, more importantly, can't do. There is fun to be had.
That's the key bit, what it can't do. Yeah, absolutely. That you need to get a measure of really quite quickly.
Well, we've kind of gone full circle, because we did spend a bit of this weekend's coverage talking about Max Verstappen, who is built from the same mould, I would suggest, of Matthias Besch and others who just want to be racing it for as many different weekends through the year as possible. And we're already up to almost record numbers of Formula 1 Grand Prix through the year, but there are still other weekends that you can be doing other stuff, whether that be on a sim, racing with your virtual racing friends, or maybe heading in the direction of some other big motor races around the world. Picariello over the line for the 24th time in car number 33. His lead is just 8 seconds over Fabian Schiller, but Schiller's far more focused on the gap back to Laurens Vanthoor in this phase, because if he's running second and he's 33 seconds ahead of Laurens Vanthoor, that's okay. But remember that Picariello and Schiller will not be able to make the finish on this current fuel load. I reckon there'll be another lap to go for these cars. Just checking that they've completed 7 each. Picariello, yep, 7 on the stint. Fabian Schiller, 7 on the stint. So the next time around, when we will have actually slightly more than 10 minutes of the race still to go, we're down to 8.5 minutes now on the lap time. That's because some of the code 60 has cleared. So it might be time to go back to that sheet that you've got loaded up, Snowy, and have a look at, let's work this out, 13 minutes to go.
Would require a 61-second pit stop. 61,
so call that a minute, but that is from point to point.
If you call it a minute, you'll get fined for doing a second early.
It's a very good point.
On topic.
Yeah, no, you're right. And remember, that doesn't actually include all the time that, because you're slowing
exactly
for the line and you're speeding up coming out of the pit lane. It's the point where you've got to be within the pit lane is 61 seconds, but that's not necessarily all the time you lose. The other thing to think about, of course, is that for a lot of that pit stop, you're actually moving. You're driving from the 60 kph limit to the garage, you're coming to a halt, then the pit stop happens, then you're being sent before the 61 seconds is up to ideally, I mean, by design, cross that line as the 61 and probably better 62 seconds are reaching their end. But you are still making progress down the start-finish line, so it's always very difficult to work out precisely how much time is going to be lost by both Picariello and Schiller. And now that gap's gone back up again. So Picariello to Vanthoor, let's say, because I'm going to take Schiller out of the mixture for the time being. Picariello to Vanthoor is 57
seconds?
Yeah. Oh, I've got it 50 seconds, actually, 5-0.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
So I'm counting the 7 for Schiller and 2 which you're taking out the equation, of course.
Indeed. So, and then the gap back to Estra is a further 38 seconds. But Estra doesn't need to stop again, nor does Vanthoor. And the thing is Vanthoor going to be close enough to Picariello when the Belgian, well, they're both Belgian, so that doesn't really help you, and when Alessio Picariello makes a stop? And that is the huge question. I can't work that out. It is. We're just going to have to wait for it to pan out. But this is going to be a very close finish to the 5th NLS race of the season. It's not going to be a close finish if you like different marks taking victories, though, because I'm still looking at a Porsche lockout in the podium. And we did get one of those in an earlier NLS race, at least one. And if you've not been paying attention to the NLS season, away from these qualifier races, let me remind you that the first NLS race, 22nd of March, was a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th for Porsche. So
it was Falcon 1-2.
They were massively dominant within that. It was a Falcon 1-2, yes.
What were 3rd and 4th? They were
Manthey with Hyacin Guven and Thomas Preining racing in Grello on that occasion. So Guven and Preining will be part of the lineup for N24, and maybe in the Grello car. I'll have to check that, because we have got lineups now already in for N24 2025. And then in 4th place in NLS1, it was the Dynamic GT car, so the Pirelli shot for Pirelli shot Porsche of Matteo Cairoli and Bastian Boos. And then the next car was finally a non-Porsche, which was the BMW from Rover Racing. Then we moved on about 5 weeks later to NLS2 at the end of April. And that was a win for Porsche, but the 2nd place car was not a Porsche. On that occasion, it was the Aston Martin of Christian Krognes and Mattea Drudi from Valkenhorst.
Which would have won outright if it hadn't got its pit penalty.
Which was 2 seconds short.
2 seconds short, exactly.
And then the last time we were NLS racing prior to yesterday, it was a win on the 10th of May for Manthey, again the Guven priming combination in 911, ahead of the number 14 Mercedes, which could have had a much better result this weekend than it's likely to get. The Mauro Engel driven Get Speed Mercedes, joined by its 2 drivers today, Fabian Schiller and Lucas Stolz. So I'm not sure why Maxime Martin wasn't part of the lineup there on that occasion. They finished second to another Porsche, but in behind them, the 2 Falcon Porsches. So again, in NLS 3, the top 4 places, of the top 4 places, 3 of them were Porsche. That's why we keep banging on about how dominant the 911 has been to this point. And I really did think we might get a change today with that Mercedes looking very strong, but it's rather destroyed its own chances, I'm going to suggest, with that hiccup in the pit lane being sent too early. And it wasn't 3 seconds, it wasn't 2 seconds, it was 0.3 of a second, but that is still too short, and it will get a 33-second penalty at the end of this race. We're only now quarter of an hour away from that. Picariello and the Schiller-driven Mercedes are into this long sector, sector 3. So Brunchen next to come for Picariello. And then both cars will dive into pit lane for the final time, and it'll be all eyes on the timing screen to find out precisely the whereabouts of the chasing Vanthoor car, number 16. Still trying to find out the precise lineup for Grello for next month. And I can tell you, actually they're planning on just entering with 3 drivers. So Patrick Pilet's not part of that lineup in 911. It'll be Kevin Estre, it'll be Ayachin Guven with a race win already this season, and Thomas Preining. And Pilet, therefore, are they going to put him in another Porsche? No. I don't quite know why Patrick Pilet is here, other than the fact that he's got a free weekend, and why not have a bit of racing with his old French pal, Kevin Estre. But that rather goes to explain why Pilet has only had 1 stint per day, whereas Estre's done the real heavy lifting in the other 3 stints. On to the Dottinger Hoor, and Alessio Picariello with about 7 seconds as this advantage. The smearing on the windscreen tear-off is often convincing me that the rain is back, but it's not. No. But it's confusing, isn't it?
Did it?
No. I mean, we rather suggested it would rain at the start of the race, and there was 85% chance of rain today. Well, there was some earlier, affecting qualifying and then top qualifying, but thankfully most of the race has not been affected by active rainfall. I mean, there was a damp track to start with, but then that cleaned up nicely. Alessio Picariello will dive to the pits. I can't imagine they're going to change drivers here. It's just going to waste unnecessary time. And what is the time eventually? It's 14 minutes to go until, well, actually 13 on the race clock. Yeah. So we will have started this race about a minute early. So it is 13 minutes, as I was guesstimating at the start of the previous.
61 second stop required.
61 seconds from in to out. Where is Vanthoor? He's on the Dottinger Hoor already. So they're not going to stay in front of Lawrence Vanthoor. I'm pretty confident of that. Also in. The Mercedes is serving its penalty first of all.
Yeah.
So the penalty will be soaked up within the race. And this is the 33 seconds that the Mercedes has to do for breaching the minimum pit stop reference time. Only then will the Mercedes be permitted to head down towards the team for its actual stop.
It's going to be nip and tuck because that Porsche's on the move now, the Falcon car, and it's the.
But Vanthoor's crossed the line. Vanthoor, I reckon, is back.
No, he
in.
hasn't.
Yes, he has. Vanthoor is back into the race lead, and he didn't pit, so he's cleared the final sector. And now Picariello will rejoin, but Vanthoor's crossed, and Picariello has little choice but to slot basically back into second position with 12 minutes to go. And we'll get proper confirmation on that as Vanthoor goes into sector 2. But it's going to be maybe a 15-second advantage for fellow Belgian racer Laurens Vanthoor. Picariello, well, it's showing us 22, but I think that will condense Vanthoor to Picariello. Estre didn't get third, and Fabian Schiller, well, we don't have to now work out where he might end up because the penalty box has done that job for us, but he's lost any chance of finishing on the podium in that Mercedes. And the next thing is, can he get out in front of Danny Juncadella? I think he should do that comfortably, and therefore the Mercedes should. Oh, but this is going to be tough to get out of the pit lane. Now they can't get the Get-Speed Mercedes out of the pits because there's a Cayman pitted right in front of it, and almost unsafely released in front of a Mulder Motorsport Porsche as well. So it's a complete disaster at the end of this race for Fabian Schiller, but he does rejoin ahead of Juncadella's Lamborghini. Dear me, it never rains but it pours. Well, it's not raining or pouring, but it does metaphorically for the Get-Speed crew.
I've still got Kevin Estre as third, not leading.
I didn't say Estre, I said Vanthoor.
My apologies. That's what, right.
Yeah, Vanthoor had crossed the line by the time that Picariello had, well, he hadn't even been sent.
Yes, Vanthoor, Picariello and Estre.
Which are the 3 Porsches. We suggested the podium would be filled with Porsches, but in what order? Well, that, I think, will cement it. 16, Scherer Sport, 33, Falcon, 911 Manthey. The gaps are too great, surely, at 22 seconds or so between each of those 3 cars. And unless Picariello now can drive like the wind to reel in Vanthoor, it's too...
He can, but the gap's too big.
Yeah. And they're all driving, you know, not quite the wheels off it, because I think, why push it now? Why push the envelope? It's a qualifier race, and it is an absolutely perfect result for the mark of Porsche. Again. And those associated with the other 3 big German brands, Mercedes, BMW, Audi. I mean, there aren't that many BMWs in the top class, if any. Have we actually got any SP9 BMWs? No, right, fine. Well, they will say, well, we're okay. You know, we're in a good position because you can't compare their pace with the other 3 because they're not even here. And maybe that is a little bit of tactics coming into the equation. Rover has been present for NLS races earlier on in the season.
Finding full course green for the last 10 minutes of the 4-hour race. Let's hope we have 10 minutes of pure green flag circuit.
That would be nice.
Wonderful, wouldn't it?
But it's going to be a repeat winner, it will appear, after yesterday's stonking performance in the late afternoon, early evening from both Patrick Niederhauser and Laurens Vanthoor. Exactly the same car rises to the surface, and you would have thought Scherer Sport, with limited experience with an SP9 Porsche, might have struggled up against the might of Falcon and Manthey, but not a bit of it. They are on to lap 26 now. They'll squeeze one more out of it after that, I would imagine, to a 27-lap affair after a sort of semi-weather affected race. But Scherer Sport showing that they can do it in all manner of conditions as well.
It's very impressive. No matter how good a team is, you still have to have new systems and acceptance to learn on a car, and you may have had a Cup 2 car. They will probably say, oh, some of it is transferable, well, a lot of it is transferable, but it's those extra nuances of that level, a different category of car, being a GT3 in this case. It's quite a brave step to go and do that. We saw it, say, with Picariello going from Porsche to taking on a 296 Ferrari. And you don't start from scratch, but you don't understand the systems, and when you're under pressure, as we said on those pit stops where people don't panic, but you get it, the emotion of the situation takes over, that if you don't know how to go and do something or reset something, if you're not 100% familiar with it, with a new system, you have that moment, you kind of freeze. It's like, you know, I know how to do this on a Porsche, how to do it on a Ferrari type thing. You just don't know. There's nothing like familiarity to do that. But So all the more credit to Cheerasport PHX for adapting to this new, GT3 Porsche. All the same, I think they've done an absolutely stunning job. And it is starting to rain now, just for fun.
Okay.
The last 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes to go, and it's raining quite a bit actually. Right
at the end of the race, everybody on slick tyres because we've had hours of dry running. Also, I've reached the point of an NLS race where I always get to, where I suddenly realise, oh, that person is in this race, are they?
I did that yesterday.
Yeah, well, Tom Canning in your case. For me, it's Jan Mardenborough, who, of course, was the star of the film Gran Turismo, and having come out of the project to get Nissan drivers out of sim racing and into the real deal. Jan Mardenborough running many times at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Well, he's in a V5 BMW this weekend, and apologies, Jan, this is the first time I'd actually spotted that you were there. But maybe, again, that is in an approach to get into the 24-hour race. So car number 455, it's not a BMW, it's a Porsche, I beg your pardon, Porsche Cayman for Jan Mardenborough and his teammate Philippe Hoornjet, the Dutchman. So how much of this rain?
Well, it's early part of the lap. It's kind of it's Flugplatz, Schwedenplatz, Arnberg, that area where it was, and it appears to have eased off there. So it's just like a little corner of the circuit there but it was pretty intense. It wasn't just drizzle, it was proper wipers on wet track, so it can still catch people out. With literally, we are seconds away from coming up to 5 minutes left before the clock stops. That doesn't mean the race finishes. That is now. That does not mean the race finishes, as you say, because they'll cross the line and have another. There's time left on the clock. You've got to complete another lap, and of course it's a long one here. So that car is it is on the dotting Ahoa now, isn't it? So it's going to cross the line with, I would say, probably a good 3 minutes left, 3.5 minutes left to do of the clock. So it's got to do that extra lap.
And keeping an eye on, well, this was earlier in the day, was it not? 25th, so that is today, but we were looking at radar from about 11 o'clock this morning, in actual fact. But as the weather's been tracking slowly past this part of Germany.
Here's our race leader coming through to take the line for the final time. I'm going to get a look on the clock. It is 4 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock of this race. So our race leader Van Tor crosses the line in the Cheerasport PHX Porsche. No sooner will be through, and then that probably just get onto the Nordschleife before the clock stops, as it were. Obviously that doesn't affect him. I'm just seeing how long it takes to go.
This car's best lap, number 16 Porsche's best lap, 8:15.9, and Van Tor just did an 8:16.4, so he's only half a second off his best. And I'm trying to work out how meaningful this rain is, but to be able to do a lap time that good, clearly he wasn't too badly affected. He's on slick tyres.
I don't think it affected him at all at that point. If it's still there, or there's what it's done to the track, so that's going to come up fairly shortly. So I said it was the sort of Flugplatz section of the track, which is a Horijken, so Hatzenbach, Horijken, and then Flugplatz, Schwedenplatz, etc. Fuchshold. That's where it was. That literally that corner just there, where the arm that sticks out, that's Arenberg basically. So he's going to come across that fairly shortly. Of course, he's had a good time there because he's got no fuel on the car now, or less fuel on the car. There's I was actually doing some calculations that are roughly the fuel consumption of one of these GT3 car uses around here, and it's Greta there with the wiper on is coming up through the end of the Grand Prix circuit, which would indicate what I was saying. That's Hatzenbach on that left-hand side of the circuit there. They use around about 1.2, 1.5 litres of fuel per minute in a GT3 car, which around here, given the weight of fuel is approximately 0.8 of a kilo per litre, you're using about 10 kilos of fuel per lap around the Nordschleife.
Wow.
That's the difference it makes to the car. How sad am I?
Answers on a postcard, folks.
Thank you for your support, Johnny.
5 seconds the difference between Danny Juncadella in fourth and Ralph Aron in the chasing Mercedes. I'll be intrigued to know the order between those two cars. mid-engine Lambo, front-engine Mercedes at the end of this particular lap. And a penny for the thoughts of Laurens Vanthoor. I'm sure the team have said to him, take it easy as you head towards Flugplatz, Kittelbacher Hohe, Swedenkreuz, and particularly Arenberg. Vanthoor's already gone through this section, but now Alessio Picariello having to be pretty gingerly through these sweeps of Hoch-Eichen and on towards Flugplatz itself. So Vanthoor safely on through into Sector 5. Kevin Estre now arriving on Hatzenbach. It's going to be a late stop for Bastian Boos, I notice, in his dynamic GT Porsche. Not sure whether that car actually needed some fuel, car number 54, but it's pitted from 7th position. Let's just have a look how many laps that car had done and whether it was due for one. Yes, 8 laps, so they were always going to fuel the car at this point. So Picariello trying to turn the car in and get it slowed sufficiently at Arenberg. Keeps it well away from the gravel trap and accelerates out of that corner. A lot of
steering input going on there on the in-car. A lot of steering input.
Yeah.
No, this is the really wet bit down the foxholes where you do not want to be. Okay, so stay dry the quick dry, because that's now soaked. You don't want that. Over the brow. Sorry, John, I cut across you there. Sorry.
You know more about this stuff than I do, well, so talk us through it.
No, but it's not professional to cut across you. If I did, my apologies. But just as they get to the top of Foxhole now, hardly any range. I said that's what I said. It's just that little left-hand side of the circuit there. Arenberg has sort of gone there, and it is almost drying down. So he's got through the dangerous bit. I'm not going to curse it. I should stop there, shouldn't I? Let's keep it going. Keep it on the island.
Manuel Metzger's finding time. I don't know what tyres he's on in the Team Bilstein SP8T BMW, but that BMW has just done the fastest lap of its race and the best at SP8T time as well. Lamborghini, I thought, was a touch slow on the Hatzenbach, but again, I think it is deliberately taking it as easy as possible. The problem is that Ralph Aron's not that far away now. So are we going to get a late change for 4th and 5th positions? Aron in the black and white Mercedes, Juncker Deyer in his Lamborghini Huracan, and the Lambo didn't look particularly happy on the slick tyres as the track gets damper and damper. It might be that the 3 Porsches have left the really wet, or the 2 Mercedes are going to try and go side by side, and these are the 2 Get Speed cars. And yes, Schiller jumps Aron on the final lap. Remember, Fabian Schiller is trying to make up for lost ground with that penalty that was served in the previous pit stop, and it looks like the 2 AMGs ran side by side, and now the yellow and blue car is safely by the black and white number 17. Very dark now on the Grand Prix track with even more rain
on the Grand Prix circuit, isn't it? Yeah.
So the question is, and that's not the Grello car, incidentally, that's a Cayman that's been fooling us all weekend. We'll keep seeing that and thinking, is that the green and yellow colours of 911? But it's not. It is a Porsche in a similar paint scheme, but a Cayman rather than a 911. So Schiller on Juncker Deyer will be fascinating. And the change of surface flag is now being displayed. Slippery surface flag, some call it, but that's not because of oil or coolant that's been dumped on the racetrack. It is just because of the amount of rainfall. Now down the inside of the Ferrari goes the dynamic Porsche, and last of the late breakers, who was that? Bastian Boos. Well, yeah, he's not in the mood for waiting.
There was a little kiss off the realised Ferrari there, wasn't it? It was no more than a kiss. It was a love tap.
I don't think Thomas Neubauer is particularly happy in that Kondo Racing Ferrari.
Anyway, exactly. And that's why Bastian Boos took the opportunity while he could, because it was in his way. You mentioned the slippery surface flag that used to be called oil flag. It was when I first started racing, because it wasn't in colour then, so it was difficult to tell. But yeah, so red and white striped, and it became a change of surface flag because it's often used for gravel or debris or detritus on track. But a warning now, as I say, absolutely soaking on the Grand Prix side of the circuit on that first bit of Hatzenbach and all the way through to Arenberg. It won't, however, affect our race leader, Van Tor, who is in the Svalbardfans part of the circuit, to the final throws of this race after 4 hours. Porsche 1, 2, 3, it's looking at, as we said, Johnny, 26 laps completed by the top 7 cars, 8 cars.
And now Schiller's got ahead of Juncadella through the 5th sector. So not seeing it on in our sound and vision feed, but Fabian Schiller is on a tear. Of course, he may have benefited from a very, very late tyre choice. And perhaps the team have said, you know what, now we're 33 seconds down on everybody else. Let's bolt some treaded tyres to this car because it might go in our favour. And he's got ahead of his teammate Ralph Aron in the other Get Speed Mercedes. Now he's in front of Danny Juncadella's Lamborghini Huracan, which is really struggling in these now greasy conditions. But we're looking at 40, what are we looking at? About 2-minute gap now. Well, no, more like 90 seconds gap to Kevin Estre. So it's very unlikely that this perfect Porsche result is going to be disrupted by any of the Mercedes. Despite mid-race, we're thinking that was very much an opportunity for Merck to be the interloper. But within this weekend, it's going to be back-to-back victories for exactly the same Porsche, and now 5 on the bounce for the NLS campaign for the 911 GT3R. Laurens Vanthoor bringing the number 16 Scherer Sport PHX Porsche to the line, and every credit to his teammate Patrick Niederhauser, who was installed in that car for top qualifying duties much earlier on in the day. Second position to the 33 Falcon Motorsports car of Julian Andlauer and Alessio Picariello, who brings the car to the line in second place. And it'll be a 1-2-3 finish for Porsche, with the Grello car looking slightly less sparkling yellow and green in these now gloomy conditions. But Kevin Estre shortly will appear at the end of the Dottinger Ruhr to complete an absolutely excellent weekend for Porsche. And I tell you, these cars are going to take some stopping next month in the 24-hour race. Estre, together with Patrick Pilet, finishing in third.
Well, he had a moment trying to stop the car on Tiergarten there. Kevin Estre just, I don't know whether he was just showboating or whatever, but he was just having the thing sideways coming through there. If I can't win it, I'm definitely not going to win it. I'm going to be on the podium, but I'm going to just power slide through the Tiergarten. Why? Because my name's Kevin Estre and because I can.
I was slightly concerned he might do a Julian Andlauer, and
he got past that bit. He got the next bit. That was where he went off on the right-hander. He got it onto the left, where you can see the pit straight, and he just literally could just see he lit it up. And why shouldn't he, lad?
Yeah, they're all boy racers at the end of the day.
They should all be in courses.
There's an idea.
Don't. Mercedes 190s. Let's go back to that.
Opel Corsa support race for Saturday morning.
Carnage. There'd be nothing left. All we rolled into balls, wouldn't they?
True. And what's wrong with that? Anyway, Fabian Schiller has wriggled free.
Great TV.
Schiller has wriggled free of both Juncadella and Ralph Aron, and is the best of the rest. And that's all I can describe them as, really. Mercedes have tried their level hardest to meet Porsche's speed. I mean, they have incorporated. They have a soak up a 33-second penalty, which would have put them slightly more in the equation, but
still wouldn't have won it, though, would they?
They wouldn't have won it.
No.
They wouldn't have won it, and they were desperately trying to win it, I think, when they incurred that penalty within the pit stop. But if you're 0.3 of a second short on the minimum pit stop time, if you're 5 seconds short on the minimum pit stop time, you have to serve the penalty.
Rules is rules.
Everybody signs up to them at the start of the year. And with the windscreen wipers working overtime, Get Speed do get a car in the top 4. But that will not equal their best result from earlier on in the year, which I think was a second place. But they haven't won a race yet, nor of anybody else other than Porsche. And Mercedes home in 4th place then, ahead of, well, will it be Danny Juncadella? Will it be Ralph Aron? It should still be just about the Spaniard. Yes, here he is now through the gloom with those many headlights. right across the front of the
Well,
Lamborghini
there's
Huracan.
a central light bar that's very distinctive on that Huracan, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like rally car-esque.
Land Rover-ish on the roof.
Or Land Rover. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe that's going to be another addition by the time we get to the 24 hours. Stick a light on the top of the windscreen as well. So now we're waiting for Ralph Aron, but we're also waiting for the class winners. So Cup 2, Mühlner Motorsport were there or thereabouts for a lot of that, but it's looking like it's going to go the way of the 929 K. Kramer Racing crew. 929 with a variety of drivers, but Carsten Kramer will bring that car to the finish. Sascha Steinhardt and Fidel Leib part of the lineup. This little Audi's going to struggle to make the finish.
TCR Audi, like, struggling to get its way in, isn't it? Yeah.
Hopefully.
Well, there's your Porsche parking lot in the Parc Fermé. I'm glad I got my lips around all that sentence.
Nice bit of alliteration there.
Wasn't it?
I did it with the T's, with the towing truck, with its trailer, something or other. Anyway, so Porsche drivers are now going to have a fascinating chat, and some of them... it was Maxime Martin, wasn't it, whose German was not good enough to conduct an interview within that, whereas Lawrence Vantor's German is excellent, so we won't be able to home in on the reaction. But a really good effort. Picariello, I'm not sure whether Picariello can speak German, so it might be wise to pause whilst Alessio is spoken to, and hopefully he is. And another great result for Kevin Estre and Patrick Pilet. What we need to try and do is get a drive for Pilet now for next month's 24-hour race, because at the moment he's not on the list.
He will be.
You think? Okay.
Why wouldn't you? Who wouldn't want him?
Yeah.
Stick him in a 330.
That'll be good. Excellent. Well,
Corsa, that's what he needs. He'll be in the support race. You heard it here first on RSL.
So as we stand, and I'll stop for any relevant interviews in just a tick, but for the Scherer Sport PHX Porsche car number 16, the 24-hour driver lineup is Laurence Vantor and Patrick Niederhauser, the two drivers that we've had this weekend, and they're going to be joined by Ricardo Feller in car number 16. Obviously, another good result for Falken Motorsports with their Porsche, and rather than 33 and 44, they're going to run as cars 3 and 4, and they will have in the 3 Julian Andlauer, Dorian Boccalacci, Tim Heinemann and Dennis Marshall, and in the 4 Nico Menzel, Sven Muller, Alessio Picariello and Maurice Schuring. And then in the Grello car, I've already given you the lineup there. There is the absence of Patrick Pilet, but Kevin Estre, Ayanchin Guven and Thomas Preining. The other car that performed very well this weekend is the number 14 Mercedes, but I'm not sure we've had a confirmed lineup from that car just yet, the Get Speed Mercedes. Audi will be back with their Scherer Sport PHX car, Christopher Haase, Luca Ludwig and Marcus Winkelhock. So an awful lot of excitement still to look forward to. Here's Alessio Picariello. Let's see whether this is in English.
And also very happy that Alessio had to finish the last 2 laps because it looked very tricky from the outside.
Perfect, thank you very much.
So Alessio Picariello to start, and Julian Andlauer, Frenchman, so therefore I predicted that that interview would be done in English. Although speaking of Frenchman, Kevin Estre has been racing for Porsche for so many years now that this will be done in German, absolutely guaranteed. A grin from Kevin Estre. I think he'll be pleased to again be on the podium. But if anything, they were fighting back from not featuring in top qualifying earlier on in the day, weren't they? And they were always in catch-up mode as a result, Snowy.
They were, and it was. I'm not quite sure what happened. That wheel carrier,
that was the information we had.
Still never really got to the bottom of that. I'm sure that'll come out a bit later on. But inspired still, he started 17th on the grid, back of their group, but opted, like the Ferrari, to come in at the end of the formation lap, as in this is drying, which it was absolutely was. The forecast was not. And the fact there was even rain forecast for the end of that first lap at the start of the race, and it had a little bit of it on the dotting hoe, didn't we, for basically start group 2. That was all it did. It didn't affect start group 1, these boys, at all. And I think Estra there, absolutely inspired thing to do with Manthey, to bring that car in at the end of the formation, dive into the pits. We know it went on to slicks. The Ferrari went on to hand-cut slicks, so not quite the same thing. But I think it paid dividends for Estra and Manthey. They weren't necessarily going to win it from there. They were 17th, so 17th to 3rd, 4 hours later, because of that tyre choice.
So let's give you the provisional results at this stage. It's Lawrence Vanthoor and his teammate Patrick Niederhauser who win again in Porsche number 16 for Sport PHX. They win by 25.3 seconds over Alessio Picariello and his teammate Julian Andlauer in Falcon number 33. Then the 911 Grello Porsche of Kevin Estra and Patrick Pilet. Fabian Schiller in the 14 Mercedes, joined by Maxime Martin and Lucas Stoltz, finished 4th ahead of Danny Junkerdea's number 27 Lamborghini with Marco Mappelli and Christian Engelhardt. Then it was another Mercedes, the 17 Get Speed example, 7th place for the 54 Dynamic Porsche, 8th for 45 the Ferrari that Thomas Neubauer brought to the line, 9th place for car number 48 the Black Falcon Team Loesch Porsche, and another Porsche in 10th position, the 55 car from Hankook Competition, with Stephen Show amongst others in that 55 lineup. They were also joined by Yong Kwon Kim, Roelof Bruins and Marco Holzer. Outside of the top 10, in 11th place, another SP9 car was the 35 Falcon Horse Aston Martin. Then the Cup 2 winner, number 929, obviously a Porsche. They're all Porsche Carrera Cup cars, but K Kramer Racing winning that. FK Performance with their BMW win, SP8T. Cup 3 won by SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, the 959 Cup 3 car. 15th place and second in SP8T was the Team Bilstein BMW. Cup 2 second place, another SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche number 901, ahead of the TCR winners for today, the 830 Hyundai Elantra. Christer Jørns, the final driver into that car. Oscar Sandberg brought the Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche 718 Cayman to the line in 18th position, ahead of various other Cup 2 and SP9 cars. But the class winners elsewhere are always interesting to highlight where we can. So SP7 was won by the number 97 Porsche that we mentioned a fair few times, in actual fact. 175, the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, victorious in SP10. SP4T, actually the only entry in SP4T, but they needed to finish, of course, to win the category, and the 88 Subaru WRX from Technica International was victorious in SP4T, 29th overall. 2 alternatively fueled categories. 82 was won by the 718 Porsche that was run by Manthey, and 83, the winning car, was the 146 GT Tyre Motorsport machine by WS Racing. SP3T was a win for the 323 car, and just need to remind myself that the 323 car is, bear with me caller to confirm it, 323 is a Stanco driven Audi RS3 LMS with the DSG gearbox. So that is the winner in SP3T. BMW 240i class, Adrenaline Motorsport win that with their Manhattan Wheels car, number 650. The rear-wheel drive VT2 category is also Adrenaline Motorsport Manhattan Wheels with the 500 car. And category V6 and V5 for the very standard machines.
Let me guess. Is it Adrenaline Motorsport?
Adrenaline Motorsport, Team Meinhardt Wheels, 396 1v6, and the same team with their treble 4 V5 car win that category. There are one or two others that I didn't mention, including SP3, which was a Ravenel Motorsport victory for number 275. If Porsche were to set up a publicity shot, though, beneath the podium,
yes.
I'm not sure they could have done it any better. Lots of different colours from the palette are included, not least for the Falcon and the Grello cars, where we've got two different paints, two different prominent colours there. The typical two-tone blue from Falcon. But yeah, that's almost been mocked up by a computer, but I promise you it hasn't been. That is entirely how the cars have been well parked by their closing drivers.
Porsche marketing department are just going, thank you so much.
Yes.
You've just done, our work is done. I think you've got the results, but you can't beat that, can you? That's just perfect.
And also, the cars have all been almost given a late race wash, because the rain is still pumping down, unfortunately, but it makes the wraps of those three very different coloured cars look even brighter.
Piccarello was saying, wasn't he, on that interview that was mercifully in English, that it was the last couple of laps were quite tricky. His teammate was like, yeah, I'm glad he had to do them and not me.
Yeah. Well, Adenauer, having made his mistake in the rain yesterday, was probably very grateful that he didn't need to do much driving in the wet on Sunday afternoon. So that is very nearly our coverage done here from the Nürburgring. We'll stick around for the podium and for the champagne to fly, but I want to mark your card for our future Nürburgring coverage, because the next time we'll be talking about cars heading around this racetrack, it will be the big weekend. So this is post all of our Le Mans coverage, and I'm kind of going to skip over that, but we will have N24 qualifying 1, 2 and 3 covered on both Thursday the 19th of June and Friday the 20th of June. We'll also be covering N24 warm-up on Saturday morning, Saturday the 21st, and then the race itself, the N24 for 2025, begins at 4 p.m. and on Saturday afternoon all the way through till 4 o'clock, funnily enough, on Sunday afternoon. But the podium drivers head into their rightful spot, so it is to third place for Kevin Estre in the black and green and yellow race suit. So the slightly taller Frenchman standing alongside in the all-white, typically Porsche race suits, Patrick Pilet on the third step of the podium, Alessio Picariello and Julian Adenauer. But here are the winners for the second day running. Big smiles from Patrick Niederhauser and from Laurens Vanthoor. And Patrick Niederhauser has shown that he definitely deserves to be in one of the key Porsches for next month's event. Here's the national anthem for the winning team. Sport PHX win on Saturday. They've now won on Sunday as well. They can do it in the evening, the nighttime and the daytime, and in changeable weather conditions. The tweak to the driver lineup potentially is going to happen between now and then for that particular car. As I say, well, it's actually not a tweak, it's just an addition. They're going to plug Ricardo Feller in alongside Patrick Niederhauser and Laurens Vanthoor, and that will make their lineup even stronger, you could argue. Plenty of teams, intriguingly, deciding to go, though, with only 3 drivers, whereas for some, there have been 4 this weekend. Looking at the 48 Black Falcon Porsche, the 84 Easterland Racing crew, and the Jutta Racing Audi, which sadly didn't last too long into this race. But I think if you are a pro throughout lineup, maybe 3 drivers just makes things simpler. BMW, who have entered with Rover Racing, their number 98 crew, looking like it is going to be 4, with Augusto Farfus, Jesse Krohn, Kelvin van der Linde and Raffaele Marciello. Anyway, trophies now being presented. Estre and Pile, 3rd position. It's Andlauer and Picariello with the 2nd place trophies. But the win again going to Patrick Niederhauser and Julian Andlauer. Thank you, Peter Snowden. Final thoughts from you as the champagne flies.
Buy a Porsche.
It seems like that's the only car to have at the moment, doesn't it?
Doesn't it just? You know, every race this year and now half the season.
Discussions are going to be had from all the other rivals, though, the age-old rivals here at the Nürburgring, about balance of performance heading into the latest edition of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Thank you, Snowy. Thank you, Kerry Cobb, for keeping us on air. Thank you for all those as well in the truck in Germany. From Johnny Palmer, the next time we'll be talking about the Nordschleife will be for the 24 hours for 2025. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Bleibt uns nicht mehr viel zu sagen, außer uns zu bedanken dafür, dass ihr eingeschaltet habt. Und dann sehen wir uns natürlich in 4 Wochen hier zum großen 24-Stunden-Rennen. Macht's gut, bis dahin.
It's the biggest race of the year. Where excitement meets courage. And adrenaline meets passion. Every ounce of dedication focused on this one event. A week of festival frenzy for thousands of spectators. A week narrowing down towards the toughest challenge for hundreds of competitors. Driven by the pursuit of one ultimate goal. To accomplish what only the chosen few have ever achieved. So, it all comes down to this.
Es geht los! Es geht rein in die grüne Hölle! 24 Stunden Motorsport!
And it's so much more than just a race. With lots to explore. When darkness falls, the campsites ignite the party spirit of the motorsport enthusiasts. By sunrise, the fate of the race hangs in the balance. These are the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring.